On a mild 56-degree night in the Bay Area, it is yet another championship ring and banner night at Oracle Arena in Oakland. And this was seen moments ago, the 2017-2018 edition of the Warriors players and fans just taking in the celebration. And now it is time to turn the page to the new season. Nice move by George, gets it to Adams, and he lays it home. I mentioned Jack Sigma with 32 points to lead the way.
Reverse pivot, Marv. Jack Sigma.
Paul George with a nice move on the floater. Nice move by Paul George. George just 1 of 8 in the first half.
Marv, I caught up with Coach Billy Donovan as he was leaving the locker room at the half, and I asked him what worked well as the Thunder were able to cut into the deficit in the first half. He said, well, first and foremost, we missed too many open shots, but I do think that we defended well. He said we can't let them shoot so many threes, and we have to stop turning the ball over.
Curry for Damian Jones. Jones making his first NBA start. He is a rookie in terms of the NBA, actually in his third season, but most of that has been in the G League as George knocks it down, and he is heating up. Here's Green. George off the fake. Oh, he has caught fire. Paul George, after the poor shooting first half, is 4 for 4 from the field, 9 points. George played by Durant, looking for help. Patterson is open for 3. Patrick Patterson is an excellent three-point shooter. Lead us down to 3. Durant, yes.
This might be the best one-on-one game I've seen in a long time. Durant and George going at it.
17 for Durant. George right back.
Let's keep it going then. Let's keep it going then, as he says something to the crowd.
Adams broke it up. Here is Schroeder. Yes, that is Schroeder with a 3. Paul George again from downtown. Following the poor shooting first half, he has scored 15 points in this third quarter, and the game is tied. George now played by Looney, got the step and scores.
Perfect move. That's what you have to do.
Damian Jones gives the Warriors what JaVale McGee gave them last year. Here's George from downtown.
Wow.
Warriors win on opening night. The final, Golden State 108 and OKC 100.
It is opening night here in downtown Oklahoma City. The crowd filing its way into Chesapeake Energy Arena for the season debut of the Oklahoma City Thunder here at home as they take on the Sacramento Kings. They go right into Willie Cauley-Stein, and he's too strong. And there is Westbrook immediately making his presence felt with that rebound.
And you see that play right there? Most point guards in the league are not willing to come down there and do the dirty work. West came down there, chased that defensive rebound.
Sets up Paul George, who knocks down the 3 for his first shot of the night. Iman Shumpert off the dribble drains the 3. He's been quiet in his career the last couple of years, battling some injuries. There's Paul George. Second bucket of the night.
Excuse me, partner. The Kings are making good use of the three-point shot as well.
Back door. George caught it and paced it up and in.
And you know what? That ball was 2 feet over his head. He recognized that, didn't try to make the sensational play, brought it down, regrouped, grabbed the ball, and then put it back in.
Steal by Paul George, took it right away from Jackson. Nobody there, and he'll throw it down.
And with a 4-point play, and Paul George's steal out front and layup, it's a 6-0 run just like that.
Schroeder got right around Hield. Swings it around, good ball movement. There's George for the 3. And a much-needed 3. He's into double digits with 12. George in the corner. Got 5. Goes to the rim. Throws it down. Counted and a foul.
Well, you could just see a foul coming because he bodied him up out on the wing. May have gotten away with a hand check. That's old-school basketball.
Paul George, automatic from the right elbow. And the Thunder, just like that, have cut it down to 6.
And that's why no lead is too big. with a lot of time left on the clock by NBA standards.
Thunder can come up with possible 4, maybe a 5-point possession here. George has got 5 personal fouls, goes to the rim, banks it home. 4-point possession for the Thunder, so that missed free throw works out in its favor. George got down low. Nice play by Paul George. He didn't settle for that 3. Michael saw the crease and took it to the rack. George creating some space with the jab step with the step back 3. 8-point game, but under a minute to go. When you look back, it's just not going to be enough stops for the Thunder. And just like that, the defense breaks down. I mean, this Kings offense, Michael, all night long has gotten a bucket when it's needed it.
On an overcast 52-degree night in Oklahoma City, the usual capacity crowd better than 18,000, and this is one of the most enthusiastic and loudest arenas, as you can hear, in the NBA. As the NBA on TNT is being presented by State Farm. It's the Boston Celtics facing the Oklahoma City Thunder. Adams up top. Here is George, and hits the first shot of the night. Westbrook for Adams. Oh, he tried to dunk it. Long rebound is handled by George, and he knocks down a 3. So good sign for the Thunder with Paul George hitting his first 2 shots.
I mean, give Jaylen Brown some credit. The fact that he got up to challenge Adams on that play, you got to love it.
And then Wednesday, ESPN, Pacers and Knicks, Spurs, and the Suns. Paul George now with 9 points. Kyrie Irving missing on both, which is unusual. Paul George right back with the jumper. Schroeder for 3. Dennis Schroeder. Out of Germany, a member of the German national team, spent 5 years with Atlanta. Austin coming in at 2-2, and Oklahoma City at 0-3. Starting at 0-3 for the first time in their brief history here in Oklahoma City since the move from Seattle. Paul George knocks it down. George played by Hayward. George again.
And they're going at Hayward. And sometimes it's not about how long you're out, it's when it happened. And over the summer, not being able to play his game, rehab like he wants, and play at the same time, Kyrie is trying to find a rhythm as well.
George able to drill it for 3. 20 points for Paul George. George putting moves on Tatum, and a foul is called. George got the shot up somehow, and Tatum with the contact. 27 seconds to go. Here's Westbrook for 3. Rebound, Morris. What a performance at both ends from Marcus Morris, who has been playing despite the fact that he's not 100%.
He's the one that helped them get the lead by spreading the floor. No shooters on OKC. You can't afford to get down late.
Here's George for 3. Rebounded by Westbrook. Gets it. Oh, it's through the hands of Adams. And let's see. It'll be Boston ball. So final seconds, Celtics for the 2nd straight season. Win here at Oklahoma City. They go to 3-2. Bouncing back from the home opening loss to Sacramento.
A beautiful weekend here in downtown Oklahoma City wraps up here at Chesapeake Energy Arena as the fans file their way in. Watch a great NBA matchup tonight between the Phoenix Suns, record of 1-4, and the Oklahoma City Thunder, who are 0-4. Westbrook trying to go at the young player, and how about Josh Jackson blocked the shot, now the turnover.
That was great.
Kanan snags it. Ariza, he got blocked on the other end by Paul George. There's a nice deflection by Terrence Ferguson. And here come the Thunder. George surveys right back to Ferguson, who finishes it off with a nice left hand. George with the step back, knocks it down. Swishes home that shot, Paul George, with his first shot of the night. Patterson open. Can he make it 2 in a row? He will. Patrick Patterson, after missing his first, just needed to see that second one go down. He's made 2 in a row.
And another turnover here also. Putting the Thunder in transition, more disruption on the offensive end.
How about Paul George? All of a sudden, the Thunder starting to heat up from downtown. third three already here in this first quarter. Paul George off the dribble. And got the shooter's touch as it rolls in. Paul George now with 6.
George is just seeing a big basket right now. And Jamal Crawford kind of looked like, you know what, hand in his face. I did what I'm supposed to do, coach.
How about Paul George? Speaking of contact, not a problem there. Pitches right back on Ariza. Thought he got shoved, but George, after a nice first quarter, now with 12. George wants that 3, and he buries it from the left side. Paul George knocking down the 3. Thunder 4 out of 10 from downtown here in the first half. If you're the Thunder, you've had the clamps down on this Suns offense throughout the game. You want to keep the Suns believing that they're on the back end of a back-to-back.
And that's why you want to keep your foot down. It's good offense, good defense creates good offense. And when you don't have to set up your offense all the time, you just have more energy. That play right there, ball bouncing. They have a couple of plays on against the Celtics the other night. Ball bounce, couldn't get to it. You get to it now, and you cash in on the other end.
George slithering his way inside.
That's tough. Man, he had nowhere to go.
I'm going to crank that thing up to 4th gear.
And here you are. The speed of the game is changing with turnovers.
Thunder again, just like the first half. Stealing the basketball, using the defense and the offense. And Westbrook another finish at the other end as he's got 17 after a slow start. Over to the corner, TJ Warren. Highest percentage 3 in the game. George steps into the 3. Nothing but net for Paul George, who's got 20 for the 5th consecutive game. Crawford wanted the 3 and left it short. George the rebound. A little bit of time here for the Thunder as he will launch it from half court, and it goes.
I'm going to tell you a story about that shot. He and Raymond Felton were practicing that shot before the game. And before they both went in, Raymond Felton hit one, and Paul George banked one in right after.
Officials call it good. You're going to check the replay. But Paul George at the buzzer of the third quarter, highlighting a big night for the Thunder. Have a nice lead. It's at 20.
Nice warm day in Oklahoma City as you see the sun setting there as the Clippers get ready to take their 7th game of the young season, taking on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Gallinari works. Shot clock winding down. Blows by Adams. Oh, for the monster jam.
Well, I had a feeling that Gallinari was going to be able to drive past Steven Adams. You can't come out on Gallinari. He is so versatile on the floor to be able to attack, especially when this Oklahoma City Thunder team is in the penalty.
George looking like George for the first time.
But that's great defense. You want Paul George to take contested 2-point shots.
George let it fly for 3. Bingo. Don't want to see him get going. He's only making 32% of his threes this year. Paul George. Line drive. Bingo.
It's definitely not the way you want Paul George to get going.
Boy, not a good pass in heavy traffic. Ferguson, the 20-year-old kid, takes it to the basket, make it a 2-point game. Gallinari had the big first half. But now we're in the second half. George, bingo. This game has turned totally upside down. Gallo gets it, rejected by George. Adam. The lead is 8. A 21-point turnaround in 6 third-quarter minutes. Into the corner. Patrick Patterson to the second 3 of the game. From the wing, the answer. George has 21. George over Scott. That's just a good basketball player. George. And he's fouled, and then Bradley falls on George.
The Thunder have been playing with so much emotion here in the second half after a tumultuous first half. Boban, nice dish. Gilgeous Alexander with the finish.
getting that offense through Marjanovic.
I mean, the Thunder have kept him pretty much at bay here. Not a factor. As Paul George is a factor in every way.
Well, Paul, you personally were perfect shooting the ball in that fourth quarter. What was the key to getting good shots and having that varied offensive attack in the fourth?
Well, I mean, I got a history against Avery Bradley. We really have some really physical, tough games. I didn't want to play around, exert too much energy. Just told Russ I'm going to get to a spot, raise up on him. I was able to make shots, and my teammates, they just did a great job of getting me open and just letting me, get comfortable out there.
You guys had an incredible third quarter to get you to that point, outscored them by 29. What was it like being out there on the floor during that flurry?
It was exciting. Thunder basketball at its finest. The crowd really was rallying behind every stop we had, and that's what Chesapeake is about. We play for that energy right there.
Paul, you guys string two together. Now you hit the road for a couple. Where's this team at right now? Where can you continue to go?
Good. We can always get better, but we good. Our defense is holding up. Offensively, we're playing with a great pace, great thrust offensively. But again, it's always stuff that we can look at on the tape tomorrow, get better at, and hopefully these 2 wins, we take that pride, we take what we learned, over the first 4 games that we started out, and we wrap it up with these 2 last games we had and take it out to Charlotte.
Great job tonight, PG. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Oklahoma City Thunder, Washington Wizards on an NBA Friday presented by State Farm. First game of our doubleheader, and a good crowd in attendance as the Thunder visit Washington, D.C. for the only time this season. 2 teams trying to get back on the winning track as we look at our starting lineups for these 2 teams tonight. And first for the visitors with Westbrook and George, the 2 All-Stars. Steven Adams playing well again. Jeremy Grant starting at the forward, and Terrence Ferguson, the young Thunder, new in the starting lineup this year for the Thunder. Ferguson fires away and hits the 3. And that's got to feel good for him because he has really been struggling shooting. Pass inside, and Jeremy Grant able to throw it down. As John Wall knocks the jumper. They're 6 for 6 to start. Here's a team that came into the game shooting 43% from the field, one of the worst in the NBA, as Adams gets a nice lob from Westbrook. Morris left wide open in the first miss of the game. Westbrook pushes. Grant has a good look. That's good. George kicks it out. Grant gets another good look. That's good. Grant 2 for 2 from downtown. George. Ferguson. And Ferguson nails that one. Ferguson and Grant have both been on fire here to start. And Adams. For the strength of Adams down low. Beal to Howard. Poked away by Westbrook. Westbrook gets in the paint. Left-handed lays it up and in. That quick burst. George looks for Grant. Grant going to post up Bradley Beal. Gets inside, and a hammer from Jeremy Grant. Beal tried to draw the charge. The officials obviously felt that was a flop.
You like the no call, Mike?
Yeah, I don't think that was enough there. Wall steps back for 3. Westbrook, a mid-range shot. His second field goal. Wall to Beal, down to Howard. You could not have scripted a better start for Dwight Howard as Westbrook gets to the rim.
I tell you, there's a relentless assault on the paint right now for both teams, Mike.
Schroeder. Try to get it inside to Noel. Another one of the new faces. He throws it away, but George takes it back. Back up top, Schroeder. Schroeder for 3. That's good. They're 5 for 5 from downtown. This is the worst three-point shooting team in the NBA through the first 2 weeks. George looking. Finds Noel, back to George, up top to Noel. Noel jumper, that's good. Nerlens Noel with his first shot of the game, and that will end the first quarter. Westbrook 6.6 assists tonight. Drive to the basket and finish.
Well, you can't have indecision. And his change of pace is something truly special to watch.
Wall trying to stay with him there, and Westbrook again gets to the rim. He's in double figures with 10. Westbrook looking to take Morris off, gets it to Adams. Adams flips it up and in.
Boy, he took a pretty good shot, it looked like. He's looking at the official like, did you not see that?
Since Westbrook comes up with a steal there and throws it down. Westbrook in the top 10 of the NBA in steals, currently 8. Another deflection, Grant this time at a steal. Pass finds its way to Grant, and he finishes. And the turnover's really hurting right now as OKC has opened up a 21-point lead.
Adrian Wojnarowski and Dave McMenamin did a great job reporting on the situation. They said he reprimanded him. For what? Does he not believe they're getting enough effort? Does he not think the schemes are good enough? Is it the rotations? You know, are people not? I'm curious what Magic saw that he didn't like. Obviously, the defensive side of the floor has got to improve.
Wall to Oubre. Oubre forces it up. Bad shot selection there. Here comes Westbrook. Westbrook drives and lays it in. Just that burst of speed again. Paul George lines it up. That's good. And that's Paul George's first points. They have 68 points, and he only has 1 field goal. George tries again. Hits again. Paul George back-to-back threes. 71 points already for OKC. Wall throws it away. Wow. That's the 15th turnover. Westbrook inside to Grant. Grant foul. Count it and 1. The Thunder just pouring it on here in the second quarter. Morris misses. Westbrook again inside to Grant. George wide open three-pointer. Puts it in. An onslaught from the Thunder. A 49-point quarter. So how do the Wizards respond as Ferguson hits another 3?
Well,
do they fight back?
You don't respond right there, Mike, by not knowing your matchups.
The confusing thing is, again, they started the game really well. Thunder hit him with a punch, and they did not react. George and the foul. George missed his first 6 shots from the field. Or missed his first 5 shots from the field. Now he's hit 4 in a row. Westbrook. Morris got a piece of it, but it still somehow finds its way, and Paul George banks it home. Westbrook. By the way, plus minus, number 1 in the NBA is Kevin Durant. Number 2 is Steph Curry. Number 3, Willie Cauley-Stein.
Wow.
Of Sacramento. Westbrook jumper. Beal got hit again. He wanted a foul call. Meanwhile, the Wizards getting to the rim last couple of possessions. Nice pass. Noel fumbled it a bit. Ball was a little bit behind him, but still able to finish. George deep, knocks it in. Paul George's 4th three-pointer, and it's back up to 27. Westbrook answers. Westbrook's got a verbal battle going with a fan. Alley-oop inside to Grant. Nice feed inside, and Grant finishes. They've got 30 assists on the game. The closest Washington has been in the second half is 19. So Oklahoma City will win their 4th in a row, win back-to-back nights, and after starting the season 0-4, even up their record at 4-4. Meanwhile, the Washington Wizards will fall to 1-7. They heard massive boos in the first half and were just completely dominated from early in the second quarter on. Dwight Howard, his debut, did have 20 points, but only 3 rebounds. And most importantly for the Wizards, it made no impact on the end results.
The Thunder took care of business on the road with a sweep over Charlotte and Washington, and now look to extend the winning streak to 5 as Oklahoma City welcomes the New Orleans Pelicans here to Chesapeake Energy Arena. The Pelicans have lost 5 consecutive games.
Grant trying to back down Holiday. Double team, found his way to the rim. Contorted his body, but a little too strong on the bank. Up ahead, Davis, but the pass was offline. Couldn't get it. Here's Jeremy Grant up ahead. The two-handed stuff.
And if Mirotic is going to guard Steven Adams, go at him every single play.
How about Paul George going right at Mirotic and able to bank it home.
You know, I heard you in the pregame show talking about
How do you scout Jeremy Grant? What is his game? And really, it's tough to say as that ball got poked away. Here's Westbrook, full steam ahead, goes right at mirror, touch, doesn't matter. He finishes.
Well, guys, I mean, the defense being improved starts with fouling. They want to keep him off the free throw line. And even though Alex didn't get that call there, he has done so much better on that side of the floor. He's limiting the second chance boards, guarding that action inside. He has great length. Billy said before the game he has a lot of confidence in what Alex can do defensively.
He's got one of the best defensive ratings on the team. As Paul George on the second shot of the possession buries home the three. Position three. No by Johnson. The tip up a little bit short.
And good job by Steven Adams. I'm sorry, Paul. Just good job by Steven Adams, just challenging that shot.
Step back three. Paul George, second one of the first quarter. He's got 8 early points. George, perfect pass, and Steven Adams, who's running a little gingerly, Michael, getting up the floor as he continues to battle the left calf. Abrinas counted from the top. Buries the three.
I'll tell you, he has been stroking it beautifully like that.
Paul George, Steven Adams back in the game. Schroeder had the step and the finish. Nice drive by Dennis Schroeder on Ian Clark, who's not known for his defense. Nice play, Paul George. There's Westbrook all alone. And he's still feeling it after the previous play, as he took a pop in the back of the head. Nice slip pass, Paul George. There's an assist right there for you, Michael, right on cue. George has a little space. Instead, sends it over to Ferguson. He's been working on that shot. He drains it from downtown. Missed his first, not deterred to take it again. He was open. You got to take that shot if you're that open. The pick and pop for Paul George. Tickles the twine. Another three. He's got 15. Another deflection and another turnover. Boy, how tough is it to thread passes against this Thunder defense? George, that is an and one continuation, counted in the foul.
So you talked about defense, and Antonio Daniels and I talked about it along with you. It puts you in transition, and all of a sudden you have the Pelicans scrambling.
Here's Raymond Felton. He has not played since the early part of the season. Paul George, a much needed tray. Schroeder tees up the three. Nothing but net. Dennis Schroeder, his first three of the night. He's got 18.
On a windy and chilly 39-degree night in Oklahoma City, we welcome you to Chesapeake Energy Arena. The usual packed house, better than 18,000, making their way in. It is the 344th consecutive setup. The NBA on TNT, presented by State Farm. The Houston Rockets facing the Oklahoma City Thunder, who have won 6 straight games. 2 seconds on the shot clock, and again it's Adams.
Another switch. Every time a small switch is on you, you should dominate them, beat them up inside the paint.
And George able to drill it. All right, Roz, and Carmelo Anthony to see the three by Ferguson, who has had his problems shooting in general, not only from three-point range, but Carmelo receiving a favorable greeting as his name was announced as he checked in. Ferguson wide open. Well, they're saying, hey, take it. Ferguson opened the season hitting 2 of 15 from downtown. Here's Felton with the runner. Meanwhile, Houston without a point. Their last 8 possessions. That's the biggest lead of the night. Oklahoma City by 10. George, quick release for 3.
Tucker is so mad at himself, saying he gave George a little bit too much space. Didn't want to do that. George makes him pay.
Here's George knocking it down. 11 points for Harden. 3 Rockets in double figures. Tucker has 13 points. Capella has 10. And Paul George right back from downtown. George picked up on a switch by Capella. Goes right at him and pops it. Paul George catching fire in the second quarter. Now has 13 points in all. Ball knocked away from Harden. Good play by Ferguson. Here's George. Won't count. He was fouled before The shot attempt. The pass off the mark intended for Adams. Comes back to Schroeder and George hits. Oh, he has the touch. Paul George with another three. 17 points in all. That's his third from downtown. George around Harden. Slips it over to Adams and he pops it home.
Adams so sure-handed inside, and that little flip shot of his, you're not going to block that. Nice outlet for a guy like George.
Paul George again. This time it's a two-pointer, had a foot on the line, but what a night for George after a slow start. 19 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. In the fourth quarter, how about these numbers? Rockets 5 for 18 from the field, 1 of 10 from three-point range. Beautiful pass, George to Adams.
What hands. Maybe that's because he grew up in a family of multiple siblings and had to fight for food, like what you have to do with your brother. I don't know, but so aggressive, great hands, but even a better finisher inside Adams.
And last year it was 33 and 28 points in the 2 games that Schroeder played against Dallas in his final season with the Atlanta Hawks. Paul George, late shot clock, drains the jumper to put the Thunder on the board. Obviously someone whose ball handling skills have improved in the time that God Shamgod has been on the staff here as a player development coach.
Agreed. He certainly handles it better. I think all these guys handle the ball a lot better working on a Shamgod. Dark, light, we got to cut back on our turnovers. That's the only point I was trying to make.
There's a drive by Paul George. Patrick Patterson no good. It is not for the faint of heart inside, going after a rebound, and the Thunder have it. Felton's look-away pass. 1-3, Paul George.
That's that second and third shot that will haunt you every time.
Steven Adams closing in on 400 career games. He's 25 years old, was a lottery pick in 2013. He's from New Zealand and played a year collegiately in the States at Pitt. And that is 4 points on that trip down the floor for the Thunder. Adams scored, then Paul George scored. Another Maverick turnover. Got a little loose with it here late in the second quarter. Now they're at 10 turnovers for the game. And it's Adams coming down the lane and scoring 9 straight for Oklahoma City. Paul George, a 3. And the Thunder with 12 straight points in the last 3 minutes of the half. And Matthews thought there should have been a foul as he Euro steps into the lane and missed a layup. Paul George, pull up. Mavs have opened the third quarter by outscoring the Thunder 11-4. Jeremy Grant Lopez been able to pick it up and knock down a 3.
That's tough to gather yourself to get that shot off.
Pretty focused offensive player.
For 3, Paul George, last year second in the league. He made 244 threes. Paul George drains it. It's 10 now, the lead for Dallas, after it was 24 late in the second quarter.
Well, they're still going to keep shooting.
That's his first 3 in 16 attempts this year. Eddie Smith finding Cleveland, who runs to an open spot.
Could see it from here. Not even close.
Paul George to Patrick Patterson, who catches it because he had Barea sealed down low.
It's a smart play by Paul George.
Paul George went and got the pass. Floater by Schroeder is good, coming up the baseline.
Tough shot.
Frigid, freezing temperatures here in downtown Oklahoma City as the Thunder, with a record of 7-5, look to get back into the win column and temper the Phoenix Suns, who come to Chesapeake Energy Arena with a record of 2-10. With the basketball is Dennis Schroeder in that starting lineup. Slides up with Russell Westbrook out. They're going to use that pick from Paul George. Out to Ferguson. Got by Booker, goes right to the rim, and a one-handed hammer for Terrence Ferguson. That's a great move for the youngster off the perimeter, putting it on the deck.
Well, we like the impact he's making right now. Ernest Noel had that 20 and 15.
Oh, George. Right elbow jumper. Steven Adams been taking advantage inside. The Thunder been taking advantage on this 19-0 run. Paul George making 22-0 with that straightaway 3 right down the pipe. Booker with a nice step. He was able to finish at the rim.
And, you know, when, you know, things get, you know, he's the type of guy saying when it gets a little, you know, confused out there, let Paul George drop his second 3 of the game, you can go to me. Steven Adams is saying, just like an ad machine, folks, you can count on me.
Noel got the gift from Paul George, who did all the work to drive in, and then Nerlens Noel's like, well, I think I got a little space here. Might as well take the shot. As Paul George on the reload three, picks up right where he left off in the first quarter and drains one from downtown. Being with Oklahoma City here for the first time and following the NBA over the years, Michael, seeing Steven Adams and the work that he's done, you'd think that he's been in the league a long time, that he's much older than he is. As Paul George can't miss here tonight, he's got 15 points. But Steven Adams is just 26 years old. Booker being hounded, tried to lob it to DeAndre Ayton. It got sniffed out by Adams.
And a lot of white shirts were around that play as they read it.
George on fire here in the first half with 18, including 4 threes. Got it into George. Nice screen from Adams, setting him free. And he capitalizes with another three.
George gets another wide open look. He matches that from distance.
Race behind the back pass. Jeremy Grant, he gets into the action, Michael. He had just 1 point going into that shot, but he buries the three. George gonna wait for his teammates to join him on the offensive end. Schroeder made one. Can he make it 2? Nothing but net for Dennis Schroeder. Another three for the Thunder from downtown. Everybody's lighting up Chesapeake Energy Arena. They're all falling against the Suns. Another timeout called.
I mean, how many times will a guy in his career make 8 3-pointers?
Well, I mean, that's not easy to do. I mean, Paul George has got 6 tonight, which is a big number.
That's nothing big for him.
You know what the remarkable thing is? Thunder don't even have a foul here in the fourth quarter. George, no. Got his own miss.
I mean, all the Suns stayed on the ground. He just said, oh, well, I'll do what I just did. Boy, look at this here. 3 white shirts.
Off the backboard, and Grant with the exclamation point. I think that's a good point about how long it really takes to develop into success in the NBA. And these guys are so heralded in college. I mean, DeAndre Ayton was totally blown up when he was at Arizona, and rightfully so. He was an excellent player. But you get to the NBA as Paul George now with 30 on the night thanks to that jumper. You get into the NBA, and the hill that you have to climb to be an elite player or to be a guy that can be relied upon consistently, that is a tall mountain to climb.
You have to go into
the Chesapeake Energy Arena in Oklahoma City. It's time for New York Knicks basketball, presented by Chase. As the Knickerbockers visit the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Moutier falling away, able to connect.
I love that shot. Emmanuel is very good in the mid-range. I love when he shoots it on the way up, softens his legs. At times he tends to jump too high and pitch a little bit in his shot, but when he goes with rhythm.
An easy pick and roll execution there for OKC. Steven Adams with 4 quick points. Nice move from Hardaway. George stayed with him. Schroeder flies past Robinson, can't get it to go. The foul, no good but a foul. George grabs his left leg as he comes up from it. Hardaway the guarding Paul George. George puts it up and knocks it down. They're 6 of 8 from the field. Paul George gets inside, and George having his way early.
He's too big. He's got 3 inches on Tim Hardaway Jr. That's a tough matchup for Tim.
Gets it, throws it ahead to Ferguson. Ferguson alley-oop to George, has to come back down with it. And George the layup. Fast break opportunities for the Thunder.
Thunder defense is stifling, Mike. I'm impressed with the way they pressure on the perimeter. They do not allow anything easy.
Paul George knocks down an effortless 3. Paul George pulls back, knocks down another. George 5 of 9 from the field, 13 points. Grant throws it down. George, you can see Wally, whether it's shooting, passing, off the dribble, he's just in such control of the game right now. Adams again just backs it home, and Robinson is having his problems with Steven Adams. Running down the floor, but Adams running with him, throws it ahead, a 3-on-1 the other way. Schroeder back to George. And another steal for OKC leads to 2 easy buckets. George again, Paul George from downtown. He has not shot the ball efficiently this season, putting up excellent numbers, but the last several games starting to regain the touch. And again, Knicks on the perimeter, like that time Moutier getting out. Schroeder gave him a little head fake, got rid of him. That opened things up for George. As Moutier throws it away.
Got to deliver that pass. The pass was there.
George and the foul. Felt the contact, knocks it down, and a chance for a 4-point play. Earlier this season, he was playing with what they call dead foot. It's or a form of nerve palsy. Something that you can play and it will get better. He's got treatment. He looks like he's having no problems whatsoever. George, count it, and the foul.
And this is what we've seen from these young Knicks the last couple of games. When a team goes on a run, they don't respond. Knox drives down, throws up a wild shot. Hazonia taken away by Ferguson. Knicks had the numbers and did not get a quality shot. Up to George and throws it down. And right now, the Knicks getting pummeled after a nice start to the third quarter. The Thunder have turned it around. Now blowing out the Knicks here in the third.
And this is why the Thunder have won 8 of 9. They haven't shot the ball well, but their defensive tenacity has led to a lot.
George again, 32.
Can't let a scorer like that get into this type of rhythm. He's getting easy buckets in transition. He's getting alley-oop dunks. When he sees those go in, the 3 balls just start to rain from all over the place.
Schroeder lines up, hits a 3. Nobody contesting him. And the Knicks, they just look defeated out there right now. With Fizdale.
You know, he knew there were going to be ups and downs in the start of the season. Knicks looked so good, even in some of the losses. They're just playing well together, playing hard.
And, in a little bit of a funk in this stretch as Adams scores again easily. And it's just not that defensive tenacity we saw earlier this season.
Guys, this is a bit of a homecoming for Alonzo Trier. He is from Seattle, but he spent 3 years living here in Oklahoma City. He actually played for the OKC Storm homeschool program. He told me a great story. He said that when he was in 8th grade, he was playing with the varsity team, as Paul George hits there. But they ultimately cut him because he was better than all of the older kids, so they made him wait until he was a freshman before he was allowed to continue playing. But he had a great run for those 3 years, and on cue he hits a big shot. But it was then that he built his foundation for basketball, guys.
Dennis Schroeder, Paul George, and company swing out west to hit the road for 3 games, and it starts tonight in the Valley of the Sun as the Oklahoma City Thunder, one of the hottest teams in the NBA, having won 9 out of its last 10 games. George, the drive, hangs and can't get the bounce, but he will go to the line. As Paul George staying aggressive. Paul George converts 2 for 2 at the free throw line. George, tough shot, doesn't matter, buries the 3, looking for the call after some contact.
I've seen that call made on a whole lot less contact than that. Paul George was calling for it.
George, little stutter step, then pulls up, and what a shot by Paul George. He's got so much confidence anytime he's pulling up, and that time fading away, swishes it home. There they go again on that pick and dive right to Ayton. Coming over to help out on defense was Paul George, who swatted it away. That's going to miss wide right. 2 Thunder players there. Grant got knocked over. As the Thunder continue to dominate the rebounding category. George got that shooter's touch.
Thunder just calm down here a little bit, settling into the quarter, even though you're under 2 minutes. Starting to get the shots that they want.
Second half, the Suns won both of those. The problem was they had dug themselves such a hole in the first half of each of those contests that it was too much to overcome.
And that's the key. And the key is to not dig a hole.
Did you ever get an alley-oop when you were playing?
Yeah. The Nerf hoop.
Was it, I was going to say, was it an alley but with no oop?
I don't even think it was an alley. It was a below the rim pass.
George left wide open, and he will not miss. And with that, the Thunder have pushed it to a double-digit lead. Warren steps up for the 3. Dragan Bender making his way to the scorer's table again here. George on the pull-up, and it's just looking effortless here to begin this third quarter for Paul George and the Thunder, who have stretched the lead out to 18. George inside to Grant. Grant tied up, looking for the and 1.
That's tough. That's a tough shot.
Nothing slithery about that. Just lightning quick hands from Jackson. But then it's smothered on the other end. Defensive Jim.
Yeah, not a good decision there from Josh. I know you stole the ball and you probably feel justified to go down and shoot it. But no, not in this situation, because after he stole the ball,
where you got to know who's trailing.
You got 1, 2 of the best defenders in the league right there in front of you. And you might beat one, but you're not beating both. And Paul George played a little volleyball.
He's got 3 steals, a couple blocks, but Suns have just had no answer tonight for Paul George. Crawford had it batted out of his hand momentarily. Booker corner. George with a block. And foul on Devin Booker. George from deep cashes in. 5 straight games of 20 or more from T.J. Warren. Count the hoop. And Paul George is looking to add to his 31 points. So 3 straight games of 30 or more from Paul George, and that's foul number 5 on the rookie, Mikal Bridges.
Also 11 rebounds at that. I mean, he's playing like one of the top 10 players in the league right now.
We welcome you to Sacramento. A look at the Golden One Center, where tonight, for the second time this year, it's the Thunder and the Kings on NBC Sports California, powered by Xfinity. The City Edition uniforms are out tonight. That's right, the Baby Blues. The Kings trying to continue their fine play here on their home floor. Now George unleashes a 3 and connects. Actually a 2-pointer, foot on the line, so it's 14-4. And there is the basket. Westbrook.
Well, you know one thing, Grant, they're not going to stop Russell Westbrook. Is ultimate confident in his game.
Boy, you got to get that rebound.
Those are the ones that get you every single time, Grant.
Short 3, second chance opportunity, and now it's 12 unanswered. Bad pass, picked off by Cabarrot.
Basketball shoes and track shoes.
George, 31-24. Paulie Stein blocked, and a jump ball. Paulie Stein with the rejection from the Thunder. Paul George. And George cuts the lead to 9. The Kings have not scored yet here in this half. Now Fox looking for some daylight. Knocked out of his hands from behind, and a turnover, number 11, the first of this second half.
I think he might have been fouled right there, and he's talking to the referees about it.
And that's 2 more off turnovers, and Dave Yeager senses a change in momentum and takes a timeout. 71-64 Kings. Here's a 3 by Diallo. 75-71, and the Thunder just won't go away. And here's the basket, 81-79. Remember that missed goaltending call. George banks it home, 96-93.
Paul George has been saving grace for OKC this evening.
Fox says, see you later. You're not trapping me. That's not happening. Fox, oh boy, that's where you got to throw the ball out. He was going for the home run, 113-106. Paul George, big shot, 113-109. This game is far from over. Again, I'm okay with a 2 here. I'm not going to allow Oklahoma City to shoot a 3. That's the way I'm going to play this. Unless it's a 3 like that. And again, you got to tip your hat. That's all you can do. Yes. I mean, that's a hell of a shot.
Now you got to get the ball into Buddy. I don't want Bogey taking it out.
And they fouled De'Aaron Fox. They don't have any timeouts left. Would you foul?
Yes, I would,
I would
actually.
too.
I wouldn't give them a chance.
I wouldn't either. Not Russell Westbrook. Doesn't matter.
He's a gamer.
Yes, sir. At the buzzer, and the Kings beat the Oklahoma City Thunder for the second time this year.
It's a mighty challenge. Back-to-back on the road in OKC. We welcome you to the Chesapeake Energy Arena. The Denver Nuggets squaring off with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Robertson, Abrines, and Hamidou Diallo are all, or at least have been injured as the Thunder scores its first point. So a little thin. So starting Timothé Luwawu-Cabarrot. Jokic going to try it again. That's off the mark. Long lead pass to Adams, and he blows the layup, got it back. Now jumper from the corner's way short. Thunder, the #1 offensive rebounding team in the league.
Jeremy Grant, he won't miss that one.
Well, he's the unknown character on this team because he's the jumper and the second leading shot blocker on this OKC Thunder team, and he's not even in the center position.
Neither team shooting particularly well. The pass is intercepted by Paul George. That's why he leads the league in steals. Here he comes, and there it goes.
Both ends of the court. Best perimeter.
Grant. Wancho got there late. And Paul George from the corner.
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
I already think I know, so I'm just going to keep in suspense.
And the basket counts. Beasley steps back. And Torrey Craig is there. He has his shot blocked. And the Nuggets get it back. Only nearly traveled.
Coach Malone knows that that's where they want to do all their scoring and stuff around the paint. Get that done. That's too easy.
Paul George scores on the straight line drive. George, and the Nuggets just letting him cruise in for layups. And Wancho nearly threw it away. Torrey's inside on a smaller man. Tried to wedge it up, couldn't do it. Thunder off to the races.
That's one of those plays where you don't want to foul three-point shooters.
6 to shoot. Murray struggling. Murray got it back. Murray going to power it up. 1 to shoot. It's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. Two on the clock. Beasley. And Beasley comes up short. This group's offensive rhythm is not there right now.
And that rhythm has to go through Jokic because if he's got the mismatch, if he throws it back out, wait for him to reset so he can take advantage of the little guy.
Timeout Denver. Torrey Craig lost his shoe as Paul George hits a three. Good hedge out by Jokic. Now Paul George, and George lays it in.
Yep, Jokic got over there a little too late.
And that is going to do it, folks. The Nuggets are going to move to 13-7. One of the best road wins of Michael Malone's coaching career with the Denver Nuggets.
The Thunder homestand continues. Tonight it is Game 3 against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Here at Chesapeake Energy Arena, the Cavaliers 4-15 on the season. The Oklahoma City Thunder are 12-7 and looking to get back into the win column as these two teams meeting for the second time in 3 weeks.
George slipped it off to Adams, and that one drops in. And Steven Adams, good to see him get that to fall. Excellent defense by Jeremy Grant. Second best shot blocker on the team is Paul George. Had a dance on the rim and fall.
That's a soft touch, man. He's just dancing with the basketball, knifing through the defense.
I'll tell you this, the Thunder defense right now is doing a good job of walling off the lane. Knowing that this Cleveland team does not like to take a lot of threes. Unlike what has turned into the NBA revolution is Paul George. With a burst of acceleration, got up to the rim and throws it down. Larry Nance. Another good defensive series down in the lane. Westbrook knocked it away. Here come the Thunder off the steal. The lob, Jeremy Grant yet again. Sky high off the impeccable delivery from Paul George.
And it comes out with great hustle by Russell Westbrook.
Thunder go 2 for 1. George, stutter step to the rim, left hand off the front. It's loose, George stayed with it and scores underneath.
You're right, and that's a good point. He stayed with it, didn't give up on it. The Thunder right now just continue to shoot shots. You're getting wide open looks, Russ. You like that shot, Russ, stepping into it, knocking down the three. Look very comfortable on that shot.
We should note that Jeremy Grant is turning into an excellent player at finding space underneath the free throw line. Now Paul George got behind everybody and makes them pay.
And how about Russell Westbrook just continuing to attack the glass?
Osman played defense on him, and another stop for the Thunder, who are on a 7-0 run. Almost midway through quarter number 3. George trying to turn the corner on Sexton, and does.
He took a lot of contact and was still had the focus to finish.
And now Paul George gets into the action. He's got 12 with that jumper. So it's a 12-point game here with 3 and change. George! That's the continuation.
You know,
playing with those 5 personal fouls.
That's right. We haven't seen a whole lot of them. I was about to say that, partner.
Larry Drew, of course, taking over for Tyronn Lue, who was fired after the 0-6 start for this Cavaliers team. They got off to such a slow start. There's another block added to the list.
Michael, block number 11 by Paul George. Transition three, splashes home.
Oh, that's just beautiful. I mean, Russ, you know, he's got eyes in the back of his head. He knew where Paul George was that entire fast break.
So got to be happy with the first 20 so far. As this Thunder team stuck to the game plan tonight. Solid defense, the offense will come, and ultimately, they not only did they catch the Cavaliers, but they blew by. The Thunder have enjoyed its time here at home, but the homestand wraps up tonight at Chesapeake Energy Arena. It's Game 4 as Oklahoma City welcomes the Atlanta Hawks, who are 5-17 on the season, and the Thunder 13-7. Tough contested mid-range shot. That's going to be an air ball by Prince. Here come the Thunder. George goes right at Dedmon, got to the rim. Adams the offensive rebound. Put back is good. And I gotta think that he's gonna have some success here tonight, Michael, against that front court of Atlanta.
And that's what you want to see, you know, here. High turnover out front.
George with the stop.
And anytime you turn the ball over that far away from the basket, live ball turnovers, you create your own offense. Paul George, steal, and the dunk.
Nice ball moving over to Abrinas, who cans the three. And that's got to feel good for Abrinas. He was 1 for his last 12 from downtown over the last 4 games. That one's got to feel good as he drains his first shot here tonight in his second consecutive start. George down the lane and the scoop layup. Well, we're going to have to see what the Thunder do as more and more teams try to take away the paint as Bazemore no good on that elbow jumper. He's coming off the bench now. Westbrook tried another lob. That time it got deflected, but Paul George is there. Westbrook reestablishes himself inbounds, and that missile pass from George right on time.
Well, Kent Bazemore took his time getting up. Russ says, well, you know what? I'm going to go a little bit faster. Step back into action. Got an easy layup. He throws it out. Another turnover. Thunder in transition.
Boy, Michael, they must have heard you a couple of minutes ago. I think that you said, what, pick up the pace?
Absolutely. Pick up the pace.
And George by himself doing the work over there.
Come on, man.
The drop.
He put him to sleep, man. You know, he's just watching something, you know, like a bug watching a light, you know, that little light, you just fall asleep, man.
Now Jeremy Grant. Well, he ran into all kinds of contact, but found the open man. It's Paul George. And another three for the Thunder. Starting to open it up here in the second quarter. But right back the other way, Paul George. He's got 2 in a row from downtown. And this time it's led. And what a block from behind by Jeremy Grant. He had 4 against Cleveland. Corner 3, George. That's good.
And that's great defense. I don't know how Jeremy Grant was able to block that shot without fouling Alex Len, but somehow he did it.
Time now to take a look at tonight's halftime leaders, driven by AAA Insurance. Paul George firing away in that second quarter. How about Alex Abrinas, a 3 there? Now Dennis Schroeder with 4 assists in that first half to lead the way for OKC. But a very successful homestand as the Thunder win 3 out of 4 thanks to a nice big win here over the Atlanta Hawks, 124-109.
And for the Thunder, Russell Westbrook with Terrence Ferguson in the backcourt. Paul George and Jeremy Grant and Steven Adams up front. Great inside scoop, no rebound, Steven Adams.
Good cut by Andre, but you certainly would like to see him power that when he's that close to the basket, much the way Adams just did.
Adams quickly to the rim, and we're tied at 2. Paul George looking for daylight, finds some, double clutch Glasser goes. Nice leaner there. Benny Johnson would have been proud of that.
Now, I don't think the Pistons will at all shy away from running the ball up the floor. If they got something, they'll go with it. They are at home, so you will encourage them to run, even though that is sort of to the strength of Oklahoma City. And it's important to do that when Blake Griffin has the basketball. Cut, make yourself available.
Paul George, the 3, and it's through. He called for it, and then he nailed it. Driving and scoring is Paul George.
They've got a good, sound defensive concept. If you're the Pistons, until things get better, you just want to stay under 10 if you're possible. Right now, it's bouncing back the deficit between 11 and 9.
Blake Griffin misses on the long gun. Rebound comes back to Blake. Taken away. Westbrook to Schroeder.
George, I don't know about you, but I think I see 6 Thunder defenders out there.
They got too many men on the floor, maybe.
I'm telling you.
Paul George with a triple. Paul George, Jeremy Grant. Nothing but net for Jeremy Grant. Stanley trying to overplay Paul George. George gets by him for a jam. It's now 80-54 on the Pistons home court. He's caught up Paul George. Westbrook against Brown. George turns, guns, gets it.
There's a guy who's 6'9", knows he's got a 6-footer on him, George. He's not going to play with it. He's not going to mess around. He's going to shoot over the top.
Luke to the paint. His pass back outside, picked off by Paul George. George with a drive and a scoop and a score.
You know, I know the Pistons knew that this was a good defensive team, George, but sometimes until you actually face it, you don't know how good, and they are very good. We're seeing it right here firsthand.
It is a crisp Wednesday night here in Brooklyn. We welcome you to Barclays Center. Tonight, it's a fashion face-off. Russell Westbrook going with the camouflage look, and D'Angelo Russell, hipster chic tonight. The Nets and the Oklahoma City Thunder, first of two meetings, and we've got it for you right here on Yes.
OKC coming off a 110-83 victory on Monday night in Detroit. They blew out the Pistons. They scored 37 points in the third quarter. Ferguson lets it fly, and he hits a three.
That typically is a shot you want Oklahoma City to take. They struggle from the three-point line, just over 31%, especially a guy like Terrence Ferguson. So not a good sign for the Nets if they start hitting those shots early.
Jump shot goes for Paul George. Another triple.
I'm still trying to figure out who this pace favors more. Obviously with Westbrook, if he can keep getting downhill and get to the free throw line, and for Paul George, but I don't know how much this pace kind of favors the Nets, as you see Coach Atkins calling a timeout.
George using the Adams screen. Westbrook, wide open look. Russell Westbrook, that's a tray. Beautiful fake by Dinwiddie. Grab, hot hand, doesn't go. Rebounded by Westbrook. Loops it ahead. George forcing the action for two. Now, we mentioned OKC's coming off the big win in Detroit on Monday night. They led that game by as many as 35 points. George. That's a three. Paul George pops from the corner. Russell with a three.
A lot of people don't know he auditioned for the role.
He did not.
Yes,
but it was not true.
But it was lost out because he obviously had a job and they were going to film during the winter.
George, will it count? It will. And a chance at a three-point play. Dinwiddie the blow-by. Can you bottle this? The Brooklyn Nets have 88 points with 4:10 to go in the third, and they lead by 21. Russell mismatch. Takes it around Adams, and he missed the lay-in.
There's definitely probably a bottle involved, but I think it might have been a New York night.
Count it, and a foul. Paul George, chance for three. Napier is in for the pull-up. And rebound, Carroll, swatted by Noel. Exceptional shot blocker. There's still 3 minutes to play in this third quarter. The lead is 18. It's been as large as 23. Westbrook, side rim. Westbrook forces his way in, and Davis takes the brunt of it. Does Oklahoma City have a run in them? Schroeder, ball fake. Nets will live with that, and Oklahoma City will take the bucket from Noel. Schroeder one-on-one with Russell. Pull-up jump is good. 95-80. Just about 2 minutes elapsed here in the fourth. Catch and shoot. Ferguson. That's a three. Allen misses on the inside. Ball knocked to the outside, and here's Westbrook. Ferguson rises up and misses it badly. Saved by Aquaman. Here's Adams. Drop step. Lays it in. And the lead is 14. George, the jumper is good. It's a three. It's 101-88. They have shaved 10 points off the largest lead of the night. And Paul George has 25 points, 9 rebounds. Dinwiddie, that's a three. Off the mark. Plenty of time left. 6:45 remaining. George feeling it. Paul George puts it in from long range. It's a 10-point game. Russell jumper. He cans it.
Way to silence the crowd, young fella. Take your time and find the matchup.
Adams can't get it to go. Adams is 0 of 5 from the free throw line. Now 1 of 6. 6 minutes to play in the fourth. George. Oh, he is smoking hot. Paul George from downtown. Dinwiddie drives. Ball was tipped and stolen by Grant. Ahead for George. Look out. Paul George. The layup goes. He wanted a foul call. And Russell Westbrook is now having some words for the official. The Thunder trying to get him out of there because he picked up a technical earlier. 33 for George, 11 in the fourth. Joe Harris taking it to the rack.
And good thing just for an easy look for the Nets, some ball movement. They only got off 6 field goal attempts in the fourth quarter.
Paul George soaring high for the Thunder. 35 for George. Russell a fend off against Schroeder. Drives past him, floats it up. Rebound, back tap to Westbrook. Westbrook accelerating. George gets around Dinwiddie. Corkscrews in for the bucket. The lead is down to 6. Crab fires. Misses from three-point territory. There's an OKC chant right now. George. Tapped out, Adams, George drives, he's fouled! A chance at a three-point play! The Thunder, they've turned the tide. The miss by George, but tracks it down. And George is playing angry. Foul before the shot. Nets are over the limit. And he will shoot a pair. George gets the roll on the second attempt. The Thunder are now 13 of 24 at the free throw line. Paul George has 40 points. Dinwiddie against Adams. The drive and slam. Spencer Dinwiddie taking matters into his own hands. Timeout, OKC. George makes the cut, kicks. The jumper is good. Jeremy Grant, a 3. Dinwiddie, the penetration and kick. Crab ball fake. Russell, bottom, it's a 3. 112 to 107, Brooklyn. George is fouled, the reach in by Crab. So 2 freebies here for Paul George. A dynamic score, and we've seen everything in the repertoire tonight. 112 to 109, Brooklyn. Harris makes a cut, leans, can't finish. George crosses. George flips it in. He put it over Jared Allen. It's a 1-point game with 1:40 to go. Now it's Grant defensively. Dinwiddie. Drive, kick. Shot clock winding down. Grant has to put it up. He stepped out of bounds. The Nets turned it over with 1:20 remaining on the clock. Russell one-on-one with Schroeder. 10 to shoot. Russell, jumper. Short. Allen. Back tap to Westbrook. And Billy Donovan takes a timeout with 8.1 on the clock. Schroeder, the trigger man, gets it in for Westbrook. 1-point game. Westbrook tosses. George, pump fake. 3 on the way. Yes! Paul George nails it. The Thunder go in front with 3 seconds to play. Paul George has come up huge for OKC. Timeout Nets.
And it was only a 1-point deficit for the Oklahoma City Thunder, but you saw the patience of George as Allen Crabbe ends up closing out on him hard. But watch the play. Comes into Russell Westbrook and just a quick slip there by Paul George over to the wing. Knocks down the 3-point shot for the Nets, though. You still have 3.1 seconds left, but Paul George wide open on that because both players had attacked Russell Westbrook with that handoff. But if you're the Nets, you still have time to draw up a play here and get off a good shot.
That is 47 points for Paul George. Jared Dudley knew it. The second George pump fake. Crabbe. trying to get it in. Gets it to Dudley. 2 seconds. One. Out of bounds. The Nets have it with .1. Joe Harris towards the rim. And it's over. The Thunder come all the way back. A fourth quarter collapse by Brooklyn. And it's 8 straight losses for the Nets. OKC. What a comeback. They win it 114 to 112. Nets got outscored 39 to 19 in the fourth quarter. Paul George sets a new Barclays Center record with 47 points.
You were just hitting threes. How'd that feel?
That felt better. I was a little too hot. I was heating up.
Well, yeah, we could see that. One short of your career high with 47. You were hitting threes, floaters, layups. Paul, what happened?
Man, I just got into a zone, got into a comfortable place. My guys, man, they was on my back as far as pushing me, telling me to keep going. I started off a little slow. They was behind me, man, and they told me to just keep going.
You guys had a timeout, and you hit the final three to put you guys ahead. What'd you guys talk about in that timeout, and what was the play call?
That was the play right there. Me to come up, slip out on Russ's screen, cause confusion. I was able to get free, knock the shot down.
You remember just a couple weeks ago, you guys got down by 19 to the Kings. Tonight, you were down by 23. It's the largest comeback in Thunder history. What's the difference even in the growth from a couple weeks ago?
We just learning. We're taking this game by game. We trying to get a feel from one another. We learning off one another. Every game ain't gonna be pretty as you saw tonight, but you know, if it's a whole group over here, it's all locked in on the same page. Regardless, we're gonna try to get the mission accomplished.
I don't think I've seen you guys do a mosh pit or a Gatorade bath, maybe ever. Where does this one rank for you?
This is a special night. Special night. We came together when we was down our backs against the wall. We showed who we are tonight.
Thanks, Pete. That was fun.
Ingles misfires on his first three-point attempt. Last night, Utah went 9 of 29 from three-point land, and a little twisting, turning bucket around Gobert by Adams.
And what do you get with Adams? Well, you get the bully ball. He's a tough fella down low. You get him that deep, there's not much you can do if you're Gobert. You got to battle him early.
20 pounds heavier than Rudy at 265. Gobert goes at 245. There is a steal by Paul George. Donovan gives chase and a quick 6-0 start. Timeout, Quinn Snyder.
Yep. You got to be careful with this team. They gamble. They're #1 in steals. Paul George, 2 steals a game.
Out it goes to Russ. They're playing two-man ball. Jumpers up and good. Paul George, a 6-point quarter. Turnover's an issue. The Jazz give it away. Paul George, reverse, lays it in.
So Paul George has 4 points just off turnovers. He's got 8 points overall, but half his points have come off easy layups.
Adams and George have combined for 15 of the Thunder 25. Tough shot over Crowder. Paul George.
It's a big one.
Westbrook back to work. George, quick shot for 3.
Quick release.
17.
It mentioned how well he is playing this year.
There's a turnover. Adams grabs it. Paul George front court. There's that downhill run that the Thunder do so well.
Yep.
And the finish on the other end. And Grant with back-to-back buckets. Quinn Snyder says enough. Timeout. Jazz are hoping the Thunder can cool a bit. Adams taps it out to Ferguson. George 3. Will you give him a second chance?
It's like a second putt, right? Let me do the putt again.
O'Neal picks up Paul George right to left. Takes a deep 3. Wow. Amazing shooting tonight. 24 for the former Fresno State Bulldog.
Can't do much about that.
Favors got a piece of that shot by Westbrook.
There's that offensive rebound again.
George.
Shooter's best friend. And now Paul George, 13 this quarter, thanks to Steven Adams' offensive board.
5 for 5 from downtown. George fires another 3. Fouled as he released. A free throw made here, Matt, will give Paul George 30.
Yeah, through 2.5 quarters.
A 16-point third. Adams inside.
Yeah, they're having their way now, boy. 20 points is the lead.
Another turnover through the hands of Mitchell. George up top, getting ugly. Grant.
That's 4 steals for Paul George.
He's number 3 in the league in that category. Came in with 52.
Joe Barry Carroll adorns the ticket stub tonight. 3 games in 4 over the holiday weekend. The Thunder in town. AD, a little strong and long.
Anyway, when you're throwing in a straight line, Bob, to your plate, it's going to be easy. You're throwing the pass ahead in the straight line. You've got to hit the man in his hand because you can't. He has no room to run to it. It's going to fly by him.
Durant facing on the other side.
Not many people with that kind of length gives him the advantage there to go to the other side from where he started.
This is a great matchup. Durant and Paul George. That is talent on talent. And George following in his own miss.
You're going to see Durant play a little defense tonight.
Iguodala from deep. The three-point line was brutal in San Antonio at 5 of 25. And it's just so in the Warriors' DNA. They have to hit threes. And Adams is just having a layup parade.
Yeah. Damian Jones tried to give help, and he got burned on it because he gave up his position.
Durant. Every time they get a switch, Jim, Stevie Adams can't get to Kevin. He couldn't get to Clay. KD is inhaling rebounds in the early going. He's got 6 here in the first quarter.
Stevie Adams again. He knows he's going to stay flat-footed, planted in the lane.
But it's great recognition. You're not going against George. You're not going against Jeremy Grant.
Durant on George. Switch. And too late to switch.
What a block by Kevin.
That's great D because...
And then the re-steal. And then Westbrook couldn't track it down. Now he does. Kind of a wild sequence. Schroeder thought about that 3, and there's the quickness. But he'll take the missed shot, and the Warriors have an opportunity. KD sensing a seam, and we had Jeremy Grant knocking away. Paul George going right to the rim.
See, he didn't rush. He did a little crossover, but just a little change of pace. There's the quickness. You see what I'm talking about?
Schroeder handed it to Looney.
Well, because Looney steps in. He just knows how to play.
And Damian Lee. There's Durant, and a good follow. Don't assume the layup. And Paul George missed that so badly, he banked in a 3.
You don't call it straight on.
That's, oh man, that's a little frustrating. That interchange ends up being a turnover.
Well, that's another steal. As I said, they get 11 a game. 11 steals.
George flips it in, draws the foul. And these last several minutes have been rough. A guy like Schroeder having a hot game, that's one thing, but there's the bailout guy is struggling. Kevin Durant, 5 of 10. The Warriors just trying to stay in contact. Westbrook, and you just said, he's going to come alive at some point, and now you're officially in trouble. Diallo blocking the Durant jumper. Went behind the back, and Paul George, look what I found.
He loses the ball, he's going to get an assist for it.
See Durant, 2 Thunder members moving, but he made it anyway. KD will not have to see Terrence Ferguson. He's out with a sprained ankle. Nice pass to Schroeder. Cycling in the corner. Diallo missing that 3. They can't get the rebound. And Paul George lays it in. And the offensive rebounding has destroyed the Warriors here. So Hamidou Diallo starts the second half after Terrence Ferguson hurt his ankle. And Kevin Durant drops in a 3, which is a nice beginning to the third. Quinn Cook, that one-handed pass.
So it takes time to wind it up.
Diallo gets the layup on the other end, and we check in with Karen Burke. Durant fouled. Diallo fouls him. KD hits the jumper. Damian Jones erasing the Westbrook. Damian Jones again. Back-to-back blocks for DJ. And George hitting a 3.
And he got hit on the noggin.
Iguodala knocked it away.
He beat him to the spot.
Adams inside, he's smothered.
Well, they're fortunate there. Damian Jones is looking to give help too soon and too far.
Grant seeing no double coming. George, pretty physical defense.
Right in the face of Kevin Durant.
George runs to the three-point line. Paul George, as I said, the last 4 games he's averaging 31. And he can play on both ends of the floor, and he's got 19, 8, and 5 tonight. Damian 3, right on the cue.
Man, how valuable does he become?
Durant rising and hitting. Kevin's got a double-double, and he may have to do it all tonight. Damian Lee, 3. That was kind of a, how hot am I? George loves that left wing.
Yes, he does, and he pulls up quickly.
3 threes from the same spot, basically. So PG-13 is getting it done for OKC, and they rebuild a 7-point lead. Good rotation by OKC. Durant better pass, Damian Lee. Reload 2, and he drops it down.
He's pretty reliable.
Damian Lee has 10 in 15 minutes. Lee 3. Durant come again. And Durant fouled in.
That should count.
Dropped it in.
It does.
Kevin with 25 on 10 of 19 shooting. Continues.
Might have gotten away with one there. They just let him play.
Tell you, with the knee and the ankle, what a move as Paul George flips it in. You know, Russell Westbrook does not look the same, Jim.
First of all, he's a little winded. He's not in shape, I could tell. He looked very, very winded coming down the floor that time. There you can see him breathing deeply. That's part of it.
Klay Thompson off iron.
He's trying to manage his play.
Cabarro, it's Durant with a block. And out of bounds still to OKC.
And KD got it just before it hit the glass.
Looking at the 17-8 Thunder, the best record in the West. They've won 5 of 6. Westbrook, Terrence Ferguson, George, Jeremy Grant, and Steven Adams, who we had a chance to talk with for about 15 minutes tonight. Absolutely hilarious. You'll get to hear some of that later. Paul George in the paint. Starts the game with a bucket.
This guy has been absolutely dynamic all year. Career highs and everything but scoring.
Andrew Harrison, who's barely played this year, is on the floor right now. They had to hoist that with about 4 on the timer. It must have hit the rim because the shot clock reset. But an empty possession. Now comes Paul George with a pull-up, and it's good. Second basket for George. Diallo in the paint. Missed it as George got out of the way. Didn't want to commit his 3rd foul. Alex Abrinas on the floor. George was trying to draw contact. There wasn't any, but he buried the shot anyway to give the Thunder the lead. George trying to either call timeout or get rid of the ball. Does. Schroeder gets free. Offensive rebound, Grant. George banks it in on Davis.
Wow. I mean, he absorbs a hit. He had funky English on that to kiss it off the window.
Short on that attempt.
Look at Paul George rebounding it consistently and then pushing the pace.
Schroeder not shy here from 3-point range.
How different does Oklahoma City look when they've got 3 playmakers on the floor?
Randall with the timer down to 6 drives on George, but can't finish off glass. George over Holiday, it's good, and he's in double figures now with 11.
You said coming on the telecast tonight, it might be playing the best basketball of his career. I would say yes, because I think he's playing the most well-rounded basketball of his career.
Here's George for a 3. It's good. His second triple. He's got 14 points, and that pulls the Thunder back within 4. Anthony Davis with the step back. Can't get that one. George now with 7 rebounds. Here's Westbrook on the attack.
But that's possible because Steven Adams posted up so hard, ran the floor.
Adams to George, got it, and 1.
How about Steven Adams? That's a touch pass from your center in a tight window.
Patterson corner 3, and he just can't seem to find that shooting stroke this year. Good hustle, though, by Westbrook. And an extra possession for OKC. Schroeder Nice kiss off glass.
Great decision. Just a great decision by Schroeder.
Davis for three. Rebound George. Ahead to Adams, running the floor with the Euro step and the finger roll. Holiday driving, and great defense there by both Grant and Adams. I think they both blocked that shot. Westbrook assertively into the paint, now brings it back out. Adams. Paul George sizing it up, hitting a three. 5-point game. 20 for Paul George. Westbrook, great play, coming over the top to get the steal, and the lay-in on the other end.
Send two to the ball, trap, turnover, quick bucket, exactly what you needed.
Holiday penetrates Westbrook, another great defensive play, got the strip. Ahead to George, driving on Frazier, scores and a foul.
But Steven Adams is the guy responsible for this.
To make it a 2-point game. And he's got 25 points. Paul George, no, and it's a good win for the Pelicans. 118-114 over Oklahoma City. Paul George kicks it out, and Grant for three. The most points that Oklahoma City's allowed in any quarter this year. Here's George for three. It's good with a second and a half remaining. Off the foot of Lyles. Great hustle. Westbrook diving on the floor.
You want to see your MVP candidate go to the wood, go to the deck right there. That's, oh, nice play. Nice Paul George.
Crossover and hit to make it a 6-point game. Here's Jokic. He's so dangerous here because he can shoot it or pass like that. What a play to Craig for the slam.
How about the eyes behind his head to know that the double team is coming, and I know my guy is going to cut.
Paul George comes right back with the hang and finish for his 9th point. George for three. His second triple of the night, 86th on the year, top 5 in the NBA. Craig the extra pass. Hernan Gomez for three.
It's good basketball right there. Swing, swing. You always hit the guy that's open no matter who it is.
George, what a shot. Paul George. Through contact, finishes off glass. A 3-point chance. George takes it strong, soars to the rim for the slam.
There he is. Joker made a business decision right there and let Paul George get an uncontested dunk.
He'll take the shot. It spins out, but look at Jokic. Gets to the rim for the offensive rebound and putback.
That's what I mean. They switched the pick and roll. Now you have a point guard on Jokic down there. If you're Denver's point guard, shoot the basketball. You're going to have an advantage at the rim for the rebound.
And if you're Paul George, take it to the rim, as he does again, and has 19 points now. George feeling it for three. Got it! His third triple. He's got 16 in the quarter, 22 for the game. 82-76, Denver up 6. 7 turnovers by the Nuggets in the third quarter. Paul George has scored 9 straight points now for the Thunder. He's got 24 on the night. It's a 4-point game. George with the blow by and gets it. That's 26 now for George. Grant, rhythm dribble. Paul George with the touch, put back, 28 points. Murray, off glass. Controlled by Grant. George, great play, penetrates. Can't get the bounce, but he'll go to the free throw line.
Paul George staying aggressive right here.
George, what a beautiful finish. Just to collect it was difficult, and they put it in. And this is the latest in a season that Denver has had the lead in the West since December of 1984. Fans filing their way into Chesapeake Arena here in downtown Oklahoma City as the Thunder look to get back on track and welcome the Los Angeles Clippers. Harris open in the corner, fires up the three. That one drops in. For Tobias Harris, he stormed out early on in the season, was the Western Conference Player of the Month in October, November. Now George finds Adams. Adams been living on that shot over the last couple of weeks, but George follows up the miss.
And that's a good play by Paul George because all the defense went to Steven Adams.
George on the hip of Harris. Doesn't matter. Paul George knocks it down.
The Clippers continue to rely on that three ball as Paul George answers with a three of his own. Paul George lines up another three ball.
And knocks down another three.
Absolutely. And there's that balance we're talking about. Thunder 14 points in the paint. Now have knocked 2 down from deep.
See what Paul George does here. And Thornwell's the defensive player. This time he gives it up. And Nerlens Noel knows exactly what to do with it.
Okay, so he can shoot. He can dribble. And he's got eagle eyes. And yes, he can throw a lob.
Cross-court pass over to Gallinari. Trying to split Jeremy Grant. Forced it up. Contact, no call. There's Paul George, stampedes ahead, wants the three, got the three. Third three of the game for the Thunder, 2 of them by George. Thunder stays down defensively. George gets behind the pack and soars for the flush. Slip pass into Adams. Trying to sidestep, Gallinari, he does successfully.
And you don't need to rush your shot. If you just watch Steven Adams, just take your time, put it in the bucket. You're not worried about Gallinari blocking the shot.
Grant catch fire three. That's going to miss wide left. Knew it as soon as he left it go, but now Grant got back defensively. Not only did he keep it from going to Gallinari, but he got it to George. Westbrook wide open three. That is good. His first shot of the game, and it's a good one. A three to push the lead up to 7. Paul George catch fire three. He stays on fire. Another three for Paul George. Nobody hotter in the NBA. George getting pressured in the backcourt by Bradley. Dips it down to Grant. Grant to the rim. Stays in the air long enough and got it up over Gortat. How did Terrence Ferguson know to step out like that? Is that the play or is that just a feel for the game? Speaking of feel for the basketball, another block and Adams in transition throws it down. Thunder with a 12-point lead. 4 minutes into this third quarter. George throws at a couple of defense players who are walled up. Doesn't matter. I'll tell you, Michael, we talked about it in the pregame. This Clippers team does not have the shot blockers inside. Gortat's not going to be that kind of guy. And that plays into the advantage for the Thunder. George dances. Paul George lighting it up from the outside. Tickles the twine again from downtown. George right down the pipe from downtown.
And that's another big basket by Paul George. We're starting to say that with regularity, folks. Push that lead out to the largest at 15.
What do you want to see here from this Thunder offense to try to close this game out? Well, anytime you give the ball to Paul George, good things happen. His first shot in the fourth quarter. He's exactly who you want taking shots to try to close this one out. Into Paul George. Immediately double team. The Clippers don't foul. Trying to get a 5-second call. Finally slipped it to Jeremy Grant, and that is going to do it. As George didn't panic despite the double team coming over. And just got that pass through into space.
He did a great job of just maintaining his cool.
And that'll do it. Scott's final shot. Ball inbounded. And it's the Thunder outlasting the Clippers to snap what was a 2-game losing skid. 10 days ago, the Thunder walked out of the Windy City with a surprise loss, but tonight, an opportunity to inflict some revenge on the Chicago Bulls, who visit Oklahoma City for the only time this season, as the Thunder look to wrap up this mini 2-game homestand with a sweep. It was marketed with the game-winning bucket at the United Center as Paul George lines up a three and knocks it down. And he has been on fire from downtown over the last 5 games, shooting almost 50%. There's a hard drive by Paul George, who goes right at the rookie. A crafty move there as Markkanen pinballs that one in and out. Adams got behind the defense, and George finds him open.
Well, you just can't run back slowly on Steven Adams in transition defense, because he'll outrun you.
Wouldn't have even been a review 10 years ago. It was Paul George. Tickles the twine.
No, 10 years ago, it's get off the floor.
Schroeder shuts off the baseline, forces that difficult one out of the hands of Payne.
That's good defense. Dennis Schroeder on ball. Steven Adams rim running again.
Deep catch, flips it up and in. Adams checks the paw on the way back down the floor. And now the steal. Thunder want to get out. Stepping into a three is George, and he buries it from the left wing. Paul George knocks it down. He's into double digits with 10, and just like that, the Thunder microwave a quick 7. Ball got into Dunn. Tough step back. And Westbrook another rebound. He's got 8 so far in this first half. Leaves it off to George. Thought about that 3. Instead, spins on Arcidiacono. And the knockdown for Paul George, who just looks so smooth out on the floor. We mentioned it against the Clippers. He's just seeing a massive bucket right now.
Well, I think you said the words, perfectly, just smooth. Diaco, man, he hits what side of the backboard?
I thought it was the top of the backboard, the way that it popped up. Did you say smooth? He calls his game deceptively quick. I don't know if that was a shot or a pass.
It was a pass, as Wendell Carter Jr. tried to get it over the top.
Uh-oh.
And that's going over the top right there. Russell Westbrook fighting the 7-footer inside.
George again, this time fires it to Adams, but it was a line drive. Adams keeps the possession alive. George. Everything that leaves the hands of Paul George, it's like old NBA jam. Paul George. See what he decides to do here already with 20 in the first half. Holiday, good defensive player on him.
You got the right guy with the basketball.
Got to the rim, counted in the foul. Adding to what has already been a superb first half.
Jackson has the assignment of Paul George. No Amon Shumpert, no Bogdan Bogdanovic. There's Grant, we're even. No Dennis Schroeder, no Raymond Felton for OKC. A 1-game suspension because of an altercation that occurred Monday night at home in the win against the Bulls. Adams has Cauley Stein pinned and scores. And there's Paul George. That's his first basket, and it's the first lead of the game for the Thunder.
Yeah, you can't let Paul George get hot. PG-13, he can get going quickly.
And again, Oklahoma City getting to the basket. Paul George now with 6. George lowers the shoulder, takes the bump, and draws the foul and scores the basket.
Well, he is a heady player, is Paul George. He understands angles, speed, change of speed right here. Sees a seam, gets inside, takes the bump, delivers with a kiss off the glass. Nicely done by Paul George.
10th in the NBA, and again, you normally would see Amon Shumpert on Paul George like we did in the first 2 meetings, and tonight the Kings have to figure out an answer to try to at least keep him in a human range, and by that I mean near his average. I'll tell you one thing, the Kings are not going to win this game if they don't do a better job of rebounding. They're just not.
Yeah, it is no mistake that this team is the #1 offensive rebounding team in the league. It's effort and energy.
Yep. Here's the kick out to Abrinas. 46-37, largest lead of the game for the Thunder. Ferguson, his 3 ball, and it's 55-43, and the lead is 12. Uh-oh, bad pass there. Turnover number 7. And here's a 3. And again, you said you're going to turn the ball over against this team, and they're going to score on you.
Yes, they are. #1 in the league in steals, as I mentioned. And if you're the Kings, you got to be careful right here, because closing out this first half, you need to get on a little bit of a run and keep it within striking distance.
Fox, the little runner. And it's Steven Adams. How about 13 rebounds already?
Man, he's the
real deal.
Yes, he is.
Kings are in trouble right now. Make no mistake about it.
He is the real deal, too.
Well, yeah, he has scored 17 here in the first half. Look at that, a 13-0 run. Paul George, 19.
That's PG-13, but let me tell you, he is R-rated.
Ferguson's 3, 74-54, and he now has 10. Let's see how Fox does on George. He blocked the shot earlier in this game, and he slaps it away there. And George regains and now has 21 points.
That is an all-league player right there, showing poise. Ball gets knocked, does not get bothered at all.
And they're not getting a stop there. That's Paul George making sure of that. He's got 23. Yeah, he's good.
Yes, he is.
No good. Another offensive rebound for Oklahoma City. Been the big difference in the game.
Yeah, Kings dodged a bullet right there. You give him 2 looks at it, he's probably going to hit the second one, Grant.
No disrespect to anyone else, but let's just call it the way it is. And there's Paul George with 30.
Woo! Man.
Williams is on the All-Star Paul George. Well, he's not on him anymore. The basket is good. He's got 32. That Paul George, woo, he is a dandy. And the Kings now are back down by 14. Paul George, 2 more for 36.
Man, he is fully healed, and it's good for Paul.
There's finally one for Patrick Patterson. And this game now getting out of hand. I'll tell you, Noel's played well since coming in on defense. That's what he does. He's blocked a couple shots. He's been a factor in the paint. And this guy has been a factor walking across the parking lot from the hotel. I mean, he's been unbelievable with 39. And a turnover. I'll tell you the one thing that the NBA better hope, and it's probably not going to happen because Russell Westbrook is in his 12th season. But if Russell Westbrook ever learns how to shoot from beyond the 3-point line,
don't forget about it.
Exactly right. That's not close from Williams. George, 2 more. He's got 43.
Wow, great pass by Russell Westbrook. Just looking up the floor, kicking it up, and Paul George knows exactly what to do with it.
That's only 16 assists tonight.
Kind of like the unis, Bowler. They almost like they talk before the game. It's like, you wear this, we'll wear this, and we'll look good together.
They look really good.
Especially on the court. I mean, this nice looking game.
Jazz give it away. Grant gets it back and puts it down with 2 hands. Jeremy Grant out of Syracuse.
And that is who they are. Very athletic team. They get up and down the court defensively. They're long. Grant going into the starting lineup this year has made a big, big difference.
Paul George, high floater.
And we talked about him coming into tonight with the rhythm, coming off that 43-point performance against Sacramento.
George goes for nearly 26 a night. Catch and shoot. Mitchell. Love that early shot. Donovan deep.
8-0 run. And Bowler, we know this from the Utah Jazz, watching them this year, is when they're making threes, they're a very, very difficult team to beat.
Grant answers. 7 quick points for Jeremy Grant. Loose ball. Trying to force it to Adams. Ricky to Donovan. Take it up, young fella. In traffic, and Paul George knocks it away from Mitchell. Inside the dish and the bucket. Grant gets it from Paul George.
That's a killer. That's a 4-point turnaround. Donovan needed to go in strong. Go up and imagine you're in the dunk contest and go at the rim.
George in the corner.
He is so good, Bowler, this year. He just takes advantage of every Jazz mistake.
Grant against Cephalosha. Throws it back out, reset. To Paul George. Westbrook spreads the floor. George slaps away the hand of O'Neal and a whistle.
He's playing as good a basketball as he's played his entire career. Bowler, he had MVP chance in OKC when we played him 10 days ago.
Here's George. Inside, takes a jumper up and over the top of Gobert.
Almost like a knuckleball shot. Sideways rotation, it doesn't matter. He can flat out fill it up.
George inside, off the glass. And that lead of 13 is gone. 52 apiece.
It was 8-0, then it was 8-2. Now it's 14-2 run for OKC.
Up top. And the Jazz have another opportunity missed right on top of the rim.
Rubio would have had that would have been a 10 assists for Rubio in 1 half.
George inside. Lays it in with the left hand. Nice pass. Rudy take it up. Ball stripped. Westbrook to George. 17 first half points and continues on now with a 3-ball 20 for the 9-year pro.
This guy, he's good. He was 8 of 10, 31 points the first matchup. And then tonight, 7 of 10 so far with 20.
Here's Paul George back inside of the big man. Rudy stands his ground, tries to get some space and scores it.
He's got the best hands in the business in his position at the center. Once it's locked in, that ball doesn't come out.
59% shooter. George runs inside on Gobert.
It's a big time move. Notice how he put his body into Gobert to eliminate him from trying to block the shot.
Skip pass out front. Too long by Grant. Crowder, the rebound, knocked down and away by Adams. Utah turns it over. Paul George, a free one.
That's a killer. That hurts you.
That's a practice shot, 26.
But it's a turnover.
George the rebound. Conley, front court. George fires up the 2. 28. George for 2. Donovan sets his feet for 3. Joe Ingles set to check back in.
I mean, you're flat out seeing some amazing athletes go at it tonight. And there's one of them right there.
30 for George. 30 points, 13 here in the third.
Wow, come on.
And Paul George on cue knocks down a 3 in front of the Jazz bench.
Just playing sky-high confident right now.
Now the Thunder now up by 4, their largest advantage. Crowder leaves it. Dante, good look. In and out. Paul George, the rebound, is 9th.
They're doing all this in the third quarter. Westbrook on the bench.
Korver tries to take on Adams, and the big fella goes in and scores.
17-2 run, Bowler. This is what you can't do. We've seen this a few times with the Jazz, are these long periods where they just have 4 or 5 minutes where they can't score.
Joe, high pass. Favors in traffic. Again off the rim.
Got to go dunk that one, Faze. Bowler, that's got to be, what, 3 missed.
And Paul George just looks at the front row.
3 missed
Joe
layups
Ingles
in this quarter for the Jazz, and then Paul George, 3 threes.
Ingles gives chase. Adams breaks free of Ricky on a
That's just a good play
switch.
Design. Great play design, Bowler. Because you got to have Gobert being up with Paul George being as hot as he is. Would freed up Adams at the rim.
George has the ball, pulls the trigger.
It's tough. There's a pick. Gobert's got a decision to make whether he come out on George or stay with Steven Adams. That
41.
time they gave up the mid-range.
41 on George.
Well, someone's got to help Joe.
Paul George, again the jumper.
It's just isolation. Listen, the guy's in his zone. He's his 3rd 40-point game this season, really in the last 10 games.
Rubio will inbound, guarded by Westbrook, gives him room. They go out front beyond the backcourt for Donovan. One-on-one, breaks open. Oh, he's blocked! Rudy has, and there's a foul. Donovan's down. Westbrook's done. That was his 6th. It's up high. He hits it.
Oh, he didn't want to miss it. Or he didn't want to make it.
That's it. That's it. Heartbreak. Heartbreak. 107-106. It's amazing how the ball bounces. You miss one, you don't want to make the second, and it goes home. The Jazz win the 4th quarter, but lose the game 107-106.
They fought back. They ended that quarter on a 9-1 run.
The Christmas spirit is in full effect, and for the Thunder here of late, the winning spirit has taken center stage thanks to a 4-game winning streak as the Thunder return home on the back end of a back-to-back to welcome in the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Taj Gibson just right around that free throw line. The soft touch isn't going to fall. And the rebound from Paul George. That hot hand. First shot of the game. Nothing but net for Paul George. Jones is able to get by George. Try to float it up. No good. Thunder want to get out and run. George on the step back. Continues to feel it. This time it's from downtown.
That's almost unfair. He's got a mismatch out there, and he just knows it the whole way. He's always under control. Step back 3.
Just so silky smooth for Paul George. Now Paul George, it's automatic at this point. Picking up where he left off from a night ago. 7 early here in the first quarter. George going to work on the rookie and gives him a free lesson.
You see him try to pull that chair? He said, fella, I'm averaging over 26 a game. I don't fall for that.
Saric floats it up. That bounces off the back of the rim as the Thunder inching closer up ahead. George soars and throws it down.
You want to see a fast break? Take a look at that one, folks, when we stop the action here.
This Thunder team is coming alive here midway through the second quarter. Thanks to Paul George. Some spirit ability here. Elevation by PG-13. Nobody can stop that. Get above the rim. Forcing Tom Thibodeau and the TWolves to take a timeout. Thunder inching closer with 7:10 to go in the second. George, catch fire three from the corner. That's good. Right in front of the Thunder bench. Another three, his second of the night.
Right now the energy level is picking up for the Thunder.
George got to the lane. Wiggins to the post. They tried to do this early on in the game. Now George staying with them, and Wiggins, that's just a good offensive move.
Nice move by him. His best move of the ball game.
How about Wiggins and Paul George? We got two guys that are feeling it, going back and forth. At 17 until George hits the turnaround. See what George decides to do. Has yet to score in the third, and that's not going to last very long. There's his first bucket.
Just probing the defense with the basketball, just seeing what's there.
Westbrook lines up the three. That one rattles home. And a big three for Russell Westbrook. His first three of the night, 8th of the night for the Thunder. Now trailed by 6 with just over 6 to go. Jang had it stripped on the way up. He thought he got fouled. George, the three. That's good. Back-to-back threes for the Thunder. George with 27. And a contested shot.
I thought Patterson tipped that shot.
George thought about the three. Backdoor cut. Westbrook left-handed in reverse, and he got it to go. What a feed from George. Slipped into the back door. Welcome to this fantastic matchup. Merry Christmas, and thank you for your service. And she's getting a great game here between the Timberwolves and the Thunder. One more for Paul George to make it a 2-point game, and he does.
Oh, it's a lot of time left. You're right, partner. Now that your stops.
George, that ties it at 104.
Well, I guess it didn't matter.
Might have been operating under the impression that the shot clock didn't reset.
Well, all bets are off now. It's a new ball game.
2-point game. Westbrook charging, banks it in, and we are tied at 108. Into the hands of Westbrook, and the Thunder can take the lead.
Well, Thunder in control right now. Just run a set piece, get some downhill action.
Westbrook, offensive rebound, Adams. Put back the reverse. He's good. Steven Adams. Offensive rebound. The putback and the lead. Towns underneath. Oh, what a block by Jeremy Grant. T-Wolves keep it. Saric three. Rattles in. And just like that, the T-Wolves regain the lead. 111-110. Westbrook to the rim, and the finish.
Now, if you're the Thunder right now, you want to put a lot of pressure on them, but not only allow any straight line drive to the bucket.
See how quickly Minnesota goes. Wiggins, bet by Grant, somehow spins it in. Andrew Wiggins, as the Timberwolves just continue to keep coming. And Billy Donovan calls a timeout with 14.3. Westbrook finds Abrines, open three, off the rim. Wiggins the rebound with 7.3. But 2 massive free throws here for Andrew Wiggins, who missed 2 on his last trip. And that makes it a 2-point game. This will make it a 3-point game if Wiggins knocks it down. Missed the second, and Schroeder came down for the rebound. George grabs it, and we get the timeout with 3.9. We get the ball inbounded. It's off George's hands initially. Tough contested shot. High off the backboard, no good. And that'll do it here in Oklahoma City.
Merry Christmas from Houston, Texas, and Toyota Center. The Rockets face the Thunder. Oklahoma City with the 3rd best record in the West. Houston starting to regain its winning form. The Rockets victorious in 6 of their last 7 games. Here's George in the paint, gets the first bucket of the game.
This hot play continues.
Paul George just 1 of 7 from the floor. And nice pass by George to Adams. Houston calls for time. James Harden 11 points so far, trying to shake Paul George. And ball's taken away by Schroeder, and he gives George a little Christmas gift after the D on the other end.
You've got two of the best steals guys in the league with Russell Westbrook and Paul George. They've got their largest lead and doing it the way their formula works. Turn you over, get in transition.
Paul George hits his 3rd basket.
How smooth is that? Just nice and easy.
Here's Paul George, just 3 for 10 from the floor. He'll try this 3-pointer, and he buries the bottom of the net.
He's made his last 3 shots, I believe, and that one, that side step 3, so good.
George drives, floats it up, and it goes in. He's in double figures now with 11.
Boy, we talk about the strength of Harden. That was strong.
House from the corner, takes it at the rim. And George with the board.
How about that challenge straight up from Paul George?
How about Steven Adams just blocking Harden's view? He's so wide, he just stood there.
Yep, but he does that a lot if you notice on their drives. Yeah. He's got a real knack for that.
Harden. And a turnover. George spots up for 3. Got it.
This guy's just too comfortable and confident from that spot.
Timer down to 4. And look how hard George has to work. You can understand George 6 of 15 on one end. He's got to check Harden on the other. Going to get a layup here, though. Westbrook, good look ahead.
Love the look ahead by Schroeder, and then the look up immediately to get Paul George that easy one.
George splashes home a step back 3.
Boy, oh boy, he just, is this his, listen, he's always been a tremendous scorer. Have you ever seen him this confident from 3?
No. Difference of about 5 seconds on the game in shot clocks. Schroeder with the kick out. Paul George off target. Got it back and puts it in.
They are a force on the offensive boards, creating second chance.
Harden tried to draw the foul on Schroeder, didn't get the call, and the Thunder take a 2-point lead. Schroeder got a hand up, and Harden couldn't hit. George, spot up 3, buries it. Westbrook hit him in stride.
You've got to identify Paul George. Like, he's been their best shooter.
They got to get it in. Paul George, catch and shoot. No good. Offensive rebound by Grant. And that's it. The Rockets have won 7 of 8. On November 10th, the Oklahoma City Thunder, whom the Mavs will see in each of the next 2 games, came to American Airlines Center. Luka Doncic led Dallas that night with 22 points, and for years, the Thunder have always had a difficult time containing J.J. Barea. That night was no different as Barea added 21. It was an impressive win for Dallas, ending at the time a 7-game win streak for the Thunder. They will see them on back-to-back nights now, the first of the 2 matchups between the Mavs and Oklahoma City Thunder and Dallas at American Airlines Center. Westbrook missed the first shot attempt of the game for the Thunder, who are playing for the first time since a 16-point road win against Phoenix on Friday night. Paul George in the lane, and the Thunder are on the board 58 seconds in.
Tell you what, for Paul George, the basket looks like an ocean right now, the way he's scoring the basketball.
Going at baseline, Luka, able to step around Paul George with a scoop to the hoop.
Does not disappoint.
Mid-range pull-up, Paul George.
He's so smooth, so under control. Could have attacked DeAndre that time, chose to take that pull-up jump shot.
They're capitalizing on turnovers, and here's another one. Here is another one, and it's Paul George.
That's what they do. The best skills team in the league. If you're careless with it, they're going to make you pay.
Here comes Dirk. Best game of the 7 that he's played was against the Pelicans on Friday night. Had the mouse in the house a couple of times, closed the trap. Harp, 11 points in 11 minutes.
He's slowly but surely getting it together. I mean, Dirk's going to make a contribution.
And so's Devin Harris. Bang! Right into the game, drills a 3. And with that, the Mavs have taken the lead by 1.
They have fought back.
Yeah, had a little rough patch there.
Yeah, looks like a different team right now.
Bench mob is helping to get it done as Paul George pulls the trigger and connects on a jumper. Score by Paul George.
Score is so easy.
I mean, I did not think the day was going to end with a Lorenzo Williams reference.
You didn't get the production from Paul on that?
Oh, Paul George.
And again, Marcus, it's the bounce passes that are too slow to get through the quickness of the defense by the Thunder.
Schroeder's going to get out of the way to give George one side of the floor to work against Cleveland and hits.
It's a good hit, but a good defensive job by Cleveland. He challenged his shot.
Nice. A look at done from DeAndre Jordan on the pass.
DeAndre Jordan's been dropping dimes all night and all year.
We're used to usually seeing that go the other way, but that time it's Jordan to Luka, and now Paul George has his first three-pointer in the game.
Hopefully that's not the start of something.
12-point advantage, 2 minutes to go, third quarter. George, fancy handles, jump shots on the money.
That's tough.
He's trying to give this team a lift right now.
Uh-oh, Paul George fouled in the act of shooting a three by Smith. George made the three that put him ahead. Now he drives and a foul.
What a smart play by Paul George, veteran guy. Been around for a while.
Looking to extend the lead to 3, and George does that. Has 8 points, Paul George does, and just over a minute of game action. Luka ducking around Paul George, has to give it up to Barnes.
He can get a bucket.
And he'll rise up. Couple of misses for Barnes after he had given Dallas the lead. 95-93. Oh, quick stop and pop three, Paul George.
Whoa.
1:58 left of the game. It's a 6-point Oklahoma City lead. 90 seconds to go in the game. ISO at the elbow, working on the bounce. Paul George over Barnes. That's good.
Tough. Again, big-time players make big-time plays in big moments.
Westbrook still looking Paul George's direction. Mavs are doing a good job denying. Luke is part of that. Barnes trying to stay in front of Westbrook. He'll rise up for a jumper. It's no good. Mavs have the rebound. Cleveland.
Push it.
Mavs only have one timeout. They don't take it. Dennis got a little loose with a dribble. Now here he is on the left side of the floor. Another drive. And a layup to go in front. 24.8 left. Dennis Smith Jr. gives the Mavs the lead. The Thunder take a timeout. Westbrook receives the inbounds pass. Going to Steven Adams. He immediately gave it up. Westbrook, a little space on the baseline. Outside to Paul George. Smith defending. 10 seconds on the shot clock. There's just a 1 second difference. George looking for some avenue to go. A step back from the elbow. No good! DeAndre with a rebound with 2 seconds left in the game.
Give DSJ a lot of credit.
The month of December started with Dallas beating the Clippers at home when Smith made that great play against Tobias Harris. But the month of December end with Dallas's defense by Dennis Smith Jr. being a crucial part of it. 1 of 2 on the line. The Thunder can tie with a 2 or win with a 3 when we come back. John Goble will give the ball to Dennis Schroeder. He's got to throw it around DeAndre Jordan. He does. Westbrook double pumps in the corner, and it's no good. It's all over. Dallas has won the game. 105-103.
A very happy New Year's Eve to all, as tonight we close out the books on 2018. And for the Thunder, wrapping up this year with another game against the Dallas Mavericks. The back end of a back-to-back tonight as the venue shifts to Chesapeake Energy Arena here in Oklahoma City.
Ferguson back in the lineup, back in the starting 5, so the traditional starting 5 for Billy Donovan. As he's guarding Wesley Matthews. Matthews missed the game also. The players that were not featured. A little turnaround shot, no good. George spins and floats it up and in.
And he's still in attack mode. I love that because you know he can shoot the 3. Kind of set Luka Doncic up, and watch out. Here we go.
George. All the way up and over.
That's how he is. Before you can talk about one move, he's doing something else. That's not offense, that's defense. Back-to-back Paul George.
There's another interception by Paul George. Had a couple last night. Westbrook, boy, it looked like he had an angle to the rim. Instead, the ball comes back out to the perimeter, and Paul George splashes home the three. George open on the catch-fire three, and another one for Paul George. And nothing but net.
Nice.
That's going to count for Paul George.
Again, what you see from this Thunder team is a conscious effort to attack the rim and not bail the Mavericks out by shooting long jump shots.
George got off to such a hot start in that first quarter. Maybe get something going here in the third with that bucket.
And just using his size. Every time he took a dribble, he backed him down, AD, until all of a sudden he was the tallest guy at the rim.
Right now it's Harrison Barnes keeping the Mavericks in this one thanks to some hot shooting from three-point land. And Paul George passed up the three, instead drove to the rim.
And I like that. You remember coming out of a set piece, a timeout, you draw a play, and you get a bucket.
We welcome you to downtown Los Angeles, second game of our Wednesday night NBA doubleheader. The Christmas spirit still in style here at the Staples Center. It's the Lakers and the Thunder. Ingram kicks it out. Lonzo Ball wide open.
That's good offense by the Lakers. So good at pushing the basketball and forcing the pace. Wound up with a high percentage shot. Unfortunately, Ball couldn't knock it down.
George gets the bounce. Luke Walton thought that George pushed off. Lakers here at home, 13-6. Boy, Kuzma left wide open, can't hit the three. Good looks from three, nothing going down, and that one misses. Quick outlet ahead to George. George gets past Hart, takes his time, lays it up and in for his second field goal.
These fans know it doesn't bother Paul George that they're booing him.
When you played, did you hear the boos? Not that you ever got booed.
Oh, I got booed and I heard them, even from our hometown.
I was being sarcastic. Well, this was the pregame introductions. Again, his first game here this season.
It doesn't matter, Mike. It's not like these fans gave him a standing ovation when he was in Indiana or when he was with the Thunder last year. He's a max player.
George jumper is good. 6 points for Paul George. McGee, offensive rebound, doesn't even have to jump, flips it up and in. Double figures for JaVale McGee. George. Methodical but effective move there. And George has 8 points. Bad pass stolen by Westbrook. Westbrook measures, throws it up for Paul George. Good unselfish play for his 6th assist. Stevenson launches a three. George catches, George drives, nice step, bank shot is good. Pretty play from Paul George.
The Lakers got to do a better job of sprinting back in transition. The mindset of the Thunder right now is pushing the basketball, and they're getting good offense off of changing the pace.
George well beyond the arc, that's a three. His first three-pointer, and Paul George starting to catch fire. Stevenson all over George. Finally draws the foul, shot's good, and one.
And those two guys are good friends and play a lot of video games together while they're on the road against each other.
Teammates with the Pacers. A lot of playoff battles together in Indiana.
I'm sure a lot of practice battles also. And how about Westbrook playing the guitar? Anything you can do, I can do better.
And you saw Stevenson looking at him too.
Now I was talking to Luke Walton before the game about Russell Westbrook averaging a triple-double and what he does every single night. And Luke Walton as a coach, and more importantly as a former player, just gave tremendous respect and appreciation for Russell Westbrook and the impact that he's had on the game.
Meanwhile, we just received Lakers can ill afford to lose another key player. Already without James, already without Rondo. McGee! How about that footwork for JaVale McGee? George for three. We're tied again.
He is so crafty with the basketball. You can't try to gamble because there's a price to pay.
George, double clutch. It was almost like a pass to himself.
Guy has tremendous instinct.
Paul George easily gets to the basket. Meanwhile, OKC's missed their last 10 shots, and that streak ends as George nails it. Another 30-point game for Paul George.
Beautiful step back with the strong hand, the ability to knock down that shot. That's a move you work on before, after games, and even on days off.
Again, no Kyle Kuzma. Lower back contusion. Happened in the first half, has not played in the second half. Ingram jumper. Way off. George tips it to Grant.
You look at this lineup, you say, where does the scoring come from? In the half court. You're the Thunder, make this Laker team play half court out.
George to the rim, lays it up and in. 32 for Paul George. Back-to-back big buckets. Feed inside to George. Double team. Chandler got a piece of it, but a foul. George throws it up, and Adams throws it down. The lead is 7, largest lead of the game by either team.
I like that, putting the Laker bigs in the pick and roll action. Paul George making the right decision to a diving Adams. Look at Paul George too, Mike.
Oh, beautiful pass, and George with the slam. George now with 9 of his 37 here in the fourth.
And people forget this guy had a career-threatening injury and has bounced back.
Yep.
Both the Blazers and Thunder have won 2 straight, 3 of 4 and 7 of 10 entering tonight. Russell Westbrook averaging a triple-double for the 3rd straight year. Paul George career highs in scoring, rebounding, and steals. And Damian Lillard 8th in the NBA in scoring and coming off a terrific December. Lillard was going backdoor and Nurkic threw it away.
He's been passing the ball so well over the last 4 games. I think it's in his nature to want to share it.
Catch and shoot 3 by Paul George, his 120th triple, good for 5th in the league. And Doris, as George misses that one, you know, speaking of not listening to the outside noise, he did a good job handling that in LA on Wednesday when, as he drills a 3, obviously the Laker fans were upset that he didn't choose to even talk to Los Angeles when he was a free agent. Here's McCollum looking for his first points. In and out. And Adams able to block out Nurkic. George so smooth with the handle, spinning, and fouled by Harkless. His first. Some high-level offense right now. Just the skill of guys like Paul George, Lillard, Westbrook. George falling away right on cue. Hacked by Turner, and a 3-point opportunity. Lillard kicks it out. Here's Curry for 3. No good. He's 0 for 3 from the floor. Patrick Patterson able to get the shooter's bounce, although he hasn't shot it well this year. George, great step through, drawing another foul. Already been to the line 5 times. Paul George taking it to the rim and getting it to drop as he hits the deck. Westbrook had made 13 of 16 free throws his last 2 games coming into tonight. Went 1 of 2 on that last trip. George, man, just hangs forever and then banks it in.
I'll tell you what's unusual. You have a Portland team that's really sharing the basketball. The number of assists for this team already, I believe they might have 18 and a half.
George scores again, giving him 23, and it's a 1-point game. First returns on All-Star voting. Paul George, who just made that shot, is 4th, or make that 5th among forwards. How about Luka Doncic coming in 2nd behind LeBron in the West among forwards? As George nails a 3. Oklahoma City hasn't won here since 2014. When Kevin Durant went for 36. Lillard steps inside the arc, can't connect, and George with the rebound. Lob for Adams, who again was running the floor.
Boy, it can happen quick with the Oklahoma City Thunder. They've got some speed, and this is why running the floor is so important. You know, where Brett says by a mile, lately on my mind is the growth of a team, the cohesion and ability to share in somebody else's success. To communicate candidly, to coexist, playing together by a long shot is what's always on my mind. So Paul George, beautiful shot.
As Paul George smokes the rim on another one, he's got 34 points. Aminu puts it in. It will not count. Wouldn't have mattered anyway. This is a big win for Oklahoma City on the road. On the first Sunday of January, the Thunder get a welcome sight here in Oklahoma City. Chesapeake Energy Arena, a place they haven't seen a whole lot of over the last month and a half, as the Thunder return home to welcome the Washington Wizards, closing out this season series. And now Adams with the steal on the baseline.
He took out a cameraman, but that's okay.
George got by Ariza and elevates. Nice pass, better cut, even better finish by George on the back door. George, nifty move, finds his open man. It's Westbrook, rattles that one home right from the corner.
That looked like a lot of walk that time by Jeff Green. Didn't matter. Thunder were able to recover. Missed shot. Sadurinsky. Thunder in transition again.
Why not keep feeding the big fella inside as he just keeps feasting down low?
And you know, that's Steven Adams basketball. It doesn't matter if it's a 7'3" guy or a 6'8". That's just how he plays, and that's why you love him, folks.
Back outside, short on that three, and another rebound for Patterson.
Good job by Russ. Close out hard on Trevor Ariza just to let him know he's coming at him.
George drives, took a bump on the arm, and it's going to drop in for the and one. Well, it has been so fun to watch Paul George operate here. That time, not the score, but the assist man to Steven Adams. A couple of all-star candidates right there connecting on the high-octane play.
Henry is forced into a tough shot by Steven Adams. And the defensive numbers are pretty solid.
Automatic for Paul George as he was able to step into that three.
And the Thunder just creeping back in it now.
George, another one from downtown. He's got 15 here in the first half. George launches and knocks it down. Paul George, another tray as he drains the three, his third of the night. See what George decides to do. Westbrook, high arching three. That one drops in.
So you match 3 for 3.
And Terrence Ferguson with maybe the toughest assignment on the night.
And that's good defense. That's actually excellent defense without fouling. The best he could do is a step back three. Bradley Beal with a hand in his face.
George, that's all in fluid motion, like poetry. Paul George with the beautiful shot. Karl Anthony Towns, this is what he likes to do. He can play outside, inside. With the shot clock dwindling, Wiggins has to fire it up, and it's good. That is a deep two for Andrew Wiggins, who is playing with a ton of confidence coming into this game.
And that was good defense, and you like that. If you're going to force the Timberwolves deep into the shot clock and a tough shot like that, I doubt if Wiggins will be able to make that all night.
George off the feed from Westbrook, bangs it home from downtown.
And that's a better play for the Thunder. You know, in rhythm, already early, collapsing the defense by Russell Westbrook, kicking out to a shooter. The recipient, Paul George. How many times have we seen that?
Gibson. That is off iron. Here's Ferguson, who throws on the Jets, and they're going to get Taj for the foul in transition. And there was no way that Taj Gibson was going to be able to slow down that fast break. The one-man fast break as Ferguson turned that rebound into an offensive opportunity.
See, another long rebound, and you got to get that. You know why? Because it creates that type of opportunity. The last possession, the Thunder wasn't able to recover that. Man, look at the stretch by Terrence Ferguson on that. Man, look like he jumped off a trampoline.
Probably the third possession so far that Minnesota's been able to capitalize, even though the shot clock was winding down. Is Paul George, a nifty move, spun it home.
He took contact on that play as well.
Did George keep it alive? He does. Down low, banks it in.
That extra bounce. It wasn't there on Sunday night, but it's here tonight.
Paul George in the corner. He'll try to line up the three, and he does. Second three of the night for George. He's the first Thunder player into double digits tonight with 12. Closing minutes of the first half. He missed three out of the hands of Jang.
And defending now. That shooting percentage is starting to come down a little bit for the Timberwolves.
George slides across the lane and got it to drop in. And just like that, it's a two-point game.
Minnesota's led by as many as 13, but the Thunder battling back here with 7 consecutive late in this second quarter. See if the Thunder go 2 for 1. George comes right back down again and drains it from three-point land. Towns for Minnesota on the bench. There's an air ball by Okogie.
It's good defense by Terrence Ferguson.
Ferguson follows his own miss. George lines it up and knocks it down. And the Thunder back on top. George faked right, went left, and uses the rim to perfection so nobody can come up and block the shot.
And you still look at that defensive look. There's a lot of contact on that play.
George springs free, and he comes back and knocks it down from 3.
Well, we got a ball game on our hand now. A lot of good things is happening for both teams on the offensive end. Right now, the Thunder just needs to continue to string together stops.
Boy, it got tipped up, and how about the Thunder coming out with the basketball? Westbrook gives OKC the lead with his first 3 of the night. Oh, my! Gonna find a way to slow down this duo for Wiggins and Towns. Wiggins with the basketball in his hands. Takes the pull-up jumper and buries it.
That's a tough shot, man.
Saric for 3. And Schroeder comes down to help out the boards.
And a good defense. He was Thunder right now. You got plenty of time here.
And Westbrook comes right back down, takes that chance on the mid-range, and sticks it. Thunder with a 1-point lead thanks to the jump shot by Russell Westbrook. Wiggins cutting across the lane. Missed the push shot. Offensive rebound. Saric out for the 3. That rims out. Another offensive rebound and the foul on Wiggins. The former #1 overall pick out of Kansas. And that gives Minnesota the 1-point lead. Wiggins trying to turn the corner on George. Outside Okogie. That 3 is good. And Minnesota, just like that, makes it a 2-possession game. With 26.8 as Billy Donovan calls a timeout. Got to get a bucket somehow. George for 3. Too strong. Westbrook got fouled on the rebound attempt. Second one is good for Westbrook, who's now got 25 in the game. Ball inbounded to Jones. Jones not fouled immediately. They give him a double team. And then we get a traveling call.
And I was about to say, he's got 8 seconds to get that ball over the floor. But he committed to cardinal sin. May have panicked a little bit in the backcourt and walked with the basketball.
Schroeder lobs it into the backcourt to Westbrook. Want to make a move quick. Westbrook down low. Now in the corner. Off the dribble to 3. Offensive rebound, Adams. Westbrook with 4. Off the dribble 3. No good. The follow. George cutting midair. No good. And the Minnesota Timberwolves, for the second time this season, take down Oklahoma City in Chesapeake Arena.
Thunder coming in #3 in the Western Conference right now. Boy, is it bunched up. 5.5 games separate teams 1 through 8. George with 2 to fire. Nice shot along 2.
Paul George and Russell Westbrook share a lot of the load for the Thunder. Russ told me you cannot win without trust. Paul George told me I think Russ understands what he has around him. He understands it's hard to do alone. I told Russ, I'm here to help you shoulder this. And with Russ struggling a bit with his shooting percentage, Paul George told me he does feel a responsibility to score. Paul said Russ tells him all game long, I need you to be aggressive and attack.
Here's a drive. It's Paul George, that mid-range shot.
Paul George created the contact into DeRozan. That's just a tough shot.
Oklahoma City, Reggie, is in the top 5 in all the easy point categories. Points off turnovers, points in the paint, fast break, second chance points. Tonight, San Antonio is beating them in every category where usually the Thunder thrive. 2:04 to play in the second quarter. George around the Adams screen and into Gasol.
Too easy. Too easy for Paul George.
Powell picked up his first. George with a three. Puts it up and in. 38% three-point shooter is Paul George.
Good 5-point play there.
Yep.
By Paul George alone.
Aldridge with 20. And at the other end, Paul George just hit his 18th point. Westbrook. George. Long two. DeRozan was trying to whack it away. 20 for George. Schroeder. And George for three. Paul George, it was. You're right.
So smooth. 23 now on the evening for PG.
White splits the D, hounded by Westbrook in the fadeaway.
Talk about growing up on the job. Derek White going against a former MVP, knocking down a big shot.
It's DeRozan setting up with a 20-footer. It's caught by Westbrook. On the move through traffic. It's Schroeder. Back out Westbrook. Fakes the three. Here's a three outside. Ferguson knocks it down again. Terrence Ferguson. 7 of 8 on threes. Ties the game at 126. White shot clock at 6. A three. Timeout Thunder. Westbrook the drive. And the deuce.
They elected to give him up the 2. Now you got to foul quickly here.
Timeout, San Antonio.
Well, that's a smart timeout because now you can advance the basketball as well.
DeRozan, Aldridge, Mills, White, and Bellinelli, the 5 out there for San Antonio. And a quick foul.
Now they're going to take a review of this because the foul's going to be on Ferguson. Was the ball in the air yet? Because if the ball was still out of bounds, not only will this be free throws, but it'll also be possession as well. What a night. What a night for LA.
43.
This is going to be the same play here for the Spurs with White going all the way to the back and trying to get the ball to Bellinelli. There's the steal.
It's picked up by George off to Schroeder, and White may have reached him before he got in.
And that was the foul to give. And they're going to take a look at this. Was this a breakaway? Paul George has to touch the basketball here.
Westbrook up and high, and down it goes on a great feed, and Grant puts it in. Westbrook comes up with the assist, his 21st, and we are tied at 130. 5.6 to go. It's DeRozan off George. Overtime.
You couldn't have asked for a better look from a guy who is the king of the mid-range shot.
White once again.
How are they going to stop LA when he's this low?
He's got 43 and now 45. This matches a career high for the 6-time All-Star, LaMarcus Aldridge. We've tried to find out from Oklahoma City with the 3 right here by George.
Oh, man, we are seeing some shots tonight, people.
Roz went over there and tried to hit it by White. Wow, what a scoop, and he puts it up and in. Pretty play by Derek White, the second-year player from Colorado.
19 points for White.
It's Aldridge. It's up and down, 47.
New career high right there.
Oh, they got Grant way out there on Mills with a screen and a switch. Shot clock gets down to 4. 3. It's into Adams. And an easy toss against the glass for 2 in a 2-point game. LaMarcus Aldridge.
You got to be kidding me.
49 points for LaMarcus Aldridge.
How you want it, where you want it.
3 of 3 in overtime. Into Grant, bumping into White, over Aldridge, and he gets it to go. A new career high for Jeremy Grant. 24 points, Aldridge. George.
Drag action.
A 3 for the lead. Westbrook volleyballs it away and keeps it alive. He'll make the move. Outside, look out for Adams! Like a runaway freight train ties the game at 141. DeRozan against George. DeRozan picked up by Westbrook, flings it the other way. And out of bounds, and a timeout was taken. A timeout was taken by Oklahoma City. Jakob Poeltl will inbound. Will be defending the inbound from Westbrook. It's inside. And that'll be overtime number 2 upon us. Here's Grant. Aldridge there. Knocks it away. 4 block shots for LaMarcus. Aldridge with the knock away. Gets it inside. Beautiful feed. Falls to Aldridge. He's got 51.
Welcome to the 50 club, Mr. Aldridge.
Here comes George snaking his way into Aldridge. Got it to go. Big shot by George.
We got a technical foul, too. Oh, wow. I mean, there's a little bit of contact, but you got to let him react a little bit.
San Antonio 16 threes. Thunder 15. White made the move. The defense fell, and up and down it goes. It's Westbrook outside, who's 11 and 21. Rebound by LaMarcus Aldridge, who collects number 7. Shot clock at 6 for LaMarcus Aldridge. The bump into Grant. The feed inside to Rosen. What a cut and what a feed. Outside, George. Westbrook sees an opening outside. Ferguson, 3, no. Rebound inside. Hauled down by Grant. At the line is Grant. Mills picked up his 4th. It's Aldridge with 52. Rebound with George corralling it inside. Number 8 with his 28. And the other way he comes, meeting DeRozan, going up on a move and foul. Big ones. 2-point game. It's White getting a screen. The pesky defensive Schroeder inside Aldridge. Doubled and knocked away. Grant was there. Westbrook was there. And a foul with 9 on the shot clock and 25 on the game clock. 14 of 14. LaMarcus Aldridge. The San Antonio Spurs have made their last 21 consecutive free throws. In these 2 overtimes, 9 of 9. There is a 3. George hits with 11 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is going to be and 1. The 3 counts by George, sending Adams, who was fouled by DeMar DeRozan, to the free throw line.
The foul here. It is Oklahoma City's basketball on the side, 12.3 on the game clock.
After review of the video replay, it has been determined that the foul occurred prior to the upward.
Wow, what a huge call right there. Huge call.
Adams is setting the screen. His free throw is up and in. And tonight, 3 of 3 from the line with his 19 points and a bad wheel. Outside, it's a 3 and it's off by George and picked up by White. Zit in double overtime. San Antonio prevails. What a historic game. Aldridge wants the ball. And why not? 56 points.
On Thursday night, 2 of the West's best went blow for blow in a double overtime thriller as the venue shifts tonight to Oklahoma City. As it's the 3 seed in the Western Conference, the Oklahoma City Thunder taking on the 6 seed in the San Antonio Spurs. It's the encore and round 2 coming up here from Oklahoma City.
They don't shoot a whole lot of threes. That's what's deceiving about them. They took 19 the other night, but they made 16. And they're also the #1 free throw shooting team in the league as well. So you don't want to put them on that line, which I thought the Thunder did a decent job last time these 2 teams met down in San Antonio.
Very selective as George goes right after the rim, right at Paul Gasol, and scores the bucket. Right? Got away with the travel. He got away with nowhere to go.
Yeah, he got away with 2 travels. He traveled on that first initial play.
And Aldridge, just before the buzzer, was able to get it up.
And I think, 19,000 agree with me.
George takes the bump. Are they going to give him the continuation? They will. Counted in the foul. DeMar DeRozan, of course, has spent First 9 years of his career in Toronto. Might be the first Spurs player ever to average 25 and 5. He's put together a great year. George got behind him there, and an easy stuff.
And you know what? The Thunder was just saying, all right, whatever you try to do, we can do it right back. A little post-up pass over the top.
George right across the baseline, and Ferguson again drains the triple. Russell Westbrook with the 7 rebounds and 4 assists, now getting out after the steal and the finish at the rim. Exactly what you were talking about, Michael, at halftime in the Thunder, getting those turnovers and pushing the pace. George passed out of an open lane. This time, White, a little too strong on the 3. Rebound out to Adams. George left open. He dials it up from downtown. And George snatches that one away with 2 hands.
And now you want to play with pace. Don't allow the Spurs to set up their defense.
Again for the lead. And George gives the Thunder the lead. 64-63. Forces the steal on DeRozan. Thunder with numbers. 3 on 2. Westbrook charges all the way up to the cup and scores. As he continues to stare down Tony Brown. Thought he was fouled on the shot. DeRozan trying to drive on Patterson. Good defense. Forbes off the dribble. Tough shot in the way. No good. And the Thunder got time. Does George recognize it? Sends it up the floor to Schroeder. 3. Now 1. Schroeder all the way with the left hand. Scoops and scores.
The tip, won by Steven Adams. And OKC, the Thunder, come in after a Saturday victory over San Antonio. 26 up and 16 down after the 0-4 start. Paul George steps back and politely drills a 3-pointer.
Well, he likes when a big switch on him. You know, he has the ability to create his own offense.
Paul George shakes Herter and delivers. 5 points for Paul George. Ray Young from deep was 1 for 5 on threes Sunday against the Bucks. Hits this one to put the Hawks in front. Paul George with more contact down the way to the hole. Rejected by Patrick Patterson. And Paul George is going back to the foul line.
He's just looking to attack. You know, if he gets you backpedaling, he's going straight to the basket.
John Collins is there to tip it home. He is putting on a show, one that Billy Donovan is not enjoying. Paul George for 3.
It looked like a lob to me. I don't know if that was a shot.
First quarter, we gave up a lot of rolls to them, a lot of dunks. Half of their points was in the paint. So we want to force those skips. We want to crowd the paint. We fouled a little bit too much in the first quarter. I think they shot like 15 free throws, but we did a better job. In the second quarter, they only shot 1 free throw. So
another big key in that second quarter explosion was the fact that Atlanta did not turn the ball over that much. Paul George hits a 3. Paul George, nice crossover. Adams goes up, connects, and that's going to be a 4th foul on Alex Len. They do turn it over here. OKC is right in this ball game. Vince Carter fouling Paul George. Vince, and a steal by Paul George.
Well, these guys are so good with their hands.
Schroeder nails a 3-pointer. And Atlanta's going to take another timeout. 121-109. Paul George from the corner with Hamilton there, and it's a 3. 21 for Paul. Right, backs it out. 6-5. Adams outlets to Paul George. Drills the 3. Timeout Atlanta. Down to 9. The final rebound goes to Hamilton. The horn sounds, and Atlanta has an impressive win over Billy Donovan's OKC Thunder.
We welcome you to Game 2 of our Thursday night doubleheader. We're at Chesapeake Energy Arena in Oklahoma City. Better than 18,000 making their way in for this, the 344th consecutive sellout. the NBA on TNT, being presented by State Farm. It's the Los Angeles Lakers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Oklahoma City with points off turnovers, which is their specialty, a 9-0 advantage. They can do it again right here, and they do. A three-pointer from George off that Laker turnover. Succeed with offensive rebounding. They lead the NBA, 12 a game. In that department, their third and second chance. Here's Westbrook with the standing one-hander. So that's a three-pointer for Russell Westbrook. George gets the roll. Patrick Patterson has come out here for OKC, as has Abdul Nader, three-year man from Iowa State, former Boston Celtic. Off the rebound, it's kept alive. George for three. Kuzma with the Euro step, but not able to finish.
Yeah, Kuzma had that back. He would pass that one and see Westbrook hit that three outside the corner.
Luke Walton was in trouble with the possibility of a midseason change. This is Paul George from downtown, but Lakers owner Jimmy Buss reportedly was against such a move. Even Kobe Bryant tweeted, "Relax," and referred to all the injuries and the fact that the Lakers have been playing pretty well. Warriors went 39-4 under Luke Walton. There's another three for Terrence Ferguson, who has been on fire. 3 minutes left in the half. Paul George now with 14 points. George punching it to the corner, and Ferguson does it again. Another three-pointer, Terrence Ferguson. Marv Albert, Chris Webber, Ali LaForce. Westbrook hits from downtown, so he's hitting the three. That is his third from three-point land. Here's George. Here's Paul George with the angle shot. He now has 16 points. Back tap by Adams, so they keep it alive. George for the deep three. Yes! George, last counts as the foul. He got the call. He was able to gather it, get it off as he was fouled.
Look at that Laker bench taking responsibility. And George taking responsibility for the starters, but Laker bench 38 points.
Schroeder passed on a three, hits the two. The Lakers with a 108-105. Lead with just under 6 to go here in the fourth quarter. Adams on the
Okay, that's reminiscent of Dr. J going up on one. Well, not like that, but good move by the big fella.
15-11 for Steven Adams. Kyler got a fadeaway. Here comes Westbrook. Westbrook accelerates. Westbrook too strong off glass, but George keeps it alive. Westbrook challenged to shoot the three. Hits. Hart gave him the room, and Westbrook said, "I'll take it." Lakers up by 3. Here's Westbrook. They got to go for a three. Here it is. But he was fouled. He'll go to the line from 3 with 2.9 to go. And hits a three to tie the game. Here is Kuzma. And we go to overtime. At the end of regulation, 122 apiece.
Welcome to Philadelphia, where Sixers are hoping to awaken the memories and the echoes of championships past. Irving, Moses Malone, Andrew Toney, and Maurice Cheeks. Today, the names are a little bit different. Butler and Embiid. Right now, the 76ers and the OKC Thunder sitting at 4th in their respective conferences. They would have home court advantage if the playoffs began this afternoon. Paul George with a lot of sauce and sizzle on that mid-range jump shot. Paul George having a career year. Almost 27 points per. Adams on the lob, baby. Off the great dime from Paul George, and OKC leading by 8. Adams tipped it up and in. Off the feed from Paul George.
He's one of the best we have in the league in rolling into the paint and either catching the ball or tapping the ball.
Yeah. And another jumper by Schroeder who is lit here this afternoon in Philadelphia.
You got an advantage here now. He tried too big of a pass.
A little room service for Paul George and showtime.
When you're coaching, that's really upsetting, mainly because you tried to make a great pass across the lane, but there were defenders in that area, and then naturally Paul George has not come across half court yet, and it ends up in a lane.
Meanwhile, the Thunder countering quickly at the other end. Sixers back up by 2. George with the step back 3. Got it!
Well, like we said, they got to get him going now. And they got to get him going.
The 3. And Grant with the board. Boy, what a sequence at both ends. Noel open as his defender fell. Bolden fell, and Paul George wisely, astutely found the open man.
He made that pass right in front of us. So he's talking about, a half-court pass right on the money. And you like to see that with the guy with the ball, that he sees that type of an opportunity.
George cross court. Abdel Nader got it.
Oh, nice.
Former pick of the Celtics.
That's right. Good pickup for them. He's from Egypt, 6'6".
Westbrook to Adams.
Yeah, they wanted to discontinue that.
For the lead, Paul George right there when they want him.
A minute and a half ago, we were looking for him. Yeah. Okay, they got to get him involved. I mean, they got to try to do something so he gets some looks.
The 3 ball. And another possession out to Westbrook. The lob. George finishing at the other end.
Not only does he miss the shot, all right, but then how about Westbrook seeing him? No one played George as he went from the left side of the corner right to the rim.
Inside, and the pass picked off by Paul George, who leads the NBA in total steals. Now with the 3, and he's trying to twist it home for OKC.
Yeah, he's answering the bell here.
He scored the last 8 points, Coach. Simmons to inbound. Goes quickly to Butler.
It's a clear out.
Got him ISO and 1!
How about that?
Late game bucket getter, Jimmy Butler. That's why they got him. Elton Brand, the general manager, got him in a deal 30 games ago. 1-point game. Butler almost got a steal.
Yeah, that's right.
George forced it up, and a whistle. Brett Brown wanted to travel. Instead, it's a foul. George makes both. The lead is back up to 3 with 20.9 to play. Clock running. They're looking for the 3. And being launching fouled.
He got fouled.
And he'll have 3 opportunities to tie the game here.
No.
And he knocks it home.
No, that's good.
OKC is going to go right away.
Yeah, they're going to go.
Here's Schroeder for Westbrook.
Yeah, they
double team him in the backcourt.
Oh, no stop.
He turns it over. Butler with the steal. And the layup with 6.9 to go.
Unbelievable.
Sixers with the 2-point lead. A cataclysmic collapse by OKC. You got to think Paul George has to get a touch at some point, and he does. The 3 ball quickly. Got it. And 1. My George. Paul on the job. Incredible!
Now, let me tell you, what a game he has played here in the second half. Now, watch him come off that. Here he comes off the screen, and then he goes up right away. You say, well, what happened? Butler was a half a step back. Why? Because the screen is a big screen by Adams. Now, you still have to make the shot. That was an incredibly great shot.
Clutch. Paul George now with 30 points.
And remember, I was worried about him early on. In the second half, he has come on like thunder. But give Butler a lot of credit. Butler was trying right on that. He was chasing him down. Butler has answered at one end. Now George has answered here.
Both two-way stars making big plays down the stretch here. 76ers don't have a timeout.
So you got 5.1 seconds on the clock now.
Which is plenty of time to get it down court.
Absolutely. Just do not allow the guy out of bounds to make a long pass.
2-point lead for OKC. Philadelphia with no timeouts remaining.
That's it.
Simmons getting downhill
here now.
Hands it off. Butler crowded, got it off, and OKC survives. Butler didn't have a remaining miracle, and OKC makes it 19 straight wins
against Philadelphia. Paul George is in the building, folks.
On a frigid Monday, the New York Knicks, as always, are presented by Chase. And today on Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, the only visit for Russell Westbrook, Paul George, and the OKC Thunder.
Ferguson is on Knox. Knox kind of flings it up there. Westbrook the rebound.
He averages 10 of those, Mike. The only guard in the league averaging double digits in bounds.
He's 13th in the rebounding department in the entire league. Paul George, they're going to count it. Haven't signaled yet. Yes, counted and the foul as Knox picks up his first.
George shaking up Cornette.
And knocks down the jumper.
You mentioned George's heroics against Philadelphia. 4-point play, last second to seal the deal in that game.
George in rhythm nails the three-pointer. He's 3 for 3 already.
George feasting with the jumper.
Paul George scoots inside and scores again. 10 points for George. So many of the Knicks are free agents, and as they want to clear cap space to sign a big-name free agent, a lot of these guys they're developing might not return. Rudy is certainly in that category. But he could also be back. A Schroeder misses. No, Schroeder hits the three. A high bounce and goes through.
With 2 of his bounce. Schroeder averaging 15 a game with no streak in his hair.
Nope, took it out this year.
George has dominated the action, wheeling and dealing. And
Adams there on the foul. Trier finds Hazonia. Hazonia inside, misses, gets his own rebound. The putback, that won't go.
Utility by Hazonia.
George, little shake and bake, nails the three-pointer as he falls down. 13 points for George. The Knicks are down 20, and we're just over 9 minutes into the game. Nice pass from George to Noel, and the Knicks defense is non-existent. Varley guarding Paul George. Fires over to Schroeder, and Schroeder nails the three-pointer. Schroeder was wide open.
This is the worst three-ball shooting team, but very efficient in the first half.
And percentage-wise, dead last, OKC. That's pretty impressive as Hardaway misses. They've got the 3rd best record in the West, and they're dead last in three-point field goal percentage.
And Westbrook has struggled and averages a triple-double.
And come right back-to-back threes, and it's back up to 24.
This is why teams always finish the half quarter with the flurry against the Knicks. The last 2 minutes, they allow teams to run amok.
George gets inside. Nice move to the basket from George.
Timely hooping this afternoon by George.
And George banks it home. Hardaway took a shot in the face.
George invincible, indefensible. Hardaway, the Knicks will need a timeout.
So I think that one's got a chance.
Yep. Pace of the game, and George continues to pour it on.
What a game for Paul George. 26 points in 23 minutes. He's hit 4 threes.
And that's been a problem all season for the Knicks, giving up 116 points a game.
Ferguson nails that three-pointer. He's 3 for 3.
Previously the left side elbow, this time the right side elbow for the young Ferguson. George looking to retaliate.
Oh, Knox with the block, but they call the foul. David Fizdale upset. Knox, who has struggled defensively, made a nice play there. Meanwhile, thought he had another block there. Thank you, Rebecca. But he commits the foul, his 3rd.
The chilly temperatures to the East Coast have followed the Thunder back home here to Oklahoma City as the Thunder take on one of the hottest teams in the NBA, the Portland Trail Blazers, to begin this 3-game homestand. As we take a look at the Western Conference standings, 2 of the best going to face off here tonight, separated by mere percentage points. It's Oklahoma City at number 3, Portland right on the heels at number 4.
The first offensive possession of the night for the Thunder, and it's George going to work. And he picks up where he left off in New York. Nice feathery touch for Paul George.
I mean, just beautiful. You know, just knifing through the defense, finding the shot that he wants.
Portland has won 9 out of 12 and 3 consecutive as George took a hack right as he was going hard to the rim. And he'll go to the line for 2 free throws. And it's quite the equation that the entire NBA has to figure out. Lillard and McCollum, one of the highest scoring duos in the NBA from the guard position, is Paul George, drains it from downtown. Already with 7 early points for the Thunder here in the first. George on the step back. Boy, that's a tough shot as well, and he makes it look easy.
You see how hard he leaned forward? I mean, you got to go for that. If you don't go for it, he drives by you.
So we open up quarter number 2. George, first shot, that's good from downtown. Another 3 for George, his second of the game. George open for 3 on the step back, and like you said, Michael, he makes it look so easy, just so silky smooth. Curry has to get rid of it, then Noel steps in like he's a free safety and picks off the pass. Patterson checks the tape, makes it 2 in a row. And the Thunder have caught fire here in the second quarter from downtown. Backdoor cut, and there's a missed dunk. Westbrook gambled, and in transition had to give it up outside to George. Where the Thunder catch a break there, as there was a wide open lane into that dunk. Now a mismatch here with George. Gives it back up, Westbrook to George, spins. Boy, and after all that, it's George knocking down the fadeaway.
Wow, that's a tough finish too, man. He kicked it out to Russ. Russ wasn't really comfortable taking that shot from distance just then.
George got down low, dumps it off, Adams! And Terry Stotts is livid. There wasn't a 3 seconds call. McCollum again contested. Off back iron, no good, and George coming out to help out the rebound.
He got it around 2 black shirts as well.
What a feed to Adams, diving to the cup.
Transition buckets not allowing the Trailblazers to set up their defense. Thunder right now enjoying their largest lead of the game, plus 11 on the scoreboard.
George slithering, bounces, fades, and counted to go.
At some point in time, Fisher's got a bullet whistle. That was a little too much contact, but Myers-Leonard, they're letting it go on now.
Pass out, that 3, off the rim, no good. Another offensive rebound by McCollum. Throws it right in the hands of Ferguson, and George behind everybody has to track it down. And calmly lays it up and in. McCollum had it knocked away and a steal by George. George got away from everybody and detonates at the rim.
And you know how hard that is to do with C.J. McCollum. Strip the basketball from him when he is in his power move to the basket. As he slammed it home with authority.
That was loud.
Yeah. I love that, especially, you know, when you can turn over a guy like C.J. McCollum, who they're putting that basketball in his hands, and he has been delivering.
This has been a fun one. It's been a tight one. There's a pass got deflected by Paul George. Hip to hip with Nurkic. All the way to the rim, and he scores.
You know, you talk about top steal guys in the league. We know that Russell Westbrook and Paul George are there. But when you're doing it at this moment in the game, that's what makes it special. A steal out front creates your own offense. Thunder got a little bit of breathing room.
Missed 3 there. Westbrook took it away from Harkless on the offensive rebound attempt.
And that's why you love Russell Westbrook. He had no chance to get that rebound, stayed right there with Mo Harkless, and just waited for the right moment to snatch it from him.
A triple-double with that rebound. George cutting across the lane. And the foul committed by Portland is George can make this lead grow even more. Big-time players stepping up in big-time moments. Paul George, Russell Westbrook. And this fantastic encounter with the Portland Trail Blazers. The lead is up to 11. Westbrook, they cleared the lane! Elevates and throws it down!
Well, you know what I'm going to say. That's nasty, Russ. Especially that closing time.
The force.
And he just rolls up, and you saw Amino just says, all right, he's going to rise up on this one.
Got to get a couple of defensive stops. Find a way to slow down McCollum and Lillard. The floating shot no good. Ball batted around. It's George. Takes it away. Sends it up the floor to Westbrook. And Westbrook this time with the two-handed stuff. And that'll do it here in Oklahoma City. Fresh off a Tuesday night's victory over the Portland Trail Blazers, the Thunder look to stay hot in another Western Conference showdown as tonight it's the New Orleans Pelicans coming to Chesapeake Energy Arena with a record of 22-26 as the Thunder go for win number 30 on the night.
And then also the defensive rebounding. We talked about that as one of the keys to the ball game. Is Paul George out of a timeout set piece, picked up where he left off against the Portland Trailblazers.
Holiday goes right at Grant. Not an easy task. And the Thunder defensive player, Jeremy Grant, forced that miss. George steps into the three. 2 in a row for Paul George from downtown. Westbrook again got it down to Adams. A little bit of a size advantage on Okafor, but the double team came. Westbrook finds a wide open George. Aims, fires, makes it 3 for 3. How about Nader? All the way, soars up over Diallo for the two-handed stuff.
Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Both teams have not shot a whole lot of free throws. Free throws 6 for the Thunder.
How about Westbrook? Thanks to the tap by Steven Adams to keep that ball loose. Slingshot over to Ferguson. Splashes home that 3.
You know, he just keeps playing like a riverboat gambler with a short memory.
Okafor missed it wide left.
Good defense by Steven Adams. Not letting him get to the rim and force him into a tough shot.
Grant charging down the lane with the left hand. And it's a 19-6 Thunder run to build a double-digit lead.
Russ is 1 rebound away from a triple-double, just like that. Tell me that can you find someone in the league that can match his intensity and then have the stats to support it? I mean, just mind-boggling to me what he's able to do as I'm speaking.
Well, there's so many things that you can do to impact the game. I mean, it's easy to just get caught up on scoring. As Westbrook got that rebound, he's got another triple-double, number 15 on the season. And Ferguson, despite the contact in the corner, drains another triple. That was another assist for Westbrook. As Miller is 0 for 3 here in the third quarter.
I'm more impressed with that 24 assists on 30 made field goals. Paul George all the way to the rim. Right now, the Pelicans are just having a tough time all the way around on the defensive end.
George gonna have to make a move here with the shot clock winding down. Tough step back 3, high arching. It was like the gateway arch and it drops right in.
Well, that's why you get voted, you know, as an all-star starter. Plays like that.
George. Catch, fire 3, counter. And how about Nerlens Noel, another finish at the rim. And that went right through the hands of Diallo into the arms of Holiday.
Wow, Thunder dodged a bullet on that one. Wide open shot by Holiday. He normally makes that shot.
Just 1 out of 6 from 3, but Paul George with the 16-footer. But Westbrook lost it. Holiday to the cherry picker Diallo, but George swiped it away. Forced the miss, and the Thunder come up with a loose ball.
That's just great hustle.
Trying to shed Solomon Hill. Finally does. Off the pass, and cranks up a 3 from the far side. It didn't come easy here late after the Thunder built a big lead in the second and third quarters.
The team with the NBA's best record plays its most difficult stretch of the season starting tonight. The Milwaukee Bucks visit Oklahoma City and Chesapeake Energy Arena. Milwaukee at 35-12, its best start in almost 40 years. But the next 5 games are on the road and 13 of the next 17. And the Thunder have won 4 in a row entering tonight's game. Here's Brogdon from outside, no. Brogdon on a 50-40-90 pace. 50% shooting from the field, 40 from 3. There's Paul George from outside, a 3. 165th, 4th in the league in that category.
And this is what he's given you nightly. The anticipation, the fast feet to get in front. And this is something Milwaukee is probably underrated at. From virtually every position, 5 guys can put it on the deck. And boy, you better be able to contain the ball against this team.
George tracks down the loose ball, catch and fire, and he buries it. Just gathered and then threw it up there.
Can we just say, because Nick Collison's jersey will be retired by the Oklahoma City report out today, that Kevin Durant is coming back. Can I just say how much I love that? And those guys have played such an extended period of time, and Kevin Durant used to talk all the time about the leadership and the example set by Nick Collison. So I love that he'll be here for his teammate. Can we just let that be the conversation? I get it, our job is to wonder about where he's going to be, but for this particular instance, this is just about respect for a teammate.
Paul George earning respect from the entire NBA with the way he's played in his second season with the Thunder. He's got 8 points. It's an 8-0 Thunder run. Brogdon driving on Adams. Adams gets the block. Kept alive, though. Ilyasova off target. George, sweet move going behind the back and burying the three. Well, when they were winning games in October and November, they were winning with their defense, and guys like Patterson, Abrinas, Westbrook were not shooting the ball well from three, but that's changed. It's just their defense isn't as good as it was earlier in the season. Paul George with the assist, his first, and Noel the bucket. Giannis spinning, lost the handle, turned it over.
But they're making him play in a crowd, Dave, which is exactly what you want to do.
Get 2 or 3 guys on him. George smokes the net on another three, his 4th of the first half. Antetokounmpo gets his 7th rebound and now pushes the ball up the floor. Finds Brogdon from the other corner. Not good. Thunder have the toughest remaining schedule in the NBA. Deep attempt. Good for George. He's got 5 threes.
He's rolling right now.
George. It's good. So smooth.
That's a good bailout, right? You only have 5 ticks. Russell sees him, knows Paul can hold off that defender.
George for 3. Wow. Been quiet in the second half. His first basket here in the third, but that's a 6-3 tonight. George sees the timer, gives it up. Schroeder lets it fly, hits a 3. Paul George hits a 3. George with 27, that's a 7th 3-ball. There's a drive by Middleton, it wouldn't drop. Turned that ankle in the first half, Adams did. George, beautiful dribble, drives the paint, hangs, and gets the bounce. He's got 29.
Wow. How did he get that off? The balance. He crosses over Chris Middleton, takes some contact, puts it up soft enough. I mean, gets him leaning one way, crosses him over, has to pull the body back. Like, the degree of difficulty in that.
They put it in the hands of Paul George. Adams drives. Gets it to drop. They're inside 2 minutes there, so they couldn't just foul him before the pass. Here's George, puts it on the floor, gets past 2 guys, stuffs it on the freak. Inside a minute to go, and the shot clock down to 10. George, they double him on the catch. Timer at 5. Against Brogdon, puts it up, hits it! 34 for Paul George!
Milwaukee hung tough and turned this into a possession ball game. You needed a bucket. And Paul George, man, the assertiveness to attack the freak and give him a bucket. And then Bledsoe answered with a 3 of his own. So you're in desperate need of a bucket. A little pin down for Paul George. Look at him hide the ball so that the defender can't strip it. And then in the face of Malcolm Brogdon, cold-blooded 3. Are you kidding me?
That's his 8th three-pointer. He's got, on the season now, 172 and 10 fourth-quarter points. His numbers have ascended as the year has gone by, having his best season in his 9th year in the NBA. Bledsoe, bad pass, turnover, Grant. And Westbrook wisely pulls it out.
Paul George with the deflection on that defensive possession. They've got a foul here. But how about Paul George putting his hand up and getting a piece of this, Dave? He's reading Eric Bledsoe. He doesn't want to take the other 3. Just gets a piece, and that allows Grant to close.
Welcome to Orlando Magic basketball on Fox Sports Florida, presented by Ram. And welcome to downtown Orlando, Florida on a very pleasant Tuesday evening. Tonight, the Orlando Magic welcome one of the hottest teams from the Western Conference. It's the Magic and the Oklahoma City Thunder inside the Amway Center. Paul George. George has been incredible the last 25 games, averaging 30 points per game in that stretch. Jeremy Grant missing. Westbrook back to Grant. Tapped out, but taken by Orlando, then stolen by George. Diallo. And a foul on Vucevic. Augustine. Rebound George. George over Gordon. Tough shot. Knocks it in. Well defended. It's good offense. They could make a serious run deep into the playoffs.
I would not want to catch the Oklahoma City Thunder in the first or second round, I don't think, David. I think they could be spoilers.
Vucevic for three. Steve Clifford wondering what his team must do to get fouled on drive to the basket. George shoots over the top of Isaac.
It's a tough shot.
Paul George for two. It will be reviewed. Man, what a run he is on. Ross. That's short. George, good again.
You got to get back in transition quick. They may not get it in a fast break, but they play at a very quick pace.
Paul George on the drive and a foul on Bamba. Evan Fournier. George a pull-up three. He has 24.
I think you should get points for having Karl Malone in the conversation. Of course,
I felt like a lot of young fans, you know, they need to see some of the names on that list.
Yeah.
Karl Malone's terrific scorer. That guy's a pretty good scorer right there, Paul George.
I said, no, there's a truck.
There's a truck, and they make the call. George. Oh, my goodness. Paul George bouncing off of Isaac. You feel like you could throw a blindfold on him and tie his legs together, and he'd get 20.
This is unbelievable right here. Watch Jonathan Isaac. There's the bump. Hands up.
Goodness.
But as soon as he feels the contact, letting that one go, he is on a roll. 10 of 13 in the game now.
28 points in the first half for Paul George. It's Fournier into the corner. Good lead pass by Aaron Gordon.
Evan was moving that direction, just forced to go a little quicker. Evan trying to give him, Aaron giving him a little space there.
31 for George. Jeremy Grant for three. Jeremy Grant. That's his second three tonight.
He's having a nice game. 14 points, 4 rebounds already for Jeremy Grant.
Westbrook saves it to Diallo. Westbrook for three. 25% from beyond the three-point line this year. Westbrook, that's his first attempt from out there tonight. Grant down the middle, squeezes it up, but he missed the shot, rebounded by Westbrook. He's driving again. Jonathan Isaac got a hand on that one. But Paul George is there to lay it in. Now the lead is 7. Paul George, first points of the second half. Out top to George. Plenty of time on the shot clock. George, tough finish. Boy, the Magic defended him as well as you can. George rising over Fournier. He can get his shot anytime.
Such a huge advantage.
Friday night lights in Miami as the Heat begin a back-to-back set at home against high-quality competition. The Thunder tonight, the Pacers tomorrow. Oklahoma City rolls into Miami with 6 straight wins and 2 NBA All-Stars. Meanwhile, the Heat seek a signature win in the first of 2 matchups this year with the Thunder. And we always hope you enjoy every bounce and basket right along with us here on Fox Sports Sun.
Here's Adams bulldozing Whiteside and scoring in close. The 25-year-old 7-footer in his 6th season after his career at the University of Pittsburgh.
Hassan engaged on both ends.
His 100th block shot of the season as Paul George rings up his first points of the game. His 175th triple of the season. A moment ago, Whiteside with his 100th block of the season. It's his 4th season with Miami with at least 100 blocks. That's the second most 100 block seasons in franchise history, second only to Alonzo Mourning, who had over 100 blocks 8 times in his Heat career. A pretty drive by Paul George, a chance at a 3-point play for the 9-year veteran. Richardson driving on George and missing. And Westbrook gets away from Whiteside. Probably the fastest player in the NBA, Russell Westbrook. Paul George flipping it in. Another good start for George. He has 8 quick points for the Thunder. Tyler Johnson darts between defenders, missed the shot badly, and here comes Westbrook hitting ahead for Paul George. Drives on Winslow and finishes. Right now, no derailing Paul George. G. Rich from downtown bounces twice on the rim and then off to Westbrook, who's averaging 11 assists, 11 rebounds, and nearly 22 points a game. But it's Paul George that has become the leader offensively with the blessing of Westbrook. That's George, and that's another beauty, a 3rd triple in the first quarter for Paul George. He hasn't missed from downtown. He has 16 of their 31 points.
Well, it's pretty cool, too. This view, you can't beat it as well. As we take a look, watching the game here, it almost feels like you're in the game.
Oh, these seats are incredible. They're absolutely unbelievable. Perfect.
And the Heat clearly missing Derek Jones on the defensive end.
Yeah, they are. And also his length, his ability to offensive rebound.
What a block by Nerlens Noel on Winslow. And Noel has found his niche. Paul George, 4 of 4 from three-point land.
Boy,
he already has 19 points for OKC. Dennis Schroeder's jumper rattles down. Schroeder with 7 points off the bench here in the second quarter. The Thunder making it look easy. They're shooting 59%. And gets a little higher on the Patrick Patterson jumper. Patterson, the 9th-year forward out of Kentucky. Paul George drives on Winslow, reached in and committed the foul. Second on Justice, 4th team foul on Miami. Westbrook misses that shot. It's only the 4th shot he's taken tonight. It belies his team-first mentality. He's been a higher volume scorer in the past, but he's doing what it takes to win with this team. He's already got 10 assists and 9 rebounds. Sets up Paul George. Bottoms up from downtown. But Paul George now 5 of 6 from three-point land. Olynyk with a triple. Kelly Olynyk's second 3 in this quarter. Paul George, fast break score. After a 16-point first quarter, a 10-point second period for George. Paul George, a transition 3. And James Johnson brings it down. And Westbrook with the steal. Paul George for 3, yes. A 29-point game for Paul George. He's gone 6 of 10 from downtown. Yeah, John Dennis Schroeder scoring 5 points per game less than a year ago. Playing less, coming off the bench.
Oh, my.
And could you imagine how much happier he is playing for the Thunder than rebuilding Atlanta? How did Schroeder win that tip? Patterson triples.
I don't understand how he won that tip right there. And look what happens. They find a way again to execute on that possession and be able to come up with a big three.
Paul George triples again and now has 34 points. He is 7 of 11 from downtown. Miami again down by 19. 8:27 left. George. Oh, by George. He has tripled 8 times in this game. That ties the season high.
He really thought it took him that much time to catch up. He said then the speed of the game was a big adjustment coming from college and seeing how quickly things can change and the speed of the players. And then last, some of the funny stories, the learning curve of some of the rules and where the ball's inbounded, etc. When you're used to some of the college, rules.
Paul George, another one. He has just set a new career high. 10 triples in 15 attempts for Paul George. He's just tied a Heat opponent record held by J.R. Smith, who tripled 10 times in a game against the Heat when he was playing for the Knicks in April 2014. So Oklahoma City extends their winning streak to 7 straight games. They make it 6 wins in a row against the Heat and 3 straight in the Heat's house.
All right, thanks a lot, Michelle. You know, there's something about that first Sunday in February with the Boston Celtics hosting a game at home and the New England Patriots playing for another Super Bowl championship that just feels and seems kind of normal here in the New England area. And that's the scene set once again. A lot of TB12 jerseys and Gronkowski jerseys on hand today as the Celtic host the hottest team in the NBA right now, OKC. George has gone for 36, 37, and 43 in his last 3 runs, and they're demonstrating that he's one of the top two-way players in the league. Comes up with the steal. Ferguson got it.
Now this young man has improved his shooting, and also Grant at the power forward. Both of these young players at 6'6", 6'7", they can run the floor, play defense, block shots, can guard a number of different people, and now they're both shooting the 3 at between 36 and 38%.
Paul George with one of the easier shots made here so far this afternoon. Paul George had some interesting comments with us earlier when he talked about how he's slowed down just a little bit this year, not getting caught up in Russell Westbrook's pace of the game, and it's worked out better for both of them. George scoring that time. Horford made the extra pass to Morris Sr., pulling his way on the baseline. Man, Hubie put his shoulder right into Grant's chest.
Well, that's a guy understanding that once he's on my shoulder, and I'm just going to move him out because of upper body strength.
And Paul George finding the range that time from deep. Westbrook with his 4th assist. Adams inside, got it to go.
Well, this guy is just a horse for them. He's 3rd in the league in offensive rebounding at close to 5 a game.
Kyrie guarding Paul George here. They're going to run it down. 10 seconds to go. George 3 of 8 from the field here in the first quarter. Kyrie taking on the defensive challenge. Paul George just that much better. Had 10 threes a couple of nights ago, and he's heating up the Boston afternoon. He's got 11 points so far. George weaving through traffic for the two-handed slam.
Oklahoma City's tight in this game right now because of the 3-ball. They're not a great shooting team, but they're 5 for 9 today in the 3-ball.
Paul George with the step back made a little bit of space, just like you showed at the show open, that demonstration.
Oh, no, I tell you, he can do that, and he does it well. You know that when you're getting 20 shots a game, which he does, and then when he's playing and he's hot, like he has been in this streak, he's kicking more shots.
Adams got it back in a dangerous roll, man, off the feed from Paul George. Paul George really praising Steven Adams when he was talking with us earlier. He says, I have the best screener in the league on my team. Marcus Smart became a starter after the team struggled to a 10-10 start, and they immediately went on an 8-game winning streak, which really turned their season around.
Well, also, he's one of their best defenders, because if you notice, he was on George early.
And speaking of George over Gordon Hayward, you know, interesting when you talk about those two guys in the same sentence. Hayward coming off of that catastrophic injury. Paul George experienced the same back in 2014. He said he planned on spending some time with Hayward before the afternoon was over. Paul George with a little get back. Quickly at the other end, Paul George with 19. Lead is back up to 8. George against Tatum. Straightaway 3.
Whoa.
Wet.
Whoa.
Paul George in a nice groove here in the 3rd quarter. Tice from deep. Why not?
We're raining threes. Remember now, Boston is 3rd in makes and 3rd in attempts on offensive foul.
George, a block and 1.
That should have been an offensive foul. And the bench is up. You're going to see it here right now. Now just watch, you know, as he rotates and he just takes the guy out. You can't do that.
Lead is down to 8. Paul George with 29 tonight. Hayward blocked by George. Out of bounds, Boston basketball. Russell Westbrook has 5 consecutive triple-doubles coming into the game today. So far, is 6 rebounds short of a 6th straight. Diallo! Say it with your chest, and 1. George off the screen, fires quickly, and gets it to go. Tatum on the break. Good defense by George.
Got to get a good shot here.
Oh, that's a good shot for Westbrook because it ended up going down, Coach. And it's a 4-point margin again for Boston. George fouled, and he'll go to the free throw line for 2.
Irving against Schroeder. Going to work with it. The step back. Got it. That's clutch time. We showed you the clutch time numbers.
Now see the spin move? That forearm went out and got a piece of Schroeder and moved it back and got the fadeaway.
Oh, wow. Tatum got loose underneath.
Loose. Look, it could have been a foul, with the ball out of bounds. Because that was almost a wrestling match trying for him to get open.
Ferguson switches on to Kyrie. Dancing with it. Good double team, and Russell Westbrook gets the steal. It's a 2-on-1. George for three. Westbrook kept it alive, and it's going to be a loose ball foul underneath against more senior Russell Westbrook. Apparently shot out of a cannon, went high, and that foul actually going to go against the Celtics' Kyrie Irving. Westbrook makes it a two-point contest. 45.9 to go. Neither team with a foul to give. Both teams with 2 timeouts remain. Horford back to Kyrie.
Good recovery by Adams.
5 to go on the drive by. Got all the way to the paint, and the lefty falls.
Now that was incredible. Big thing here right now is your philosophy. You go for a 3, you go for a 2, you score quickly. And then you score quickly, you get into the defense and force them to call timeout. Or they're going
for the 3 ball. Grant, yes! And it's a 1-point contest.
Don't assume they're going to call timeout now. They're not calling timeout.
They've got
Get
2
your
left.
man. It's a 1-point game here.
Full court pressure. They trap Tatum,
Okay.
and Tatum fouled on the play. Tatum misses the second loose ball. OKC can tie with a 2 or win it with a 3. Westbrook lost the handle a little bit too fast, and he turned it over with 7.4 to go. A cataclysmic turnover for Westbrook. Down by 4 with 7.4 to go. Grant gets it. They go for a quick 2 and a foul called, stopping the clock with 5.2 to go, sending Westbrook to the line.
Now you remember, you must hit the rim. You must hit the rim.
And he didn't.
And he did not.
Do you believe it? We see it happen so many times, Hubie Brown. So many times players forget that they have to hit the rim or else it's a side out.
Well, I'm glad that we brought that up. Okay. You hate to see it. It doesn't happen often, but the ball must hit the rim.
Is All-Star Alley here in Oklahoma City, Chesapeake Energy Arena, as the Thunder return home with Russell Westbrook, Paul George, and Nikola Vucevic of the Orlando Magic come to Chesapeake Energy Arena for the first time and only time this season as the Thunder return home for a little 2-game homestand. Welcome inside the arena, everybody. Augustine rims out on the 3. Well, Orlando took 41 threes on last Tuesday, which is a huge number. I guess it's not really that big of a number anymore. Ferguson makes it 2 threes of his own here in the first half. It also helps when you got a guy like Paul George who can just do it individually at any given point on the floor.
What did I say? Congratulations to Mr. Adams?
Yeah, I wasn't
for
sure
passing me up on offensive rebounds.
I wasn't sure how it was going to make you feel.
That's quite an achievement. That's a nice move by Paul George. Wow. Just attacked that lead foot of Evan Fournier on that baseline. Help side couldn't get there in time. He's so clever with the basketball.
George in the corner off the inbounds pass, and he knocks down the 3.
Well, when you get 2 technicals called on you, entitled to a missed call, and then you get a 3 out of it.
But if I'm the Pelicans, and it's George lines it up from downtown. There's not a single piece of that Lakers package, Michael, that entices me to make that move.
But
if I'm the Pelicans, I wait for Boston to get in the mix.
And that's a lot, too. Man, a lot that they're offering. And obviously, that's the talk of the NBA right now. Paul George lines up another 3. He says, hello, Vucevic. I got back-to-back. You just made one of them.
Some heavy artillery starting to be exchanged as the Thunder starting to heat up from downtown. Back-to-back threes by Paul George. Quick trigger 3 by Paul George. That'll solve a lot of problems, but certainly not something you want to have to rely on a consistent basis on a step-back 3. Augustine, as you realize the shot clock is down to 3. Steps back, hand in the face, shot no good. And George had Isaac walled off for the rebound.
That's two possessions there by the Magic, but you forced them into a short shot clock.
George, again, contact, and he buries the 3.
He's got to make that call. Ronnie Garrison missed that call. He had his hands on his body when he took that shot.
Fournier just lost it.
Well, Russell Westbrook helped him on that.
The lob back to him from George with authority. Up to a 5-point lead for the Magic. George, one-on-one, what a three! One of the three and got the three.
Okay, that was great defense, and you can call whatever you want to call the shot by Paul George. It was greater. Just a beautiful move. Fournier was all over him on that play.
Gordon with a tough step back at this badly wide left. No shot underneath for Birch.
And that's what they've been doing. They've been putting him in tough situations.
Patterson, the trailer, off the feed from George. And George collapses on Gordon. Comes up with another steal. He leads the NBA in total steals. 10-point Thunder lead. George knifing down the lane. Oh, the nifty move on the left hand. And it continues.
What do you say? I mean, what do you say about that? Is he fun to watch? My goodness.
George got it right back. Wants the three. Couldn't get it to drop, but Vucevic throws it right to George. George goes at him. No on the shot, but a foul. The dunk is not going to count despite the eruption of the crowd. George trying to free up some space and baits Fournier. And Paul George going to go right back to the free throw line.
That's a smart play.
Got no problem with that.
A smart play. We talked about using the clock, and that should be it for Fournier. Unless that's just his 5th foul, but look at this great move here. He gets him backing up. I call that the smooth criminal move. You ever see Michael Jackson's video where he makes you lean? Paul makes you lean with the dribble, and then he comes back, and you're coming forward, and he draws the foul. You've seen him do that on, what, Jonathan Isaac, and now Fournier.
The smooth criminal?
Yeah, you ever watched the Michael Jackson video?
I think it's a great description.
I'm glad you stayed with me on that.
He is so smooth, and yet he's just stealing free throws every time he gets fouled from his opponent. He's now 11 for 11 at the free throw line. That is the perfect description.
Balmy winter conditions here in downtown Oklahoma City as the Thunder wrap up this 2-game homestand. As Paul George and Russell Westbrook take on the Memphis Grizzlies, led by Mike Conley, still in a Memphis uniform as these two teams meet for the first time this season. As Adams wins the tip, first shot is knocked down. Paul George drains the three. Catch fire three, George, no good. Adams falling to the floor, the reload, that's good. Second one for Paul George from downtown. That was in and out. A deep 2 for Ivan Rabb. Was halfway down. Thunder have missed its last 9 field goals. George again this time. They get the foul as George with some words for Javon Carter, and he.
And see, this is what happens.
Worried about what Javon Carter has to say at this point of the game. Well, the Thunder trimmed the deficit down to 3. Westbrook blows by Watanabe. Sets it up as George tees it up from downtown. Thunder definitely picked up the pace here over the last couple of possessions. Schroeder, another three. His 10th in the last 3+ games. One of the best dunkers in the history of the NBA, and now he's down low. And the need for speed continues. Finds the open man. What a play! Westbrook finds his man in the corner. It's Paul George.
Well, I think Lindsey McCaffrey, she can rest her case now because that's what she was talking about.
There's all kinds of contact. Paul George. The foul on Washburn. Nice find. Paul George, the no-look feed to Noel.
And that's what you got to do with the Grizzlies. The quick strike offense, don't let them set up the zone. Here's another steal by Paul George. That's why, man, I tell you, he's got to be in the runnings for Defensive Player of the Year.
Thunder defense starting to pick it up, and it's leading to the offense as George takes another bump. And we'll go back to the free throw line for 2 more. George handling the face from Washburn. Finally, it up. Jack steps to create the space, and he knocks it down.
And that's about as best as Washburn can do.
George flares out and splashes that one down. Some serious in-game adjustments as that 3 is way off. As Noel has to save that pass. Setting up another George tray. And he bounds away. Another one from downtown.
And good evening, everyone, as we welcome you to Houston, Texas on a chilly Saturday night. It's the Toyota Center, the site for our NBA Saturday primetime special featuring the Rockets
and the Oklahoma City Thunder, and a game featuring some of the hottest players in the NBA. Paul George for three. That's good. And his last couple of years, he's become one of the premier three-point shooters in the game. George again, another three. George 2 for 2 from downtown. George finds Steven Adams. Adams banks it nicely off the glass. Houston here at the Toyota Center, 19-8 as Harden fumbles it, lost it. Good defense from Steven Adams. George drives and finishes. This is what the Thunder do better than anybody in the league. They force turnovers and turn them into points. Harden scoots past and banks it home. Well, we've got two of the best passers in the game. Westbrook leads the NBA in assists. Harden is 5th in the NBA. Is George, count it, and the foul. Went hard to the basket. Tucker thought he picked up the charge, as did Mike D'Antoni. Instead, it's going to be a chance for a three-point play. Gordon sits down. Austin Rivers in, as is Iman Shumpert. Shumpert doing his first game with the Rockets after being acquired from Sacramento. And yet, off another turnover, OKC scores again.
Paul George has been outstanding defending James Harden to set the tone early in this ballgame.
George fakes. George drives and is fouled hard. He did not like that foul by Nene. Nice feed inside. Fareed on a bounce pass from Chris Paul.
That's back-to-back outstanding plays by Chris Paul. One grown man move in traffic, the second time making the play.
George goes right at PJ Tucker. Shot's good and one. He just wouldn't be denied on that one, and a chance for a three-point play. Gordon to Fareed. Westbrook comes in and takes it right out of his hands. Throws it ahead to George. George slams it home. And there's, again, OKC their best defensively when they force the turnovers.
I wasn't going to tell on you.
No, I do. I do. But that doesn't detract from James Harden's greatness.
Four on the 24, George. Count it, and the foul. Chance for a four-point play. Green gets a good look. Can't get it to fall. Adams came running out to contest the shot.
Adams guarded the pick and roll and then ended up contesting the three.
Schroeder from downtown. It's a two-point game. Schroeder. Pull-up jumper. Got it. Tie game. What a comeback here from OKC.
Well, as good as we played in the first half, they played well in the third quarter. Should have been this way from the start. They're a good team. We'll got to finish it up.
What do you got to get back to in this fourth?
Well, obviously we got to move the ball a little bit. Plus our defense, we just let guys shoot threes all over the place, and just got to toughen up.
Now Rockets responded to an OKC run with one of their own. George for three. Paul George now with 36, and it's back to two. George trying to draw the foul and does. Harden picks up the foul. They're going to see if it's a 2 or a 3. Either way, Paul George to the free throw line. 39 for George. Now it's OKC's time for a run. Grant with the steal. Grant ahead of the pack. Harden in pursuit. Grant throws it down. And the Thunder back up by 5. So 5 fouls on Paul George with still 4 minutes to go. Westbrook has 3 fouls. The former OKC teammates. Harden, step back 3. It's good. Drills it. And it's back to 2. George into Adams. Adams, nice feed to Grant. Grant blocked by Nene. Ferguson now gets up on Harden. He's got 5 fouls as well. Harden, pull back. Another 2-pointer. Got it. 40 for Harden. Westbrook gets in the paint. Tries to lob it in. Nene knocks it away and comes up with a steal. 2 big defensive plays for the veteran center.
And Tucker continues to compete at an incredibly high level of intensity.
Paul drives, fakes, jumper, too strong. Westbrook the rebound. Westbrook charges at Gordon inside and draws the foul. Misses the second. Harden fakes, Harden to 3. George with the rebound, his 10th of the game. Under a minute remaining. George to drive inside and draws the foul. 2 clutch free throws there. 2 of the game's elite tonight, going back and forth. George with 41, Harden with 40. Westbrook comes up to pick up Harden. Harden gets past him, drives, the floater's up and good, and the Rockets retake the lead. Timeout Thunder. Right now, though, Thunder down by 1. Westbrook splits down the lane and an easy layup.
And a great job by OKC out of the timeout. Get a quick basket, puts them in position for 2 for 1.
There's about a 2.5 second difference, shot clock and game clock. No fouls to give for the Thunder. Rockets do have a timeout left. 5 to shoot. Harden for 3. Won't go. Rebound George. And they foul him right away with 3.4 remaining. This is an extraordinary performance from Paul George on the road. 45 for Paul George. And OKC with one of the biggest comebacks in the NBA this season, down 26. Come back on the road and beat the Rockets. They're now 10-1 in their last 11 games. Certainly a disappointing loss for the Rockets tonight, despite 42 from James Harden. But a great second half of NBA action here tonight.
And that forward, 6'9" from Fresno State, number 13, Paul George.
As George slips his way and throws it down.
Paul George, I mean, this is just beautiful. This is beautiful basketball. Pick and roll, situation, come get the downhill run, and there's nobody back there.
The Thunder do ultimately get possession of the basketball.
And that also becomes a turnover for the Trailblazers as well. Something the Thunder have been able to do with them.
Well, the Western Conference Player of the Week, Paul George, making another statement why after that 45-point effort against the Rockets in Saturday prime time. He's got the first 2 buckets of the night for the Thunder. Adams takes a bomb and creates some space using that 7-foot frame. And Lillard, who's just so crafty, but that time the Thunder defense steps up and creates the deflection. George turns on the speed all the way to the rim as he blows right over Nurkic down low. As McCollum able to shake free, and the scoop is good. Nobody there to block the shot for the Thunder. C.J. McCollum so dangerous on the offensive end. George, a series of moves. Oh my, Paul George just continues his excellent stretch. Rodney Hood, newly acquired from the Cleveland Cavaliers, comes right in and bangs in that 3. He has been all over the place. Started out with Utah, but was acquired by Cleveland for that playoff stretch last year. As Burton lines up the 3 and knocks it down. Well, you cannot say enough about this young rookie. Tough, wild shot by Emmett Turner.
That's really good defense by Raymond Felton. Not fouled on that play as well.
Oh, George trying to slither down low. Triple team, somehow skirts free with the reverse. How did he get free?
He just looked like he was playing a game of possum. He faked like, all right, this is a busted play. Ball's going out of bounds. All of a sudden he pops up with it and scores.
Just so slick inside. Now George had the feet set and drains home another 3. Sometimes great players just make big-time plays. That's what Paul George has been doing throughout the season for the Thunder. And a reason why he is and should be in the MVP conversation is we're going to travel on McCollum. And the thing about Paul George, Michael, you don't want to understate what he's doing because he's doing it so routinely now.
Look at that. That's just beautiful. And it looks like, okay, they had him trapped. There's 3 black shirts around him. How does he do that? Come on, I can do that if I did that in my church league, I'd average about 50 a game.
Boy, he just muscled his way up through the contact of Rodney Hood.
Yeah.
And Paul George is starting to explode again. Still not yet done with his first quarter, and he's already got 17. George again gets by 2. Finds the open man. It's Burton at the gun. And he hits the 3.
And that's just some terrific basketball by the Thunder in this opening quarter. 36 points as Paul George has just come to life offensively.
Thunder finished the first quarter on a 10-2 run thanks to a first quarter season high 17 from Paul George. on 7 out of 9 shooting, picking up right where he left off against the Houston Rockets on Saturday night as the Thunder shoot it at 64% thanks to 5 threes. A stellar offensive first quarter for the Thunder returning home here against the Portland Trail Blazers. A big reason why is the man with the basketball who just cannot be slowed down. There is nobody right now that can slow down Paul George.
I mean, what do you do? I mean, what do you do on that play?
Raymond felt he's letting it ride with some of his teammates who are starting to fill it up here in OKC.
That's a terrific block from behind by Dante. Boy, he did a great job of not fouling as well.
Boy, the fearless one. And Dante Burton continues his intrepid stretch here with the Thunder, knocking down another 3. Portland is yet to find any rhythm on the offensive end, and a big reason why is contested shots. Lillard turned the corner but missed the layup. Now George right down the lane, got held up by Layman, and is still able to play through it. And that's just so difficult to do. I don't think people realize how hard it is to continue charging to the rim despite a defensive player hanging all over. Westbrook the high bank. Offensive rebound by Patterson. Adams has some space and knocks it down.
And you like that action. Steven Adams, you know, just so, all right, getting in his lane, getting in his, showing you his values in that painted area. Paul George with those eagle eyes. I just love what Paul George does with the basketball along with Russell Westbrook. Always looking for teammates.
George, why not?
It's just a beautiful stroke. Just showing you how smooth he is. Not the criminal part, just smooth. Well, he does a good job of baiting Nurkic into that foul. Like a hot knife through butter, partner. Huh? Is it that easy?
That's what. That's how
he makes it look that easy.
Swings it across the baseline. Oh, there's George right on point to take it away. And this is where I don't think, Michael, he's getting enough credit in the MVP conversation because we know what he's doing on the offensive end. But he's doing some special stuff on the defensive end and leading the league in steals. He's not only a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, but that defensive element of his game should be helping his MVP case.
Absolutely.
McCollum continues to clank from 3. Ferguson, he didn't have a problem taking the 3 and making the 3.
This is what makes him so special. He contested at one end, runs hard, runs that hard sideline, and spots up in the corner for the 3 ball.
Backdoor got snipped out by Felton, who was hip to hip with Lillard, and then he scrapes it up off the floor. Portland turns it over. Now Burton again. Oh, he's stuck with the play. Counted in a foul. Rodney Hood over to Aminu. Had it knocked away by George. There's another steal. Nobody with more steals in the NBA than PG.
Just showed him that ball, poked it away. Aminu, that time left it out there too long. George, great recovery.
Hunter looking to calm things down on the offensive end. George reading the defensive player, flared out on Aminu, takes the bump and the foul.
Paul George adds to that 30-plus night.
Well, when you need a bucket, has anybody been more reliable than Paul George throughout the season? Big free throw there. And he's got 32 on the night, 7 out of 8 from the free throw line. Much needed 3-point play for the Thunder. George wants the 3, got the 3.
I mean, you love what he's doing. I mean, come on. That's big-time basketball in a big-time game, in a big-time business by Paul George.
Boy, Layman continues to torch the Nets from outside. He's one of the few that's actually shooting it well for the Blazers. George, though, catches the defense off guard and makes it pay.
Okay, how do you do that on a set piece? That's a made bucket, and they pass the ball up the court. And you know that's got to be a set piece.
My goodness, Paul George, 38 points on the night, averaging over 37 over the last 8 games. No small sample size there. The contest at the rim. And George leaking out behind the defense and scores.
And we just keep comparing him to some of the greatest folks that have ever touched the hardwood. And you look at who he's about to pass if he gets that next assist. One of the greatest of all times, Wilt Chamberlain.
Well, it's easy to underappreciate the career of Wilt Chamberlain. It's not hard. to appreciate Paul George as Westbrook has his triple-double, and a three from George. Capping a big night here for the Thunder, an historic night. George, the hesitation, takes the bump, and it drops in. Poetry in motion tonight for Paul George, who has been nothing short of spectacular. Westbrook caps it off with a three of his own.
And how about Paul George now has a triple-double as well. Two guys in the same game with a triple-double.
The third career triple-double for George. Rebound grab by Paul George. And fitting that he's going to be able to dribble it flat here and wind this one down. What a night it was. Two of the NBA's biggest stars shine bright yet again as Russell Westbrook and Paul George both with triple-doubles. Westbrook with his 10th in a row. And the Thunder win its 4th consecutive and improved to 37-19. And it was a fun one here tonight, Michael, at Chesapeake Energy Arena.
Okay, so Mr. Triple-Double, you get a triple-double tonight as well. Did he give you some advice coming into this one?
No. I mean, this is a great opponent that we had to face tonight. I can't say enough for the guys that stepped up during the absence of, JG and the absence of Schroeder. This atmosphere, this is kind of intensity every opponent needs to face when they step in this arena.
Paul, you hit 3 after 3. This is now 6 straight. We've had at least 5 threes and a triple-double. Is this some of the best basketball you've played in your career?
Absolutely. It's the best I felt mentally. Just keeping my faith. That's all it is. Wow, what a night.
And to be a part of Russell's history and that 10th straight triple-double, what did it mean to you to knock down that 3? I know you were excited, probably about making it and for him.
Man, I'm just excited for Russ. He's the best competitor I've seen, best competitor I've played with. He's one-of-a-kind player. There's no other person that's led in triple-doubles year after year, and he's going on his number 3. So, man, what a player. What a player, what a teammate.
One-of-a-kind player, sir, UPG. Thanks, we appreciate it. That was a fun one to watch. Back to you guys.
What a couple of players, and what a night for Paul George and Russell Westbrook. An historic night here in Oklahoma City.
And we welcome you on a Thursday night, New Orleans, Louisiana. Carnival season here in the Big Easy, and we wish you a happy Valentine's Day. Welcome to the NBA on TNT, presented by State Farm. Tonight, it's the Oklahoma City Thunder, surging right now, winners of 11 of their last 12 against the Pelicans of New Orleans. The Thunder, 3rd best record in the West, 6th best record in the NBA, trying to close out this first half with a win as they go into the All-Star break.
Russell Westbrook is just the assist, his rebounding ability, he's defending at a higher level. Ooh, that's a tough shot by Paul George. But Westbrook, sometimes I think him not shooting the ball well, Brian's actually helped his team because he doesn't force things. He just plays basketball.
Westbrook turns it over. Holiday jumps the passing lane behind his back. Take it on George and finds some open space but can't convert. It was all good except the finish for Drew Holiday.
Good defense by George, though. Never gave up on the play and really made Holiday work for that.
George knocks down a 3. His 3-point shooting is up, having a career year from behind the arc for Billy Donovan. Raymond Felton on the floor running the point. Oklahoma City converts, and a 6-point New Orleans lead. Good pass. Noel. Turnaround jump hook is true.
Nice. 6 quick points for Noel coming off the bench and giving him a nice lift.
He was drafted by New Orleans.
Yes.
And then traded to Philadelphia. Traded to Dallas, ends up signing a deal with Oklahoma City, as you mentioned, in his first year with the Thunder thriving. Raymond Felton all the way in for the layup. And a quick burst here for Oklahoma City. The pass, Noel finishes. Paul George with a beautiful look. Noel with 8 points in 3 minutes. Here's Randall, and blocked by Noel. Gets it back, does Randall. And there's George with the rebound. There are a lot of Kentucky Wildcats in our matchup here tonight. 6 of them on the roster as George is fouled on the floor. Frank Jackson on the floor for New Orleans. Here is Williams. In and out, Nader clears it. Coming to the end of the first quarter. Heard an MVP chant for Paul George, and he drives to the hole and finishes.
I think Coach Donovan summed it up. You got to find the right combinations here, especially a game like tonight. You got to get your own energy. Not a lot of people in here. As you see, Paul George just played bully ball there and go right to the basket. But he's got the young guys out there. Got a nice jump from Noel for this team. Russell Westbrook to have that record, it just shows you the versatility and how hard the guy plays and gets after rebounding, moving the ball. And the thing about that during that stretch I like the most, he's averaging 17 field goals a game, just not forcing it, and an end one here for Paul George.
And there are years and games in Westbrook in the 30 range, 35 field goal attempts range. But with Paul George having the kind of year he's having, it's a new formula here. And right on cue, Westbrook sets up George for a three-pointer. New Orleans had an 8-point lead in that first quarter, and a save by Adams. George up ahead, throws it down. Paul George racking them up here. George now with 17 first-half points. I think if you're a Pelicans fan, you're watching this game, this feels like a more normal pace as Terrence Ferguson, too long on the three, gets his zone. Now Paul George on the attack. George gives it up. There is Noel again.
Nice pass, nice drive, and way to feed. Noel doesn't. He knows what he can and can't do.
Another turnover. Now it's George this time, and Paul George with a layup. So right out of the timeout, it's Westbrook. Then it's George. Nerlens Noel hits another little mid-range.
Nice jumper by Nerlens Noel. That 15-foot range is about where he's at, but he's knocking him down tonight.
Ferguson, that was deflected. Shot clock at 7. Paul George, no. Noel with the offensive rebound. And George hangs and finishes at the rim.
Nice finish by George, because Jahlil Okafor got big, went up vertically, and really made George adjust and make him a tough shot.
By the way, Russell Westbrook is an assist away from his 11th straight triple-double. There's 2 more on the jam. Great look. Russell attacking from the baseline. 38 points for Westbrook, 10 rebounds, 9 assists. Paul George hits it. Oklahoma City needed that one. Ferguson gives it up. Good ball movement. George for 3. Got it.
He said, I knew I'd make one.
Welcome to NBA Friday, presented by State Farm. Both the Thunder and Jazz playing their best basketball before the All-Star break. OKC winners of 11 of the last 13. Utah 12 of 16. Grant taking it at Favors, and a nice drive and score by the 5th-year pro from Syracuse. Steven Adams rattles that one down. Such an underrated offensive player. Another deflection by the Thunder. George going 1-on-3, gets rid of O'Neal and scores.
Defense to offense, the way the Oklahoma City Thunder play.
Here's Paul George for 3, on the money as he swishes it home for his 5th point. Well, how about the first-round pick that the Knicks sent to Denver in that trade? Ferguson, boy, really improved his three-point shooting this year. Just 20 years old.
They obviously live off of forcing turnovers. How do you keep them out of transition?
Cephalosha will let it fly, puts up an air ball. He was really good here, though, for a lot of years with Oklahoma City. Was a key player for them on both ends. George gets free. That's the last guy you want to leave alone. And how about this stat? 37 consecutive games with multiple threes. That's the second longest record in the history of the league behind Steph Curry, who did it in 50 straight games. Schroeder for 3. Got it. George, great step through, showing that grace and balance. Lays it in with the left. George able to finish through contact from Favors. At 16 now for Paul George. He averages 29 per game, which is 3rd in the NBA behind only Harden and Steph Curry. Paul George as good as any scorer off the dribble in the league. Breaks down Gobert, and what an incredible finish with the left hand off the window.
I mean, you just look at him playing with the basketball right there. I mean, that was Wow, that was a great play by Paul George.
And, you know, back like 40 years ago when your shooting guards were 6'2", 6'3", like Mitchell, not 6'7", 6'8", like most guys are in the league now,
right,
as a two guard. O'Neal drives, can't get it over Adams. George pulls up for three, buries it. 8 straight points for OKC. Meanwhile, Westbrook and Paul George have combined for 31, make that 34 of the 42 points in the half. George now with 28, right at his season average. George drives and finishes for his 30th point.
What a strong finish right there by Paul George.
Paul George knew he missed it right away, got his own miss. That's basketball 101, right? And SVP gonna give his take on whether Steph Curry's best career season is being ignored. Meanwhile, Jeremy Grant with a huge three out of the timeout to make it a 2-point game. Rubio favors, finally misses, but Gobert with the rebound. Ingles three, big shot. It pushes the lead to 7, nearing 2 to play.
And Ingles will get the credit for that shot, but it's Rudy Gobert who created the opportunity right there.
George comes back down and now is 34. So George and Westbrook have combined for 74, and they might lose at home. And they do. A steal by Grant. Numbers. George the lob. Ferguson the finish. Shot clock at 8. George gets Mitchell off his feet and ties the game with a 3.
Put your ball in your best two players' hands.
Donovan Mitchell with 30 points. Drives on Ferguson, who's got 5 fouls, and Mitchell gets it to drop. And now it's Paul George on Mitchell.
You look at Paul George taking the challenge of saying, if they're going to ISO him, I'm the best defender on the floor, let me guard him.
Rubio hits a 3. He forced Mitchell to give it up, and then the extra pass to Rubio, who gives Utah a 3-point lead.
That's what you call a nice hockey assist right there.
Westbrook leaves it for Grant. He's fouled by Gobert, and he scores, so a chance to tie it at the line. Around and down. We're all even at 129, a 3-second difference between the clocks.
And expect another isolation situation right here with Donovan Mitchell against Paul George.
And George giving him no airspace whatsoever. Mitchell drives, blocked. OKC ball, they have a timeout. Will they use it? No, 4 seconds left. Westbrook with 3, puts it up. We're going to overtime at Chesapeake Energy Arena. Hard screen by Adams. George drives at Gobert and finishes for his 39th point. It ends up being Thunderball anyway, and a breakaway for George, and a stop.
How about that overtime game? 3 minutes left, down 2, and you go with a windmill in transition.
Westbrook backing down Mitchell, blocked by Gobert, but tipped in by Adams. Mitchell, wow, tough shot against 2 guys falling down. He's got 36. George draws the double. Schroeder, extra pass. Here's Nader from outside, and he buries a 3.
How about the trust they have when a guy's been sitting most of the game, comes in for Russell Westbrook, and swing, nice play, hockey assist right there by Paul George.
The second-year pro out of Iowa State in his first year with the Thunder, with a huge shot putting him up 2. Now it's Mitchell, can't get it, but look at Gobert on the offensive glass. We're tied at 139. Schroeder will inbound, looking for George, but Ingles is all over him. He gets it to him anyway, and the shot clock at 4. George, deep 3, short. Gobert with a rebound. Utah has a timeout but won't use it. Mitchell with 4, with 2. Mitchell for the win. Double overtime.
And he got the shot he wanted right there. He is disappointed.
George double clutches as he nails the 15-footer.
What a tough shot. That could have been an and 1 right there. I thought he might have got fouled right there, actually.
43 points for Paul George, who's been on an absolute tear the last couple weeks. Ingles comes back and ties it with a 3.
And that's a big mistake right there in the defensive coverage by Nader. You can't, you're up 3. You guard a great three-point shooter. You can't try to shoot the gap.
Schroeder gets some airspace and hits. Hasn't been a great shooting night, but obviously the biggest shot of the night for him. Nader on Mitchell. Mitchell drives on Nader. Scoop, no. Loose ball, and Mitchell gets it back. Shot clock at 1. Ingles got it away in time, but couldn't hit. And the Thunder, down 1, have a timeout. They're not going to use it. George with 5. George drives over Gobert. It's good with 8/10 of a second left to give the Thunder a 1-point lead. Timeout, Utah. An MVP caliber shot by an MVP candidate. Split into doubles and then over one of the best shot blockers in the league. Rainbows that one in to give the Thunder the advantage.
Teardrop. That one was up there by the shot clock right there, Dave.
That scraped the sky on the way down.
Wow.
Noel will guard the inbound pass. 8/10 to the second lap. Korver gets it away. No good. And Oklahoma City wins it in double overtime.
A crisp, clear, but chilly night here on the base of the Rocky Mountains in downtown Denver as we welcome you to the Pepsi Center, where two of the best in the Western Conference, the Oklahoma City Thunder, 21-11 since December 14th, take on the number 2 seed in the West, Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets. Paul George, nifty pass inside. Grant goes right to the cup and finishes hard with the right hand. Nice play. Great high-low action between George and Grant. What is one of the things that you notice about this Denver Nuggets offense?
Well, you know, they're very active. They got guys that can shoot the 3-ball. Thunder have been very successful, and you like this as well. As Paul George says, hello, I'm in the building. But how about Paul George? He didn't have a whole lot of time, but he didn't need it, as he finishes with authority in transition.
Thunder with 9 consecutive, off to a good start here in Denver. Timeout. George lobs it up. Steven Adams with the redirect on the one-handed hammer. It's gone quiet here. Paul George has re-entered the game over midway through quarter number 2. Pressed out hard. And Paul George, silky smooth shot, just his second make of the night. Westbrook again trying to drive. Finds Paul George, slashing all the way to the cup, and he throws it down. Jokic again trying to size up Steven Adams. George came down with the rake, left hand, no good. Adams was able to stand his ground that time.
Right, one-on-one coverage, and a little help from Grant.
Westbrook to George, who launches the 3 and connects on the 3. 5 points for the Thunder to open up the third quarter here, 1:10 seconds in. Grant out to be a deep 2, and Jeremy Grant, the constant source of offense here for the Thunder in the third. The pass got intercepted by George, and George wants to let it fly from half court, and he banked it in! And it's going to count as Paul George, the 46-footer at the perfect time. Maybe that'll get the sharpshooter going. Off 1 foot, banked it in. Right where we were at halftime, 13-point game. Off that miss from Noel as George trying to line up the 3, and he splashes it home. Slip pass right back to Jokic, he couldn't handle it, it's taken away by George. George pressing, goes right to the cup, and he finishes with the right hand as it's a 3-point game, the closest it's been since the first half, as the Thunder defense putting its foot down here in this fourth quarter, making a late charge. Jokic out on the perimeter. Wants to make a move on Adams. Kicks it out. Murray tees up a huge Denver 3. Denver defense starting to find itself, but Westbrook breaks it down with a beautiful drive right to the cup and a much-needed deuce for OKC. Murray around. Dumps it off. Jokic somehow got it over Grant. Westbrook lost it out of bounds. And Jeremy Grant will cap off his solid night. And we get another foul. This one's academic. I'm not sure why we're fouling here with 23.9. Frigid conditions here in downtown Minneapolis as the Thunder hit the road for the longest trip of the season, and it starts here at the Target Center to take on the Minnesota Timberwolves as Oklahoma City, fresh off that win against the Memphis Grizzlies, look to stay in the number 3 spot in the Western Conference, but they're going to have to take down Karl Anthony Towns and the Minnesota Timberwolves, a team that has beaten the Thunder twice already this season. The Timberwolves all of a sudden extended the lead back up to 9. George trying to muscle his way down the lane. That time he does. First bucket for Paul George here tonight. George down the lane, tough shot, splits the double team. There's incredible difficulty there, and we get a technical foul after the made bucket on Dennis Schroeder. Time though for the Thunder. Westbrook quickly gets it over to Jeremy Grant. Drives to the rim, lost it on the way up. Does George get it off in time? He does, and that 3 will count. Right at the gun as Grant lost control on his way up. He bobbled the basketball, and Paul George was in the perfect spot. Wide open 3 for Jeremy Grant, who buries it from the corner. George lines it up, and that time he connects. Paul George from downtown, his second of the night. He's into double digits with 11 points. George fires away. Paul George now with 13 on the night. The Thunder glad to have him back after that 3-game absence. And 7 for 7 here in the fourth quarter. Next foul will put Minnesota back at the line. George finds his spot on the elbow. This time it's Felton trying to slow up the former MVP, who again got in the lane, no good.
Even his misses look good tonight. It just looked like that was going to roll back in because he's had quite a few.
George continues to launch. So Gibson filling in here for Karl Anthony Towns. A little move, creating some space, no good.
Timberwolves are starting to miss those little chippies at the basket. The Thunder just keep chipping away offensively. That's one way right there with a 3-pointer by Paul George.
Well, he is not going to be deterred shooting the basketball. You know, going back to that first half, as Jeremy Grant will stick that 3.
A nice little freeze move. I'm not sure what that was by Paul George.
As the Minnesota Timberwolves took the lead in the first half and never looked back, seizing control of this game. And the Thunder never could quite find its stride here on the road to open up this road trip. And for the 3rd time this season, it's Minnesota taking down Oklahoma City, and the Thunder fall to 39-25.
The time is now. Western Conference teams positioning, then repositioning themselves for playoff slots. Night after night, game after game, with 18 games to go in a race that will likely take until the final game in a little over a month to decide. Tonight from Portland, Oregon, the NBA on TNT is presented by State Farm. The Oklahoma City Thunder and the Portland Trailblazers have identical records, but because of all the different tiebreakers, the Thunder at number 4, the Blazers at number 5. In all, 6 teams in the West within 3 games of each other. Nurkic got it from Lillard.
What a season for Nurkic. Just the confidence that he has and the maturity now that he believes this is a big 3 as Westbrook, who's only shooting like 27% from downtown, knocks down the long 3.
It's Westbrook down low. Shot clock is at 3. Good scoop pass inside to George. Lillard off a screen. Beautiful pass inside. Nurkic. And Lillard gets it to go with a great feed.
And Kevin, you see how much more comfortable he is catching the ball in the paint and being able to deliver and finish. Nice pass by PG to Adams.
Rebound by Morris. Outlet to George. Paul George, 1 of 5. Slithers and drives.
I'm not sure there's another player in the league takes as much contact on those drives as Paul George and is able to finish them.
George got the Nerlens Noel screen, and his floater is fine. Here comes George. Harkless is on him. Schroeder, 3, up and in. Nice shot outside by Terrence Ferguson. Lillard, 3, Adams defense.
7-footer out on the perimeter. Beautiful step back, 26, 27-footer by Lillard.
3, George, good.
Good answer.
Paul George does with a triple outside and 18 for him.
I see where you guys are coming from, but remember now, this is the same Portland team that had home court advantage last year versus New Orleans and got swept. I'm going to go with James Harden and Houston. It always comes back to them because if Chris Paul can stay healthy, please, then I'm going to go with Houston. That playoff experience.
Offensive rebound by George, did not hit the rim. Clock continues to tick, and George pulls the trigger and gets it to go. Nurkic setting a screen. Adams with the deflection, picked up by Lillard, throws it away. Here comes George, backpedaling and off balance is McCollum with a foul. Westbrook and Aminu. Start, stop, try, layup, no, tipped up and in by Adams.
Right place at the right time for Steven Adams.
Lillard. That ties the game.
He's willing them.
Westbrook and George each have 29. Drive by George, bodies on the floor. Adams gets the toss and the flush. Lillard has been magnificent. Splits the defense and drives and was fouled. No fouls to give. Final 45 seconds. Lillard with 45. Shot clock at 8. George against Aminu. Dances, drives, no. Down goes Nurkic. Here comes Ferguson.
And I think they're going to take a look at this because it looked like Paul George may have gave Nurkic an elbow, a chicken wing to the grill.
Lillard with the 2 for the tie. It's caught by Nurkic. Hammered inside and a foul, and he and George.
And this is
with a shove on Nurkic by Paul George.
Well, if they're going to give a technical to Nurkic, that's going to be his second because he picked up a technical earlier with that skirmish with Westbrook.
Like we said, Nurkic is gone. Westbrook tips it.
Wow. A foul on OKC on the rebound.
He knew tonight. 4 of 5 from the line. Ties it down. Here's Westbrook. Lost the ball. Lost the ball on the inbound. Lillard. Good if it goes. Overtime between the Thunder and the Trailblazers. Cantor sets a screen. Adams was there. Hood maneuvers for 2.
What a lost start in today's three-point gunning range.
George to Adams. Easy. And Adams is found underneath that circle. He has found his success in the second half. Lillard trying to work inside on Adams in a fadeaway. Pretty shot. 47 for Damian Lillard. Westbrook gets an Adams screen 3. Good.
Oh, goodness.
McCollum goes on Westbrook. 15-footer. Short. Foul. Fouled on the play by C.J. McCollum. George has it. 2.5 to go. Puts on the brakes. Puts it up. And a foul on the play. And Paul George will go to the free throw line. Here comes McCollum. Ferguson defends. Rejected by Ferguson. What a defensive play. And here comes a hard-charging Westbrook for 2. And the Thunder pull on top. 123-117. Lead is 7. This equals the biggest lead the Thunder have had tonight. The driving Lillard. And he's fouled as he tried to take it up and underneath. Full court pressure for the first time. They break it right there with George. Grant got it across. Jeremy Grant will take it in high. Counting the foul. The Thunder have swept the Blazers this season. 4 wins for Oklahoma City.
And welcome to Oklahoma City, where the winds have been gusting across the plains here today, and you can almost feel the playoffs in the air a little bit. Oklahoma City going to be home here for 3 of the next 4 games at Chesapeake Energy Arena. Tonight taking on the Brooklyn Nets.
10 on the shot clock. Working off the Davis screen. LeVert rising up. And back comes Paul George. Paul George still with just 2 points in the game, and you must have heard me, Hughes. Dinwiddie on the drive, and he turned it over. Plenty of time for OKC with 8 on the clock.
Well, I think they've scored every time against our zone, so we're going to have to think twice about playing zone against these guys. No, we'll stick with it. It's part of our game plan. Yeah, I think it slows them down a little, makes them think a little, so we'll keep mixing it in.
Thank you, Kenny. Well, Kenny's right on the money there. There's no doubt about it. They've made a couple of long shots.
They just scored against the zone again.
Yes, they did. Darnell Hillman from the Indiana Pacers would give you a little argument on that one back in the day. But he rivaled Doc.
Yeah.
It was Dr. Darnell Hillman.
Oh, they were close. Yeah. Paul George off glass and 1. That stops the bleeding for OKC. The foul's going to go against Dinwiddie, his first personal foul. Little show and go by Schroeder. Adams on the offensive glass, out to George. Butter.
There you go. George says not quick enough. Well, you like to see him get involved there right now. He's 1 for 3 in the three-point game.
Good defense by Schroeder.
See, they've done a great job on Harris. Harris hasn't had a good look.
Oh, George put LeVert in the weight room. Put his shoulder right into him for the layup. Paul George working against Crabbe. And Paul George with the stare-down jumper. And, boy, in a blink, it's down to a 2-point game. That changed quick. Paul George underneath. Got the bucket to go over Cruz. Joe Harris doesn't miss many of those, but he did that time. Paul George with a chance to tie for OKC. For the lead. Got it. And OKC is up by 1. Kurucs lobbed it up for Allen, never made it.
Oh, hold on. I said he was back. He just blocked that pass.
It's the same guy. Paul George.
See, you need a timeout now. It's right now, think about what Westbrook just did. He missed the layup, was way behind. When that guy went in to lay it up, he blocked that pass.
Unbelievable. Apilia, Abdel Nader from deep. They get a stop out of the zone defense, and Dinwiddie up court for Brooklyn. Little hesitation move, he threw it away, lost it. 3-on-1 the other way. Paul George took the hit and won. After a slow start, Paul George is percolating here in OKC tonight. LeVert, little side pick and roll. On the baseline now. Good defense by Paul George. Yeah, got the block. That's why he's one of the best two-way players in the game, folks.
No doubt about it. First in the league in steals. Never mind the fact that he can play a small forward, power forward, or a 2-guard.
Got 2 blocks so far tonight. George threw it up for Noel.
Beautiful. See, the big men that can jump, like Noel, he'll continue to move to the front of the rim because he knows the pass will be there.
Dinwiddie's already set a franchise mark for points off the bench, eclipsing the late Armand Gilliam. Burton went chest to chest with the defender and made the shot.
Oh, that was all in the air. Take body contact in the air, and he did not lose his form.
Paul George was a 4-time All-Star in his 7 years with the Indiana Pacers. Now he's a 2-time All-Star with Oklahoma City, making just his 2nd appearance as an opponent at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. The only 2 teammates remaining from 2 years ago, Miles Turner and Thaddeus Young. Pacers Thunder coming up.
And again, our opening tip delivered by Papa John's. Pacers and the Thunder played 68 games, both teams yet to play each other. This is the first meeting in 15 months. Thunder coming in off a win last night at home, 108-96, and George is fouled underneath. And he'll have the first look at the basket for Oklahoma City, and it's on Miles Turner.
Well, look, you got Thunder and Lightning, and Paul George is actually the Thunder for this team. The Lightning, you just saw it in Westbrook, his ability to get in the paint, and that's what the Pacers have gotten not to allow. Then you Glasswork, hit the boards. This is the best rebounding team in the league, and particularly when you look at them on the offensive end. So blocking out after playing a solid defense is important. The Glasswork is going to be key.
They average 10 steals per game. They've got Westbrook, George, and Adams. And that's a 3-point shot by Paul George. And now Morris is open, and Morris hits a 3. We've seen him do that in a Wizards uniform. Yes, Sabonis, another basket.
You talk about that ankle. That's a good sign that ankle's okay on the drive, ball fake, able to come to the stop. Noel couldn't do anything about it.
And now George, another 3. As McDermott down the lane with a right hand. Doug McDermott played half of the year in Oklahoma City. And now George again.
He feels it. Yeah, because that was hardly a rhythm shot. So you're going to have to pick him up a little bit earlier.
Now they run him off the screen again. Now George down the lane, pounds it down. And so Paul George, who struggled last year in 2 games against his former team, that has not happened here early. He has a 10-point second quarter. He has 15 tonight. George gets inside, and now Nader for 3.
So that's where Paul's gotten better. Paul used to be a turnover machine, so now he's looking to make passes, and if you got shooters there, it makes it difficult because everybody collapsed on George.
Ferguson is back in, and Ferguson hits a 3. Here's another issue with Steven Adams. Out of New Zealand, 1 season at Pittsburgh in the ACC, as Turner gets his first basket, where he averaged 7 points and 5 rebounds. He's a much better pro than he ever was in that 1 year in college.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. I don't think anybody can argue that he's a much better pro. He gives them a legitimate chance at going deep in the West. I don't know if I'm not sure they can win it, but because they've got that inside presence with Adams, they got a legitimate shot, Chris.
George finds Adams. George drives and got it. He's got a 20-point first half and 15 in this quarter.
And the Thunder defense again comes up with another turnover. Leaking is George, and he slips by Bogdanovich for the layup.
And right now, they have the Pacers so discombobulated. They're throwing the ball away. They're fumbling passes in transition. And the Thunder right now was just balling.
There was no free throw. There was no clear path foul. But what an acrobatic play from Paul George, who got pushed off of his spot, still caught it, and somehow got it up over the cylinder for the and one. What an incredible play by Paul George as he took the push from Matthews and somehow got that up and in. George slips it back. Adams cutting across down the lane. Great play. Excellent feed there by Paul George. George from the corner, and he knocks down a huge 3, and a new season high in 3-pointers for Paul George, number 245, as he passes his previous career best, which is 244. Well, if you're Oklahoma City now, you've got to find a way to regain control of this game, as all of a sudden Indiana's starting to knock down some shots. Westbrook trying to take matters into his own hands, and a 17-foot bank shot quiets things down at the moment. Now George flares out, defended by Bogdanovich. Steps into the 3. Paul George ties it at 104. Another massive bucket by PG-13. George completely fouled. Bogdanovich gave him nothing but a shove as he was trying to negotiate his way to the rim, and that's a tough, hard foul that's going to put Paul George back at the line.
It's like they may go back to him because Grant is now on him.
Not for long. Here's Sabonis again. Help defense came over. Series of pump moves, and despite 2 defensive players there for the Thunder, Sabonis still lays it up and in. You see Indiana does not want to leave any time on the clock for Oklahoma City. Ball pressured out behind the 3-point line. Bogdanovich, the fadeaway shot too strong. Put back off the glass is good on the offensive rebound, and Indiana takes the 2-point lead. Ferguson gets it into Westbrook. Westbrook from the straightaway, off the front of the rim, no good. And that'll do it here in Indiana.
Thank you, Michelle, on a beautiful evening in Oklahoma City. Our ABC Saturday primetime game featuring 2 powerhouses from the Western Conference. And it'll be a packed house here in Oklahoma City. The Golden State Warriors in town.
I mean, this guy, he's averaging nearly 15 and 10. But just like that play right there is what he's capable on an every night basis.
You like his unselfishness, Mark, but you want him to be a little more selfish.
Steve, what about the way Clay and Steph play enhances the incredible skill they bring to the table?
They just are fearless.
You see, the score was different than when we left after the first quarter. They took away a 3-pointer that Steph Curry hit. They didn't take the whole thing away, just a point, as he had a toe on the line. As Paul George, back-to-back jumpers.
Well, I think you hit it right on the head. Utah Jazz as an organization, players, ownership, management did an outstanding job of handling it, disciplining those involved. As George knocks down the shot.
Ferguson this time takes it to the basket and finishes nicely.
And that's a good adjustment by Ferguson.
Kicks it out, Curry. Spots up, and that one goes
Steven Adams grabs another rebound, his 7th. Paul George tries from 3. That's good.
And defending the guards in this league is a nightmare enough.
Paul George for 3. George trying to get it going. He's got 18 points. Lead cut to 14. As Grant knocks down that 3-pointer. Long distance. Rebound George. Final seconds of the 3rd. George drives and fouled. Still 9 minutes remaining, however. George gets to the rim. That one manages to go down.
You know how when you're suspended, like Westbrook is, it'll be 1/82nd of his salary? Don't you think technicals should be the same thing? It should be something, a percentage. Mike, I'm telling you, it's not good what's happening.
Second straight game on this road trip without Kevin Durant. And 2 impressive road victories. First at Houston, tonight here in OKC against Russell Westbrook.
Oklahoma City Thunder enjoying some extended time here at home at Chesapeake Energy Arena. It is game 2 of this homestand as the Miami Heat make the lone trip to Chesapeake Energy Arena as Paul George dropped 47 the last time these two teams met in Miami. But Dwayne Wade and the Heat trying to make a playoff push, currently 8th in the Eastern Conference, 33 and 36.
George flies all the way to the rim and throws it down.
So in general, guys, we'll see a lot of zone, but Dennis told me not if we get a lot of stops. Well, that's what's happening so far tonight, guys.
Well, Jeremy Grant tees one up from the outside, and the Thunder knock it down. Second triple of the night. What a difference the latter half of this first quarter. George goes right at the rim and scores. It was a 21-2 Miami run prior to that bucket. George, another tough drive and a foul that time by Johnson. And whenever a team is going on a run like that, one of the ways, as you always say, Michael, to try to slow it down, be aggressive and get to the free throw line. Right. Morris checks the timer. Goes into the post, and the turnaround is good as he had the mismatch on Raiders. Any team that's trying to make a push is George with a slippery move, get to the rim. Nice scoop layup. George steps back behind the line and splashes home that 3. Ferguson from the corner, that's good. Terrence Ferguson hoists and hits.
Well, that's when you pull your best Oscar move. No, it was off a Thunder player, and everybody starts walking toward their side. There's Paul George where he gets fouled. He'll have 3 free throws. It looks like he should have 3 free throws.
So the Thunder, I'm not sure if that ball was deflected by Adams on the previous possession. George comes right back, fires away, and hits. Grant was able to get OKC on the board here. Grant finds himself open as he turned around right on the elbow, and he took advantage. And Jeremy Grant has been pretty consistent here tonight, 18 points on 6 out of 10 shooting. As George takes the bump, that's going to count. On the follow, the continuation for Paul George. Richardson. Boy, that did a 360, rigging the rim. George fighting his way down the lane. It's going to drop in. And another and one possibility for Paul George. So the Thunder will retain the basketball here. An opportunity to get it down to 10, maybe single digits. George steps back, corner 3. And he high arcs it right in. And it's down to 9 with 4 minutes to go. George launches. That's good. As he rattles it home for 3 as George cracks the 30-point mark. He's up to 31 and it's down to 6.
Welcome everyone to Chesapeake Energy Arena as the Toronto Raptors come calling to take on Oklahoma City, and the winds of urgency blowing through this town. The Thunder trying to get back on the right track. Grant a little bit strong. Grant has a size advantage against Green and got to the bucket. George with the steal, on the run, whistle, block and one. George with the bucket. George inside, pulling his way inside for the bucket. 40 seconds to go in the first quarter. George for 3. And that's why he's a 39% three-point shooter this year.
How do you defend Russell Westbrook, a guy that has scored the ball a little bit here and plays with a lot of pace?
George off the screen into Noel. Nerlens Noel with the mid-range jump shot. Wow, okay.
He's played well for them.
Here's Van Vliet. 10 on the shot clock. They turn it over. Paul George. Quick push to Russ. And Russ lays it in over Gasol. Boy, that is a lethal and deadly two-man fast break. Here's Paul George. Westbrook hits a three. George with the assist.
But tonight, to me, it's just more about how well Toronto's playing. I mean, this has been a great road performance so far.
And they're shooting almost 60% from the field as Paul George gets the reverse layup to go. And all this for the Raptors in the absence of their starting point guard and all-star Kyle Lowry.
But you don't change innate basketball character of people.
Gotcha. Paul George over to Abdel Nader. He's going to try the three ball, and he drills that one. George searching for a shot, and that's going to be 3 free throws. But Paul George stops the clock with 2:04 to go. A chance to make it a 6-point game. Leonard settles for the three. A little bit of life still left in the Thunder. George for three, got it. And it's a 5-point game.
Get a good 2-for-1 opportunity. Doesn't have to be a 3.
George over Leonard, yes! Oh, wow! 2-point game. Van Vliet crossed up Schroeder. Leonard missed the follow. Russell with the loose ball. They can get the tie. Westbrook on the drive. Got it! We're knotted at 110. Ferguson to inbound. Westbrook, a tough shot. Didn't miss by much, but we'll go to overtime, folks. 5 more minutes, courtesy of a 13-2 sprint to the finish by OKC. As Kawhi Leonard helped seal the deal with 22 points and 10 rebounds. Pascal Siakam, meanwhile, 33 points and 13 boards, and that flight back to Lester B. Pearson International Airport in Toronto is going to be a little bit more joyful.
A crisp, clear, but beautiful night here in Toronto, Canada, as the Thunder make the only trip north of the border to take on the Raptors for the second time in as many nights after losing on Wednesday night in overtime.
I'm still looking to get on the board here.
George in the mid-range, pulls up, got the foul called on Danny Green and knocks it down. And Paul George will go to the line for the possible 3-point play.
As Grant lines up another 3-ball, that'll flush you out from that painted area if you're the Raptors.
There's a 3 launched by Paul George, and he knocks it down.
And that's a good rhythm shot for him, just stepping back. He just looked comfortable in his skin.
George, the drive on Anunoby, hangs, takes the big bump and a foul. And so George will go to the free throw line. George made it 3 in that first quarter. Toronto continues to run that pick and roll. There's Danny Green, and we talked about it. If you help off of Danny Green, he is going to be left wide open, and he's made the Thunder pay now 4 times. George answers right back as he drills one from downtown. George using his size inside, got the bounce. Went right at Van Vliet. He doesn't stand nearly as tall as George at 6'9".
That's called a mouse in the house on the perimeter.
As Leonard uses that size, fades. He asked for better defense there by Terrence Ferguson.
And you know, better defense and defending without fouling as well.
George, nice touch.
And see what it does. 1 and done at the rim. You don't give up an offensive rebound. And you get out in transition. You don't allow the Raptors to set up their defense.
As George drive and kick out to Westbrook. That 3, boy, pinballs and finally drops in. George trying to get 3 back and will, as he buries the 3 straight away. Adams off the nice slip pass. Paul George gave it to him, and Adams went up for the slam and feathered it up and in.
That's right. He went up hard, went up strong to try to dunk that basketball.
Toronto right back on the offensive end is Leonard. Again, a contested shot. The Thunder have slowed him up here in the second half.
Good defense by Paul George on Kawhi Leonard.
George catch fire, that's good. Splashing home the triple. Another 3 for the Thunder, the 18th of the night. Shot clock winding down. George came in from behind and swiped it away from Leonard. Numbers again. Grant in transition, he scores off the glass. What a sequence by Paul George.
Now, how about 3 sequences so far for them? Twice he's defended Kawhi Leonard, and come up with the basketball, and the Thunder converted on both of them.
And Anunoby had it knocked away by Westbrook as the defense putting his foot down. George for three. That's good. And the Thunder storming here in the fourth quarter, push it up to 10. George passes over to Westbrook, fires it inside to Adams. George to Schroeder. And it continues to rain threes here in Toronto. Another one. This one from Dennis Schroeder, who's now got 22 in the game. Leonard chiseling his way underneath, and Adams swats it away. Now Schroeder finds a trailer. Paul George with the left hand, not a problem as they execute the fast break to perfection. George got fouled by Leonard.
That's a big play. That's a smart play by Paul George. You got a short shot clock. It's a set piece.
Gasol's going to have to get it back out. Van Fleet, that one was almost from the logo. It's an air ball, and Russell Westbrook fittingly comes down with the rebound, and the Thunder's losing streak is in the rearview mirror, picking up a massive road victory here tonight against the Toronto Raptors, the number 2 seed in the Eastern Conference, and it came in comeback fashion.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the excitement of the NBA. From fabulous FedEx 4-Mile Beale Street in downtown Memphis, Tennessee, the Memphis Grizzlies play the middle game of a 3-game homestand as tonight, for the first and only time this season, they welcome in the Oklahoma City Thunder.
The type energy, actually the Grizzlies hasn't missed a shot yet. The type energy the Grizzlies have been playing with, that third game in the fourth night against Minnesota, just too much as Paul George gets it to go and the harm.
Javon all the way and then has it rejected by Nader. Schroeder.
True definition of speed with Dennis Schroeder. And he's one of those guys that he runs really fast, but it's like he's floating or just gliding across the floor, how smooth he is. You better stop moonlighting, partner, too. Just a couple times with this soccer, wherever, volleyball, gymnastics. You're doing a little too much. Just like Paul George with that doggone three-point shot there.
I know, now it's a 3-point game. Midway point of the second quarter. Grizzlies had their streak of 105, of 8 games, I should say, 8 home games. Here's Paul George for 3. 8 home games with 105 or more. That was snapped Saturday against Minnesota. Paul George spins back baseline. That's why he's an all-star. Grizzlies had that one pretty well covered. Paul George now with a dozen. DeLon Wright lost it, trying to split the double team. And Paul George blocked by Bruno, but George gets it back and scores in a foul on Valanciunas. Unlucky there after the rejection by Caboclo.
It's been a team effort, and not just a team effort offensively, but on the defensive end, they've been extremely good in terms of just keeping their hands up, forcing tough shots as Paul George makes a tough one there.
Paul George, an open 3. Javon Carter has that one stolen by Paul George. Trying to hit Ivan in the post, and it results in a basket for Dennis Schroeder. George leans and draws the foul. And a 3-shot foul.
I don't know how anybody that makes the rules can say that that's a normal basketball. There's no way in the world is a normal basketball. You don't see anybody warm up before a game shooting the basketball in that fashion.
Paul George with 24, now 5 of 6 from the free throw line.
Good look for Paul George here as he knocks it down. That's what you want here. Now you got to extend your defense and allow the Grizzlies to bring that ball up the court, using the time off that clock.
Again, we see the full court pressure from the Thunder, trying to force that turnover. It's another 2-on-1. Caboclo left wide open, and another slam. So despite the ball pressure in the backcourt, the movement by Memphis has created a couple of easy buckets. Schroeder, a kick out to a wide open George. That's second in a row. Another 3 gets it down to 7 with 1:10 left to go.
Hey, Michelle, it looks and feels like spring here in Oklahoma City, which means only one thing. The NBA playoffs are right around the corner. We're not sure who has next on that court, but in Chesapeake Energy Arena, we've got Knicks. And welcome everyone to NBA Courtside, presented by McDonald's. It's the Pacers and the Thunder, the second meeting of the season between these two teams. They met a couple of weeks ago up in Indianapolis in a game that came right down to the last couple of possessions.
George still looking for his first bucket and gets it right there, working against Wesley Matthews.
And running a nice set to get him into the post.
Shot clock at 10. Adams passed up a shot for a better shot, I think. Paul George.
Now that was a good read by Adams. He first kept the ball alive to get him a second shot, and then a nice pass to the wide open George on the spot up.
It's interesting, Jeff. They have some 6 free agents, and as much as other teams have had their high-profile free agents discuss free agency, you don't hear that kind of buzz or talk coming out of the Pacers locker room, which in a sense is a good thing as George scores.
Absolutely. I think, again, the way they've gone about their business this year should be a model for all franchises to try to emulate.
McDermott takes it in, got blocked. George on the break, and George finishes with the slam.
I mean, everybody, the best physical therapist must be in LA and Miami, because that's where everybody's heading.
It's that natural approach, that organic approach, Coach, where you're close to the ocean and the water, and it's multiple healing powers as Paul George gets the layup.
Then I spoke to Popeye Jones, assistant coach for the Pacers. He loved what they were doing offensively, moving the ball particularly, though he did think on defense, though, that they gave up way too much to Adams. Certainly it's something they felt like they gave him too many easy looks and too many easy baskets.
Well, you're not going to like that. Paul George knocks down the three-pointer on their first offensive possession of the second half. Bogdanovich on the drive into heavy traffic, ended up on his back. And the Thunder have numbers the other way. George for three. Butter. A 15-0 run for OKC. George going to work here. Physical against Matthews. And one. Count it. Man, that was hand-to-hand combat. And Matthews going to have to take that tee with him, too. Paul George out there with just one other starter right now. McDermott trying to guard him. Off glass and good. Paul George.
Well, they got the switch they wanted. McDermott on George, but pretty good defense by McDermott. George just made a difficult shot.
What kind of looks were you getting, and were you happy with what you were getting there?
Well, I mean, it's pretty unique. We had 14 assists, and we shot 39%. Our guys have done a good job moving the ball, and we've done a good job here in the second half. We've just happened to make a few more shots.
Billy, good luck, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
All right, good luck. Back to you guys.
Another three-pointer by Paul George. Up to 26 points on the night. Having a career year in points, assists, rebounds, steals. At the defensive end, leads the NBA in steals, loose balls recovered, and deflections. As George gets it to go inside. Jeff, I see Paul George fighting over screens all the time. Does that indicate that OKC is a non-switching team as well, more or less not?
Well,
Collison with a bucket.
Off-ball screens, they're switching very little. On-ball, they'll switch a little bit more, but you're right. Paul George with a terrific three-point play opportunity. He does the dirty work at the defensive end. He'll drive through screens. But the catch and go by George, the bump by Matthews, and the shot over the backboard. That's a horse shot.
His 30th 30-point game of the season. Paul George, 50% from the field tonight. And boy, he may be nursing a little bit of a sore shoulder, but he has been spectacular, especially in the last 8 games.
Friday night here in Oklahoma City, and the table is set for two of the best in the Western Conference as the season series wraps up between the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder here at Chesapeake Energy Arena. As you see, Denver, the current 2 seed, already clinched the playoff berth, something the Thunder hope to accomplish here tonight, currently sitting in the number 7 seed.
One of the problems that's given the Thunder, some issues has been all the different motion and cutting of the Denver offense. George goes right at Jokic and finishes over the top of the big man.
A nice strong move by Paul George, and good job by Jokic avoiding the contact, staying vertical.
As Denver turning the Thunder turnover into offense. George, another tough shot, and he went to the bank. Denver is off to a scorching hot start here in this first quarter. 9 out of its first 12. Shooting 75%. That has pushed the Nuggets to a 5-point lead. George again, same play, almost this time at Barton, who contends that he stood his ground, but George can get the and one for the possible 3-point play. Jokic gets his own miss. And Adams might have blocked the second shot. George probing, dumps it off. Adams. That's good. Steven Adams, defense to offense, doing it at both ends of the floor.
Nice pass by Paul George. Steven Adams hanging out in that dunker slot. That's almost like him sitting in his lazy boy.
Harris. No, and George comes down to help out to snatch away that rebound.
Look at Steven Adams running the floor again.
Oh, that'll be an and one as he pounds the rim.
That's a brave move by Paul Millsap.
I gotta say, I've only seen it one time, and it was a long time ago. What? Long time ago, my man.
Where were you born, man? That's like a classic. There's like 15 of those movies that have come out since then.
It was a long time ago. It's a long time ago, but it wasn't in the Rolodex consistently enough. You wonder how much energy Denver's going to have. Nice pass. George climbs the ladder and scores with a dunk. Plumlee's playing with a lot of confidence. If you see a big man like that trying to make his move all the way to the rim from the three-point line, like Plumlee just did, he's playing with some confidence. The Thunder need to get some confidence here on the offensive end as George used that left shoulder, creates some space and scores. As Westbrook steps back, too strong, offensive rebound by George. Tough step back three, splashes home for Paul George, much needed. His first three of the night. George wants to make his move. Adams on the block. He's been the one constant source of offense here tonight. Another efficient night, as you said. Well, if you're the Thunder here, it's a 10-point game with 7 minutes to go. You want to keep the pressure on Denver, and in order to keep the pressure on, you got to keep it at single digits. George made one, make it two, as he splashes home another three.
Just continue to score. That's going to be a big factor here this final 6 minutes.
George again. This time is back to the basket like he's a big man, and he still banked it in. The Nuggets using so many different guys as George. He got collapsed on, and it's going to be interesting to see who this foul was on. It could be number 5 on Barton, and it is. Murray again heads out far. This is that three. George is going to have to operate with alacrity. Drives quickly down the lane. Bucket brings it down to 9. And this Nuggets team is young. Murray is 22. Jokic is 23. Harris 24. Morris 23. And Beasley 22. I mean, this is one of the youngest teams in the NBA that has come out and taken the NBA by storm and will sweep the season series on the Oklahoma City Thunder, winning all 4 games. As the Thunder can't quite mount the second half comeback, Mike. Just a spectacular day on the final Sunday of March here in downtown Oklahoma City as the season series between the Thunder and the Mavericks wraps up here at Chesapeake Energy Arena as Russell Westbrook is ready to go as the Thunder officially have punched the ticket to the playoffs for the 9th time out of the last 10 years and welcome in one of the best to ever do it. Dirk Nowitzki potentially playing his final game here in Oklahoma City, the 6th best scorer in the history of the NBA. Dirk, that patent ball fake, got Ferguson up in the air, and the Thunder get another defensive stop. And George again, this time on the step back, strokes that mid-range, and it pinballs in after about 4 times on the rim, and Paul George has his first made bucket of the night. So George back in, quickly takes the shot and makes the shot as George connects on the first 3 of the game for the Thunder. George had it knocked away momentarily, goes hard at Dirk, and draws contact and a foul. Going back to that last defensive play, Terrence Ferguson this year has done a reasonably good job when bigger players have taken him in the post. Starts on the defensive end and getting some stops. Shot clock winding down. In the face.
And see, just speed the game up. Not allow the Mavericks to set up their defense. And look what happens.
That is as pure as it gets for Paul George.
I don't have a crystal ball, but some things you can just see development.
Ferguson missed it, but an offensive rebound by Adams.
And Steve Adams in the right place at the right time. He's just got that nose and knack for the basketball.
Most remarkable thing about Steven Adams, second year in a row, he's going to have more offensive rebounds than defensive rebounds. George slithers free somehow. Little Houdini act as he got it up and in.
Detroit's one of those teams who's fighting for their playoff lives in the Eastern Conference. Russell Westbrook gets the Thunder a 3-ball out of that timeout.
Devin Harris just unloaded from 7 feet behind the three-point line with 8 seconds on the shot clock.
I don't know, maybe he got a little confused as to how much time was left. You can't do that with Paul George.
There's some shirt marksmanship from Paul George. Cleveland. The Thunder leak out up ahead. It's George behind everybody as he scores off that perfect pass from Schroeder. It's always a kind of an exciting play when a guard ends up blocking a shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Harris is pretty good, too.
George trying to heat up things for the Thunder here, and he drops in a 3. Burke. Been tough to stop, and he continues to score on a really tough drive to the rim. Trey Burke, 25 off the bench. George the step back, got the 3. Over the outstretched arm of Cleveland. The Thunder regain the lead 101-100. Brunson wants to take Grant off the dribble, steps back, and the rookie drains a big shot. Grant cutting to the basket on the inbounds play, executed brilliantly by Westbrook on the inbounds play. And Grant continues his big fourth quarter. It was Brunson with the last bucket. Again, driving, dishing it off, and Powell with authority on the two-handed slam. Just a dribble penetration. Interesting to see if Dallas fouls as Brokoff knocks them both down. As Westbrook starts the clock, across the timeline, pulls up, deep 3. Off the back iron, no good. And that'll do it.
We're in downtown Oklahoma City. Two teams with different postseason thoughts. One team getting ready for the free agency, another team getting ready for the playoffs. It's players only, presented by State Farm. The Los Angeles Lakers come in, OKC, and they're still fighting, still playing solid basketball.
You have a guy like Russ who plays at that type of speed with that type of intensity. It's important, Smitty, for him to control the tempo and set the tone and the pace of the game. And he does just about as good a job as anyone starting the game off with his intensity as George gets the dunk.
I think it's just playing together as a team, defending on the high level and getting back to our identity, getting stops and run on offense.
You were a starter in Atlanta, you were the leader of the team. Now you're in a 6-man role, which I can't be coming to. How have you grown comfortable in your role here in Oklahoma?
I mean, it's a winning mentality, so when it's a winning mentality behind it, I do everything, whatever it takes. So, I mean, it's a different role, but I kind of got used to it. I'm on the floor in crunch time situations, and I get used to it.
When you're the point guard of a basketball game, you got to understand the tempo that you want to play at and the tempo that the other team want to play at.
That's 3 buckets in a row, 2 alley-oops and a left-hand kisser off the glass for Steven Adams.
You look at Steven Adams' numbers over the last 3 games, 20 and 10, being more aggressive, and this team can get steals and turn defense into offense really quick.
6 seconds on the shot clock. Caruso grabs it, a little floater, and it goes. Half-court pass, 5 seconds for the quarter. Paul George crossover, knocks it down.
I felt bad for Caruso on that play because Paul George just said his time running down.
And JaVale McGee, a little left.
The shot I
More
want,
volume
3D,
to let the Lakers with 8 points.
Raymond Felton in the game. He certainly bounced around the league. Raymond only had 2 points the other night. And that's Paul George for 3 from straight away. McGee looks to attack. He gets doubled and stripped. They
Stripped by
steal it
Paul
again.
George.
League leader in steals. Here he goes, looking to get to the rim. Inside, out, launch, down, Grant. Grant with the 3. That's his second triple tonight, and he's got 10 points. You got 3 Thunder with double figures right now.
Oklahoma City has missed 10 of its last 11. Strike that from the record. Strike that from the record.
Yeah, Paul George knocks down a corner three, puts the Thunder back up by 1.
At the other end, JaVale McGee's right there at the rim. JaVale McGee hits double digits once again. Boy, run into the rim.
But look at the wide open shots.
Yeah, Paul George.
Too many guys in the paint.
The number 2 scorer in the league is wide open from 3. Westbrook. That's his 12th board.
They switched assignments now in Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. They've got Paul George on him.
And they're going right back to him, aren't they?
And Paul George is one of the better two-way players in this game.
Yes, backed it in, and then an easy baseline mid-range jump shot. Rajon bumping into Felton, and that's a stocky Raymond Felton. That one knocked from behind, and here he goes. Raymond Felton ahead of the pack. Score it.
Give the steal to Paul George.
The Lakers find themselves down, but they've got it back to single digits, which means we might see Russell Westbrook again.
Well, I think if they get a stop here, and which they're not going to get.
Count it, foul. Well, Westbrook's coming in anyway. There he is. It's been hard to figure out. Rainbow certainly helps if he shoots the way he did tonight. 8 for 15.
It's the 11th annual Military Appreciation Night here in Oklahoma City, and a salute to the men and women around the world who continue to protect the freedoms of this great country. Basketball to be played as the Detroit Pistons make the only visit to Oklahoma City, wrapping up this season series. As we take a look at Russell Westbrook, fresh off that historic night Tuesday night, as he had the 20 points, 20 rebounds, 21 assists for just the second time in the history of the NBA. Westbrook with 2 more assists, Michael can average a triple-double for the 3rd consecutive season.
And this is Thunder basketball, the way he's doing it. You know, he's drawing the defense in, doing a lot of that heavy lifting, and finding a guy who he's found over 60% of his assists is Steven Adams.
But that smooth stroke from Paul George, who knocks down his first shot. And one of the things we've heard, Michael, over the last week is Paul George, another sweet stroke, mid-range, about 16 feet. He is an inside-outside player to the max.
Oh, and he's, you know, the evolution of his game as all big men in order to extend and get your numbers up is to add the three-point shot. And he's done that this year. He shot that ball with consistency.
Leads the Pistons in threes made. George, a tough drive down low, got his miss, puts it up and got fouled. Despite the skyscrapers inside, and George just relentless and was able to persevere despite the foul. This Pistons offense much different under Dwayne Casey, as there's a running layup that is affected by Steven Adams. Grant leaking free, he's going to go right at the rookie, and he scores again.
I'm wondering if the official, Dedrick Taylor, is going to blow his whistle over there. That was too much contact on that play with Grant.
Schroeder right at Pachulia, and it drops in. Counting the foul. George trying to isolate on the wing. As he surveys the Pistons defense. Scoops it underneath. Morris with the nice finish inside. George again, not settling for the 3, instead steps below the free throw line and converts.
Well, the 2 still works, and the mid-range game still works.
Well, George clearly with an effort to get underneath the 3-point line, Michael. He's taken 10 shots and just 1 3. Now George gets by, make it 11 shots and 1 3 as he is now in double digits on the transition bucket as the Thunder have the 38-36 lead. We take a look at tonight's halftime leaders given by Triple A Insurance. First shot of this 3rd quarter is a made 3 by Paul George as the Thunder regain the lead. That was a theme in the first half. 11 different lead changes.
He had a 17-2 advantage in that painted area. Also got to that free throw line. We have 11 of 12. Paul George, 5 straight points for the Thunder.
Shot clock under 5. Griffin.
And you know he's going to shoot it. Yep. You know he's going to shoot it.
And it's nothing but net. Blake Griffin, 7 out of 10 from 3, and even he's got a little bit of a smile. Sometimes you take some time off, and it's a massive benefit. Paul George not wasting any time, coming right back and draining the 3 of his own. Jackson on the dive. Drummond able to slip behind the defense and score. He has not scored. How about this? That is his first shot in his first made basket, and Adams got behind everybody
And the up-court pass from Westbrook, and he finishes inside. Speaking of in the zone, Paul George has been in the zone here in this third quarter. Another made three. George's been feeling it so far here in the third. There's a little step back, and he got the three. Talk about feeling it. Now 14 in this third quarter for Paul George. You see George trying to turn the corner, got to the rim. Drummond cleared out, and George able to lay it up and in. There's Markieff Morris again, tasked with defending Blake Griffin. He was below the three-point line. Tough, off balance, one-footed shot, no good. Drummond tipped it right into the arms of George, who rips it away. The Thunder again. 3-on-3. George sidestepping, and the foul on Smith.
You know what I like about that? It takes that much, 2-3 guys sometimes, to surround the NBA's leading rebounder in Andre Drummond.
And the Thunder wrap up what is a winning homestand, going 3-2 on the longest homestand of the year, and sweep the season series with the Detroit Pistons.
And welcome to downtown Minneapolis, where college basketball is king this weekend. The fans of Texas Tech and Virginia still celebrating their semifinal victories as the team gets ready for tomorrow night's championship showdown. But it's the NBA on center stage this afternoon, 4 days before the end of the regular season, and still some important jockeying for playoff positioning, especially for the Oklahoma City Thunder as they face off against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Ferguson goes inside on a nice feed from Westbrook, and the 20-year-old Ferguson is 2 for 2.
That's the second straight time that Ferguson and the Thunder got something good out of that, what we call a UCLA cut. They got to do a better job defending.
Right, first one he got a three off the pick and roll, and then another easy bucket right there.
Adams, excellent defense there. Towns falls down. It's 5-on-4. Ferguson, quick release. Not that. Oh, it does go in, up and through. And Ferguson with 8 points in the first couple of minutes. OKC, they love to push. Westbrook fakes the pass. George for 3.
You got to love the game. And people that love the game have a motor. People that love the game have improvement. And so I think it's up to him to have a long, thoughtful offseason about he's being paid max money, so he's going to be wealthy beyond all means. But what does he want to be remembered as a professional player?
Paul George knocking down a 3. Prior to that, how about that defense from the rookie on Russell Westbrook during that sequence? Schroeder lines that one up and gets it to go.
Like all of a sudden, this guy's the expert of two-way players and G League players.
You're right. I know these dudes.
By the way, congratulations to Fred Hoiberg for that. The new job. The Nebraska Cornhuskers as Morris knocks it down. We didn't know this, talked to him before the game. His grandfather coached Nebraska. Both his parents went to Nebraska. Towns the block. Ball comes out to Grant, and Grant the 3. Westbrook getting very physical, talking to Wiggins. Wiggins steps back, can't hit the 3. Westbrook still chatting. Paul George for 3. George has struggled with his shot so far, but he puts OKC up by 7.
I'm still amazed. It was a throwaway line. Russell Westbrook is now 2 rebounds shy of a triple-double. With 8.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
And to me, it's the rebounding that's astounding. You know, of course, someone of his talent's going to, as George takes it and dunks it.
Paul George. Well, that's a difficult shot. Kogi was all over him.
An awful lot of contact.
I think you really can't go by intent, Mike, because obviously sometimes when people foul, they don't have an intent to foul. So even with the flagrant foul, you kind of look at the fact of the severity of the contact. Okay, if you're putting the offensive player or defensive player in a position to get hurt.
George pulling up and nails it. Well, George struggling early, but finding the range here in the second half. He's got 21, make that 23. Minnesota led by 2 to start the period. Well, then the Thunder went up by as many as 12 here in the fourth. George on the pull-up, got it.
What
25.
Tough move. The ability to stop in rhythm, force the defender to backpedal, and then knock down mid-range.
George, late whistle, but a foul.
Looked like the right call. He keeps you so off balance with his ability to handle the basketball. Crafty, getting to the thick of the defense, and then Wiggins trying to get back into the picture. That's a foul.
Good evening, everyone, from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, where former MVPs go head-to-head in a game with a lot on the line as we close in on the end of the regular season. Tonight, the NBA on TNT is presented by State Farm. It's the fourth and final meeting between the third-seed Houston Rockets and the sixth-seeded Oklahoma City Thunder. Harden, three, no. Rebound by Ferguson. Inside they go, and there's Paul George.
And that's almost like a steal there for the Thunder. Quick shot by Harden and in transition for the Thunder. When Harden made that three before, it was because Adams had switched out. They came back and ran the same play. Adams was reluctant to switch as Paul George knocks down the three. And that allowed for Capella to slip to the lane and make that play for Gordon.
Harden averaging 7 assists. He'll take it inside, right to Adams, crashing to the floor. Harden has started 2 of 7. Here comes George the other way with a try.
Kevin, this has a feel to a playoff game. The officials are letting them play. There's a lot of contact on a lot of these drives both ways, but the officials here are letting them sort it out.
An adjusting pass in the corner. It goes, and Grant will put it down. Grant. Oh, and they just about
almost
knock it
a steal
away.
there by
yes.
PG.
George out there with Dennis Schroeder. And Schroeder launches that high arcing three. Nothing but the bottom of the net for Dennis Schroeder.
A little bit of hand-down, man-down rule.
Paul can't respond. Morris sends it up the floor. George leaks free and gets fouled by Eric Gordon as the Thunder clearly making a concerted effort here in this first half to get the ball up the floor off of Rockets missing. As George wide open strikes the triple. Beautiful smooth shot for PG, and the Thunder need him to get going. George trying to answer back, and he drills a three. Tough, contested hand in the face, and George not effective.
Yeah, he's just returning the favor.
Pitts-Delic is essentially the defensive coordinator for the Houston Rockets. And Mike D'Antoni asked him to come back after the slow start when the Rockets started just 11 and 15 in the early part of the season. Slips it inside, and Morris was able to shed Chris Paul. And for Markieff Morris, he's got 5. George trying to take House off the deck, and that'll count, and the foul! That's a start for Paul George, and it's a 4-point game. Closest the Thunder have been since the first half. Gordon, no good on the three, as Houston just keeps on chucking from downtown, but allowed the Thunder to come back from 26. George inside the 3-point line, and it's a 2-point game. One more for Harden, and he missed it. And the Thunder can tie or win it. Westbrook double team. They give it up to Adams. Right back to Westbrook. Corner three. George. That's good! And OKC takes the 1-point lead with 1.8 seconds left on a massive shot from Paul George.
Well, that's why we love this game. You never give up.
Gordon again. Trying to find somebody. Cannot. Gets it into Harden. Harden straight away. For the win off the front of the rim. No good. And the Thunder survive.